Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first public hearing. I think it is our first, right? Second public hearing, sorry. I should be able to count to two. I am a math major, or was. So we have a bunch of bills on the agenda. There's obviously still a lot going on the energy side. My co-chair is tied up with another group right now, and I'm not sure I have a lot to say to start because I'd like to get this going. We have 50, 51, 50 now people testifying today about all the bills that we have, and I'm anxious to get started. I don't think that Senate ranking members on the computer right now while I'm getting my computer set up, but I'm going to give my House ranking member an opportunity to say a few words. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you everyone for being here. Just a reminder that we have lots of meetings going on throughout the building. So we will have people coming in and out throughout the day. We are all very much interested in what you have to say. We will be reading the testimonies, we will be listening, and we can always go back and listen where we've missed. So let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you. So without any further ado, I'm going to invite Commissioner of Deep, Katie Dykes, up with whoever she has brought with her to testify first. As you know, the first hour is generally reserved for legislators and agency people, and then we start alternating after that. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator Needleman and Representative Mara and members of the committee. Pleasure to be with you today. I'm Katie Dykes, the Commissioner at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And we have a cast of experts here as well to assist with questions. DEEP has filed written testimony on House Bill 6925 related to home energy labeling, which we are supportive of this proposal. It's in line with proposals that we have urged and the committee has raised on our behalf in years past. So we are glad to see that on the agenda today. We are also, we have testimony that's written testimony that will be coming with respect to House Bill 6928 on municipal electric aggregation. We shared, we recognize this is a positive model that has been adopted in several states. It certainly is something that we know has been topic of a lot of discussion as communities have been looking for options to secure lower supply rates for electricity. And so we're eager to be part of the discussion if this should advance. We will be raising some questions and just areas that we think could benefit from further strengthening with respect to some consumer protection elements. Connecticut, the General Assembly over the years has strengthened some really important consumer protections for third-party retail suppliers, including eliminating the ability for third-party suppliers to charge customers penalties for opting out of a rate. And so we think it's our suggestion for the committee would be to try to not lose or some of or maintain a sort of level playing field of those consumer protections in any proposal that would enable retail supply through a municipal aggregator. In addition, we are supportive of House Bill 6929 with respect to thermal energy networks, or TENS as we like to refer to them. We have gained a lot of experience or some experience in this area through some analysis that we did for a possible geothermal network in Wallingford. We're very excited to cheer on the city of New Haven and other communities that are have secured some funding and are exploring municipal or publicly owned thermal energy networks. And we're also supportive of clarifications for utility ownership We would be glad to work with the committee as there may be further clarification needed about what the source of funding would be for this program. But we do think that this would provide significant benefits in terms of lowering energy costs and particularly on the thermal side through these types of programs. In addition, actually, not in addition, happy to gladly answer any other questions that the committee may have on these bills or other topics this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to open it up to other people because people keep telling me I talk too much. I'm going to reserve my right to talk till later. Anybody have any questions for the commissioner or her team? I think, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Dykes. Is it your view that it would be helpful for the legislature to clarify utilities' authority to own and operate thermal energy networks?
Thank you, Representative Winter. Yes, that's correct. We believe that further or some clarification of that authority would be helpful. Particularly, this issue has come up recently in the Yankee Gas rate case. It's our view that that further legislative clarification would be needed in order to ensure that the state's regulated utilities could engage in this development, and certainly to provide for any cost recovery associated with any grants or programs that might become available for public ownership through a non-utility party. I would also further submit DEEP has a existing procurement authority for energy efficiency, electric energy efficiency, and we have an RFP underway. The governor spoke about this in his State of the State speech. And we think it would be really helpful. We've heard from some of the respondents to that RFP to expand that authorization to cover natural gas efficiency as well. And should the committee be interested in doing that, that procurement authority may become an additional pathway to support ratepayer funding for these thermal energy networks if cost effective.
And could you speak briefly to how these thermal energy networks could help lower costs for consumers and address the state's climate goals?
Sure. So we have been studying, we know that thermal energy networks are 3 to 6 times more efficient than the most efficient gas heating appliances and 2 to 3 times more efficient than conventional air conditioners and air source heat pumps. And the energy that they provide is non-intermittent, it's dispatchable, it's stable, and it's reliable. And those are many factors that are critical for energy infrastructure today. A unified thermal infrastructure, usually involving a backbone of geothermal wells and piping, can serve an entire district. We've worked on them for single building applications, but in this context, what we would be supporting would be these networked geothermal wells that can serve multiple buildings, multiple units at a time. And in that way, they would achieve significant economies of scale and take advantage of a variety of different community thermal loads and common sources of waste heat. So this is something that we know that there's many states around the country that have been advancing policy in this area, as well as, just up north in Massachusetts, we know that Eversource has been leading the development of a community scale thermal energy network pilot project in Framingham. That's an interesting model. And of course, you yourself have been a leader, I know, on looking at a model in New Haven that attracted competitive EPA funding. So we think that there's a lot of benefits for reducing emissions and lowering costs.
And the point about it being dispatchable, can you describe that a little bit?
Sure. And on that, maybe I'll turn to our team that was worked on the Wallingford project, actually. Joe DiNicola is our Deputy Commissioner for Energy.
Yep, Joe DiNicola, I'm Deputy Commissioner for Energy at DEEP, and good morning.
Good morning.
President Winters. So dispatchable, these systems, I guess one of the main characteristics of these systems is that relative to an air source heat pump, which has quite a bit of variability due to air temperature. So there's a lot more energy required when temperatures are at the extremes. When you have a ground source heat pump, it's a much more stable environment. So you have a more stable energy usage. So you don't see that dramatic variability that you would see with an air source heat, excuse me, an air source heat pump.
And by changing the rate at which fluid is circulated through the thermal energy network, you could charge it when power prices are lower and then draw heat from it when power prices are higher. Is that fair to say?
We don't have our expert on the system, but that's generally true if you have a storage built into the system.
Thanks. And then the last point, Commissioner Dykes, you mentioned other states that are looking at this model. Have those states authorized and required gas or electric utilities to pilot these programs?
Generally speaking, I think that's been the approach, particularly creating rules regarding large gas utility.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Does anyone else have any questions? School day off. I think that the kiddos are here and are enjoying watching their mom testify to a point. So, see.
The bell has rung. We are dismissed. So
You.
thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for coming today. We really appreciate it.
Always appreciate the opportunity.
Next up is our Consumer Counsel, Claire Coleman. Council Coleman.
Good morning, Senator. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
I did a thumbs up, but yes, I can.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much and good morning to the members of the committee. And I really appreciate both the opportunity to testify today and your flexibility with testifying remotely. I also have kids home, but one who's sick and don't want to bring our germs into the committee hearing room today. So appreciate your flexibility on that. Our office, the Office of Consumer Counsel, has submitted written testimony on 6 bills today, but I did want to just focus my oral remarks on 2 and happy to answer other questions. The 2 I wanted to focus on are HB 6928, an act concerning municipal electric aggregation programs, and SB 1293, an act requiring a study of electric utilities. So first, with respect to municipal aggregation, this is a program we've spent a lot of time researching in my office and talking with various stakeholders and companies who I know are interested in promoting this in Connecticut. You know, when we think about choice and innovation, it's with those respects that I'd like to be able to support the deployment of municipal aggregation in Connecticut. We do know that other states have successfully deployed maps to produce cost savings and are laying the groundwork to utilize maps to expand the use of local development of renewable energy and other innovative technologies. At the same time, the big but is that as the representative of all utility customers, regardless of supply choice or regardless of town of residence, I do, and my office has a responsibility to try to ensure that any new offering does not have any negative consumer impacts on both the participating providers or participating customers, I should say, those engaging in a municipal aggregation program, as well as non-participating, those who may still be on standard service or with a third-party supplier. And we really have to think about this in the context of Connecticut being a unique leader in terms of the level of consumer protections we have currently for market-based supply offerings and the level of protections we have for our low-income customers. And we just really have a concern about the compatibility of these 2 frameworks. And we've identified several specific concerns that are detailed in our written testimony. Hopefully the committee has that available today. And, you know, ultimately, as with all energy procurement frameworks, there are, you know, pros and cons and risks and rewards. So we'd be happy to work with the committee to make sure these are fully evaluated and considered as you determine whether or not to pursue municipal or community choice aggregation further. The second bill I wanted to touch on is SB 1293. an act requiring a study of electric utilities. Of course, the Office of Consumer Counsel appreciates the committee's focus on utility regulation. This is, of course, in our view, critical to cost-effective utility service and sort of the bread and butter of our office, the Office of Consumer Counsel. And in reading the draft proposed bill and the areas of study that the committee is potentially interested in, we thought it would be most helpful to utilize our testimony to make sure the committee and the legislature and really the public at large understands what happens at PURA in terms of utility oversight, and perhaps more importantly to me, the role of my hardworking team at the Office of Consumer Counsel. Between all of the discussions about DEEP and PURA, sometimes we get left out of the conversation when we're there every day fighting to make sure consumer interests are elevated. And particularly as it relates to this proposed legislation, it's important because ratepayers cannot choose their electric distributor. So regulation has to simulate competitive market pressure. And this is particularly true given that regulated utility business model, it creates a natural incentive for utilities to want to grow their rate base and so that they can increase their returns. And that makes regulation all the more essential, and it makes our role to scrutinize those costs through the regulatory framework that much more essential as well. So we did provide some data in our written testimony, really designed to illustrate the type of financial performance monitoring we do currently. There has been much in the media around the current levels of earnings of our utilities. Our electric utilities have been emphasizing that they're currently seeing earned rates of return on equity that are lower than levels imputed in rates. And this is true in the case of UI. But my role as a consumer advocate is to also encourage the state leadership to maintain a broader perspective, in particular, the consumer perspective, right? And we want to emphasize that despite these lower returns on equity, neither of our electric companies are incurring losses. In fact, part of the monitoring that my team does is to look at historical trends. And as far back as we've looked, it is not clear that either company has ever failed to turn a profit in Connecticut. And so although those profits are lower now than they've been in the past, when you're thinking about ratepayers who, for example, over the rolling 12 months ending in September of 2024, these ratepayers contributed about $32 million to UI and about $235 million to CLMP shareholders. And these are costs that are flowing to the bottom line of the companies and have real impact on customers. So I say that with the spirit of emphasizing how important it is to scrutinize utility rates and particularly, the delivery charges through the regulatory framework. And I think, one of the tensions we've discussed between the utility incentive to earn in order to make a profit for their shareholders and the obligation to public service companies as a public service company. I mean, this tension is really perhaps best illustrated by recent news that Eversource, which is the parent company of CLMP, has successfully maintained an enviable status as an S&P 500 dividend aristocrat, having now given investors durable dividend raises for over 25 consecutive years. So this is at the same time that, Eversource, our public service company, is also making statements and declaring that there isn't enough profit to be made in Connecticut to make it worth providing innovative service. And that's troubling. And I think that perhaps that is an area that this legislation could explore. Our office is certainly investigating this decision-making process and will continue to evaluate it in the context of the next rate case that is filed. But these are important questions that really get to the heart of the tensions with our current utility regulatory framework and our desire as an office to advocate for strong oversight on behalf of ratepayers. So I hope that's helpful to the committee's desire to evaluate and study this regulatory framework further. We at the OCC are staying focused on this mission and would be happy to work with the committee to ensure you have the information you need to fully understand this framework. And with that, I will wrap up and answer any questions the committee may have on either these bills or the other bills that we provided testimony on.
Thank you, Claire. My co-chair just came from another meeting. Don't know if he has any questions.
Good morning, Representative.
Thank you, Claire, and I apologize for being late, but as we're often the case, you have to be two places at once, if not three.
I'm with you.
I had mentioned about examining regulatory frameworks, and I know that in your role, you have a lot of contact with similar status people in other states. Have you had these kind of conversations with them? Are there models out there that you can help direct us to that would help us with this task?
Thank you for the question, Representative Steinberg. I do have lots of contact with other states. I participate in the National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates. In fact, I'm on the executive committee, missing their monthly call right now. But we exchange ideas and talk about effective utility frameworks a lot. Our focus, as you know, in Connecticut has been to improve our framework by shifting to performance-based rate making model. And currently we do have some elements of performance-based rate making within our rate case evaluation, but we have been working very hard before PURA to develop a much more comprehensive framework that will combine both rate making principles, things like multi-year rate cases, and how to really set rates at the right level, to developing performance incentive mechanisms, to improving the transparency of utility planning through an integrated distribution system planning model. So, I believe I've said this before to the committee. I've said it in other contexts. I do think that the PBR model, while it may not result in, I don't want to set an expectation it's going to result in immediate rate decreases. It is going to drastically increase the level of transparency we have and the ability to proactively help provide input into utility planning so that we're really getting the most out of all of the investment dollars that are spent and ensuring they align with customer and public policy goals. So that is an area of my focus and has also been an area of focus in other jurisdictions as well.
Well, thank you for that. And everybody here in the state of Connecticut appreciates the work that OCC does on behalf of ratepayers. Obviously, ratepayers are much in the news these days. We read about how there are virtual rebellions taking place in Massachusetts and Virginia and other places. I think everybody's coming to be aware of the fact that ratepayers are going to be strained going forward with all the investments we need to make as a state, as a region, and as a nation to meet the ongoing needs. So we really appreciate your efforts to help us all communicate effectively with ratepayers so they understand what is actually happening and the realistic expectations for the future, which may not mean the ability to really reduce rates in a large way, but we'll have to, as we always try to do, strike a balance. And we appreciate your help in that task. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand raised. I just have one quick question. Claire, we've done a lot to protect ratepayers in the residential market for from third-party providers that in many cases were giving the whole industry a bad name. As you said, we're looking for competition, but some of the companies were quite predatory. And we seem to have taken care of that. I think that I'm interested to know, number one, have you seen the number of complaints go down? Because in my first term here, there were a large number of complaints, and over time, we sort of progressively ratcheted some of the abuses down. But I'm also interested, especially when it comes to small C&I customers, where we were not able or did not do any regulation. Have you heard a lot of complaints in that area? And is there anything that we need to do to protect the small mom and pop shop businesses that can still get lured in without an ability to terminate contracts the way residential customers do?
Thank you for the question, Senator Needleman. Up to your first question, yes, we agree complaints are down. I think that the important protections that this legislature supported around practices, things like variable rates and penalties for termination, those rules that have been developed have really created a more protective third-party supplier market for residential customers. And we have seen those market, those bad actors that might have tried to utilize those practices to make money have now exited the market. So we're really seeing less complaints, less concerns in the residential third-party supplier area in terms of manipulation or other bad practices. Our concern in the third-party supplier market is that despite the fact that there are lower offerings as compared to standard service, even currently, customers are not necessarily on those lower offerings. So there's a real, it's a lot of work for a customer to have to monitor their offering compared to standard service offerings, compared to new offerings that are coming online by third-party suppliers. And we're finding that those lower rates are not getting into the hands of those who need them most. We do, with respect to the C&I customers, you're right, they don't have as many protections. We have not received, I wouldn't say we've received extensive complaints. I'd be happy to consult with Puro's EOE to see if they've recently received a lot of complaints. But there are some provisions that don't apply to them that do to residential customers, like marketing standards or the prohibition against early termination fees. So I take your question as a healthy nudge to take a look at those offerings and see if the consumer protections we have in the residential space could be expanded more. So thank you for that question, and we will happily take our homework assignment.
And I didn't mean to give you any extra work, but I do, I do have a concern for like the local dry cleaner or grocery store that may be lured into a variable rate contract and something weird happens in the market. I think very sophisticated buyers, variable rates are perfectly fine because you're sophisticated enough to understand what you're buying. But I think in a lot of mom and pop businesses, green grocers, dry cleaners, small hotel, motels, there is not necessarily that level of sophistication across the platform of all those people. And I think they do get stuck into contracts that could, for reasons that they could never have anticipated, blow up their bill for a period of time. And I worry about that. I do worry about our rate structure for the smallest businesses out there, where, just as a way of an example, dry cleaner that I go to in Essex, he had virtually no usage, and yet he was still tied into a commercial rate, a commercial rate that was based on demand. He also was tied into a much higher cost of service for just the ability to access, because he's a commercial account. It's not the $25 or $30. It's much higher. And I just think that in looking out for our small businesses, those numbers really matter and they really hurt people. So not a homework assignment, just wondering if you have any suggestions. And if there's anybody out there that some kind of consumer protection legislation would help. So thank
Yeah,
you.
no, those are valid questions and concerns. And I think what you're getting at is as specifically demand charges that may apply in some of these C&I contracts, as well as some, getting locked into higher supply rates. And certainly we want to provide as much flexibility to our, small mom and pop businesses as we do to residential customers. In terms of ensuring they have the flexibility to get on and off rates in the most efficient and fast way, and are able to access those lower rates. So I appreciate your attention to that very important issue.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else with their hand up. I really appreciate you making time today. And I'd like to move on to our next public official, Representative Susan Johnson.
Thanks very much.
I want to just thank Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg for raising two bills that I have a great pleasure to see when I received a notice from the League of Conservation Voters and the Connecticut Citizens Action Group that are also supporting House Bill 6929, an act concerning the establishment of a thermal energy network program with grants and loans, and House Bill 6928, an act concerning municipal aggregation programs. Both of these are programs that I was just absolutely thrilled to see that you're working on. And I think it will really help move us forward in the future. Just a quick little bit of history. It's nice to be back at the Energy and Technology Committee. I served on Energy and Technology for my first 2 terms. And I was really pleased to be able to do that. It was one of the things when I first got elected. I went to our Sustainable Energy Institute at Eastern Connecticut State University. I said, how do I get involved? And they said, well, you should serve on the Energy and Technology Committee. So I thank you all for your work, and I did learn a lot. I also have to thank Representative Winters for his amazing work on the geothermal network issue, because last year I had a panel discussion on environmental issues in Windham, and we invited people from the University of Connecticut. We had people from Eastern Connecticut State University come and discuss just the kinds of things that we need to do for expanding access to energy here in Connecticut. So, and there I learned a few things. One was that the program that I had set up back when I was on the council from 89 to 92, which is called the Mid-Northeast Recycling Operating Committee, wasn't doing exactly what I wanted it to do. And so we had set up the first household chemical collection facility. I know this is a bit off topic, but what it leads me to is the fact that during those discussions, I decided to go back onto the Sustainable Energy Committee for Windham. And I found out also that they were suffering really with a lot of issues, trying to make sure we have more sustainability in town. By the way, we were one of the first places in the state of Connecticut to have a trash to energy facility. And when I was on the council, I oversaw the Utilities Committee that also ran the trash to energy facility that we had. And I worked on the upgrades for that facility, just so that you know I have a teeny bit of experience in energy issues. So here we are now. I still sit on I've been chairing the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission for the last 20 years or so. And I know that the city of Willimantic sits on an aquifer. And some places have taken advantage of that, utilizing the aquifer for geothermal capacity and networking. Eastern Connecticut State University is geothermal now. Generations, our federally qualified health center, is having the geothermal and also Horizons, which isn't quite in the Willimantic Service District. It sits outside, but there is a lot of water in Willimantic. Let's just say we've got 3 rivers that run through, and we have aquifers, and we have a great capacity. And I have to say, I was a teeny bit jealous of Representative Mashinsky's situation, where the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection actually looked into doing more geothermal in that district in the Wallingford area. So I just wanted to say that doing this bill is going to have a great deal of impact on my district because we are ready to go. The other thing that I wanted to make sure I mentioned to you is the fact that we have a new town manager. The new town manager, fortunately, is also very, very connected with the idea of thermal energy. And I think he'll be a great asset to moving this kind of a bill forward. So I really, really appreciate that. And just a quick note on the issue regarding the aggregation of municipal programs. We have left over from our Wind Energy Recovery Facility program that we ran for more than 20 years, an ash landfill. Now, the ash landfill would be an ideal spot to put solar panels on. But when you look at the cost of how to transmit the energy from the solar panels into the grid, there's a huge cost. And I'm hoping that we can figure out the things that we need to do to be able to make sure we do this with all the region, because I know our region is very focused on making sure that this our environmental justice community of Wyndham, one of the communities that has the most distressed by the Department of Economic and Community Development, most distressed communities in the state of Connecticut. So to be able to access these different types of energy for this community would be bring us back to leadership in the areas of generating energy, and would also bring us back to making sure that we have reduced costs for energy, which will really be a big, big help to Eastern Connecticut. So thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for your work on this. This is just absolutely fabulous. I just can't thank everybody enough. And thank you, Representative Winters.
Thank you, Representative. I'm looking around, see if anybody has any comments or questions. Oh, yes. Thank you, Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. We have a lot, our districts have a lot. Population wise, not a lot in common, but project wise, we do. And if you want to talk to our electric division chair, I could give you his name and you can ask about the selling solar to the grid if you cover your landfill, because we did that. So you probably want to talk to him and see what your needs are going to be to upload to the grid. But you can do it, and it just I don't know how close you are to a transmission line.
We don't. We need to do a new transmission cable system. So
Okay.
we don't have the capacity to do that. Our cable system transmission services are packed, so they can't utilize anymore. We need more capacity. So we're in that situation now, and the prices that have been floated around for that have been outside of this world. So at least my world. So, it's something that I would love to see, and it will really be a boon to Eastern Connecticut because this is the kind of thing we need to do. And that's why I thought municipal aggregation might work with doing that, having this landfill, this ash land dump that's just been sitting there, instead of taking up farm space, which we also have the Community Licensed Kitchen Group, and they're trying to help our local farmers. We only have 3 days of fresh food available in this state if we have a supply chain problem. So I am all about trying to save the farmers and I make sure that they are able to process the food in Wyndham. And with CLIC, we're able to do that. We're doing a conjunction with both university systems, and we really have a lot of innovative things. And this would be another way to create innovation in Wyndham. So I would be glad to take that information down from you and try and coordinate
he's
that.
very, very, very bright, forward-thinking director of our utilities. So you should have a chat with him. We did have a high power transmission line going right near the site, which made it easy for us to sell to the grid. But in your case, you have a little more complicated problem, but still he'd be a good person to talk to just to see how you could adjust your project to sell to the grid. It's really a good idea to cover an old landfill with solar panels. You can aim them the right way and you can make the most out of your situation. So it is a good plan.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for that.
I hope you're successful.
I hope so too. Maybe with the help of this committee and the legislature, we'll be able to move some of this stuff forward. So I appreciate your work and your thoughtfulness. Thank you so
Thank
much.
Thank you so much. I'm not seeing anybody else with any questions. Thank you for all your time on this committee and all the work that you've done. I really appreciate it and respect it.
Yeah.
So-
Thank you so much for this. This made my weekend.
Oh, well, it's only Tuesday.
Well, no, I mean last week.
Oh,
We'll
last
see what
weekend,
happens next
okay.
weekend, but thank you so much,
Wow.
Mr. Chair.
Next up is Representative Menapace.
Hello. Hi, I'm Representative Nick Menapace. I represent the 37th District. And I will say, I think that Representative Johnson pretty much said everything in a very, very well-mannered way. So I will try not to just repeat everything that she just said, because I think I agree with everything she had. I just wanted to, again, speak with this exact same bill for 6928 for that one, that I'm in strong support with this. I think that it is a good first step for us to be able to. I do think that this is if you asked, I think our constituents, this would probably be the number one issue that they're facing is electrical rates, and that there's this frustration that we're running into because the nature of the system that we have gotten into from 1998 onward by deregulating industry. Now that has led to much higher expenses. It has led to frustration from our constituents. And I think that all of this is a sign that we need to do something differently. And I think this is a good first step. I would love to see that this is that first step in doing something to break up what I believe is a monopoly in our state and is preventing us from being able to actually solve this issue. We should be doing everything possible to make our state and our country more energy independent, and allowing that to have smaller grids like this, I think, is a very good idea toward getting there. I love the idea of trying to put on more solar panels into these areas that we have. I know that's not part of this exact bill for it, but I think it's something that's going to be really important. And I think it's something that we need to be bold with what we're doing. And I think this is a first step toward doing that. So hopefully we will be able to have this pass and that we can then move on to bigger and better things in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm so glad you testified here today. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for coming before us. I'm just curious as to what, when we talk about the aggregation programs, how you think that's going to break up a monopoly?
I mean, it's not. It's a step, I think, toward it. This is why I supported a bill that came before this one that is going to try and put forward the creation of new municipal utilities, And I think that allowing for municipal aggregation is a step toward that goal. Now, again, it's a small step, but I think it is a step in the right direction. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I think, just as we look at this, my point really is that only affects one piece of the charge.
Yes.
Right. So it's not going to take away the public benefits.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to take away the delivery fee, and it's not going to take away the transmission fee. So it's only really the smallest charge that's on there.
Okay. Well, again, I mean, I say this one, the same thing I had before. Like, this was a bill that was voted on for, gosh, most of it was 80% of the public benefit charge comes from one thing about 7 years ago that I don't think most of you were even here for that one. I know some of you were, but again, I mean, if we want to be able to say that, I'm not really sure if you're asking here, you're right. One small thing that we're doing. It's a good thing though.
Yeah. No, thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make that clear and make sure that we were all clear what this was going to be affecting. No,
I'm
thank
not
you so
under
much.
the assumption that this will suddenly just do that all, but I appreciate the clarification.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Yeah, oh, yes, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying. As somebody who was here for a couple of years ago when we looked at a study of municipal electrical aggregation programs, and there is a OLR report about that. I think you're right. It does require some bold movement forward now, and not just studying it, but to really look at how can we make this more of a reality for more communities. I keep hearing from people who live in either Wallingford or East Norwalk or Norwich that they love their municipally owned utilities and that they do have more reliability and lower rates. And that is a piece of the whole puzzle of breaking up some of these monopolies. How do you see aggregation programs functioning in this landscape where, you know, there's such a hold on the monopolies?
I mean, I said, I think that any kind of decentralized part for this is really good. I think we're moving in that right direction and I'm not totally sure if that's answering your question on that one, but I mean, I work at a school, and one of the things that always bothers me, there have been proposals to try and do something with some of the land that these schools use, whether it's in their parking lots, on their roofs, or any of these parts. And I've always said, it's like, gosh, this seems like such a good way to be able to reduce costs. And there's always a barrier that goes into that one because there's not enough of an effort. And not enough of an incentive for you able to do that from all of the parties involved, I should say. And I think that if we're able to try and do this as the municipal level, that hopefully we can start going in that correct direction.
And thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, as you said, you worked in a school. Are you aware that the school must pay a charge to the like some kind of conveyance charge or something like that? That even though they're a nonprofit or whatever for their.
I was not aware of that, no.
No, yeah, there is some weird charge that schools have to pay in addition to their rates and everything.
Thank you.
So maybe municipally choice aggregation could address that. And again, with more municipality control, I think this would be a good thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Lot of options out there. I can't say that I have been in favor of more municipal utilities. Excuse me. As a matter of fact, I'm in favor of not adding to them. I'm not saying we should do anything. I'm under the threat of death if I even bring that subject up. But I think that a more disjointed grid might end up being more problematic. That said, all things are on the table this year to be looked at, and my is just an opinion at this point. So anyway, do we have anybody else? Thank you. And welcome, by the way. This is the first time testifying before the committee. I really appreciate it.
Happy to be here.
So we are now through the legislators and commissioners. So we are at number 5, Peter Millman from PACE. Peter, welcome.
Okay.
We're going to hear you in stereo.
Yeah, I think I'll turn that one off. Nobody likes feedback. My name is Peter Millman, and I represent People's Actions for Clean Energy. We strongly support HB 6928, an act concerning municipal electric aggregation, but with some modifications. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to let me speak here today. Connecticut has a real opportunity to allow its cities and towns to play a bigger role in lowering the cost of electricity supply. At the same time, participating municipalities will be able to develop local solar and battery projects, plus create local clean energy programs having to do with energy efficiency, equity, demand response, and EV charger deployment. 10 states currently allow some form of CCA. Municipal aggregation is a particular form of community choice aggregation, or CCA. Basic to all of those 10 states, is allowing their cities and towns to become the default electricity supplier for all their residents and businesses, except for those who opt out. Usually this is done with the help of a consulting energy broker. But 2 states have adopted a more ambitious form of CCA. California and New Hampshire allow municipalities to come together and form a nonprofit joint power agency. And then that joint power agency provides a variety of services to member municipalities. A joint power agency brings the procurement of electricity supply in-house and thus captures the excess revenues spun off from the buying and selling of electricity. These excess revenues are put into a reserve fund that provides the financial basis for future local projects and programs. No taxpayer funds are involved. I think that New Hampshire serves as the best model for Connecticut. The proposed bill has much to commend it, but it does not go far enough in the direction of the New Hampshire model. Connecticut municipalities are eager to explore the opportunities of CCA. So far, 7 cities and towns have passed resolutions in support. Others will certainly follow if enabling legislation passes. Our options for reducing the cost of electricity, increasing the supply of energy, and doing more energy efficiency and demand response are limited. CCA, done right, is an opportunity to help with all of these, and we should not squander this opportunity. Justice Brandeis in 1932 said that the states are laboratories of democracy. CCA will let cities and towns become laboratories for local energy policy. We need more innovation and competition in the energy sector. CCA will provide both, and I would welcome your questions.
Wow, that was excellent timing, Peter. Jeez.
It just happened to work out that way.
Yeah, it's like you rehearsed it right down to the 3-minute point. Really appreciate your comments. Another thing on the table, we've certainly looked at this a number of times before. I'm not sure where the excess revenue comes from, but there's more conversations to be had around it for sure. So, yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Do you think there's any reason for us to be concerned that rates might go up for municipalities or jurisdictions that don't participate in CCA? Is that a concern?
Thank you for the question, Representative Winter. I do not think that there's any basis for that. There are no studies, to my knowledge, that show that. And it doesn't really stand the test of sort of a common sense view of it all. You know, when you're talking about group rates for a large ratepayer, a large industrial or a commercial ratepayer, it has a lot more to do with the manner of procurement rather than the size of the demand. In other words, that large commercial and industrial ratepayers, by and large, choose to work with an energy broker to get a better supply rate. Most municipalities, I believe, work with an energy broker to secure a better energy supply rate than what the utility offers. And that's just for the town hall, the library, municipal accounts, so that the towns that choose not to join an aggregation program will still be a large enough block to get as good a rates as they're probably getting now. There is a little bit of empirical evidence for this. Cody Hooven, who will be speaking later from California, and I urge you to ask her lots of questions because she helped launch the second largest CCA in California, the San Diego Community Power. She has said that there are really 2 CCAs in San Diego County. One's very large, the other one is very small. They both get similar rates. The differences are minimal. So I think that there will not be no harm to towns that choose not to join the aggregation.
And currently, customers have to opt into an alternative supplier. But in this model, they would need to opt out of their municipality or group of municipalities aggregation.
That's true. Um, you know, the opt-in model has been tried in Connecticut and New Hampshire, and I'm sure other states, and it simply doesn't work. Meanwhile, you have 10 states, including Massachusetts and New York and Rhode Island, states who I think do as good a job as Connecticut to protect their consumers. And they have chosen the opt-out model. You know, when a municipality considers whether to become an aggregation, they will go through, who knows, a year-long public process, giving their citizens, ratepayers, the opportunity to chime in, to let them know about the program. And so I think it will be very well known. Plus, the consumer protection parts of the bill require many notifications of the opportunity to opt out. So I think that opt out is a perfectly good way to go. I might add that our system with utility supply rates is an opt-out system. In other words, it imposes the utilities rates on all ratepayers except for those who opt out. And I don't see why a competing municipality or joint power agency should not work in the same way.
And what evidence is there that customers in CCAs save money as compared to those who are outside of CCAs?
There are some studies out there that show, something on the supply side, the supply rate, savings in the realm of 2% to 25% in some cases. There is no claim here that a municipality or a joint power agency, in this bill, it's called, I think, a public aggregator. There's no guarantee that the aggregator will beat the default utility rate every month for every rate period. But the evidence is that over the course of time, they offer competitive rates that on average do beat the utility default supply. And one other empirical piece of evidence for this is that when you look at this at the growth of the program in New Hampshire, which is called Community Power, or the growth of the number of towns that have joined the Massachusetts program and the growth in New York, not to mention California. If these aggregations were not meeting or beating utility rates most of the time, there would be lots and lots of defections, and there are not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, then I'll hand it off to Representative Buckby. Peter, thank you. First of all, I apologize for missing your testimony earlier. However, I did have the benefit of tuning into the webinar on the CCAs that PACE was involved with, so I feel a little bit up to speed on what you probably talked about. Let's start with the fact that you have pointed to two very different models, that of California and New Hampshire. Are there other states that are also either doing this or seriously looking at it?
Maine is seriously looking at a model of CCA that would be very similar to New Hampshire's. Just to make clear that there are these two models from California, which started 10 or 15 years ago, and now most recently New Hampshire, that is distinctly different from what other states are doing. It simply gives municipalities the largest number of tools to lower the cost of electricity supply and also to do other good things in terms of developing local projects and local programs.
So let's talk for a moment about the procedural aspect of this. What's the obligation of a municipality that might be seriously interested in doing this? Do they need to have a dedicated point person within government? What's the process?
Well, first of all, if Connecticut were to pass enabling legislation, a municipality would have three choices. The first is do nothing. The second choice is to form an aggregation and do it in the simple way. Within the CCA world, it would be called the Massachusetts model or the broker model. Simply hire a broker and say to that broker, we'd like you to get us a better supply rate, maybe with a little more renewable energy content than we're currently getting. And the third option would be to either help create or join a nonprofit. Again, in this state, it would be called a public aggregator. And yes, and to do that. And then each municipality in just making that decision would most likely go through a public process within the town. Probably it takes a year. That's what it does in Massachusetts. And if the town decides to join, let's say, a public aggregator, the public aggregator, then most likely, now this is the way it's done in some states, each town would be sending a town official to the board of the public aggregator, which might be called in Connecticut, let's say it's called the Community Power Alliance of Connecticut. Each town would be sending a board member, and that board member would participate. The representative from a town might be advised by a sustainability committee or an energy committee or anybody else who wants to communicate with that representative.
So, is there a particular term for this engagement with this third party? Is there a way for a municipality to decide after a period of years, it's not working as well, we're not saving as much as we want, and get back out of it? Or, is there a contract?
Yeah, let me just be clear one thing. For an individual ratepayer in a municipality that has joined the public aggregator, that individual can opt out at any time for any reason and at no cost. That's the way it's done in New Hampshire, and I hope that's the way it's done in Connecticut.
What about the municipality?
For the municipality, it would be a lengthier process, but certainly it is a process that can happen. I think that, one of the things I'm a little disappointed at is that some of the people from New Hampshire who have pioneered their program were not able to be here today to help answer questions, although they did submit written testimony. And they would be able to, and the reason that is that they are going through exactly what we're going through today, which is that they are making their comments to their energy and technology. It just happens to be on the same day. But they would be able to answer questions more about that process than I can.
Well, perhaps you can direct us to the most
Sure.
knowledgeable there. One last question before I hand it off to Representative Buckby. I understand that there are now over 60 communities in New Hampshire which have signed on to the program. What about the argument that at a certain point you're creating the proverbial cost shift and that you're having a negative impact on all those who remain within sort of the standard package with the utilities?
Well, I don't think that there's a good argument for that. Again, because the magnitude of the demand for the ratepayers who are not part of the public aggregation will still be sizable. And it has a lot more to do with the process of procurement than the size of the demand. And again, this is proven by the fact that large commercial and industrial ratepayers whose demand is probably far less than what all the demand from a particular municipality is, that those ratepayers, those customers, still get better rates from working with a broker and getting a better deal on supply. I don't think that the people left behind will be harmed. And of course, they can always join if they feel that they are being harmed.
Thank you. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I've got a few questions on it because in theory, I like the idea of municipalities having that opportunity to offer and have an aggregator. I disagree a little bit with your comment on they have to opt out already. To me, that's opt into a third party supply. So I don't think that's the same thing. I think it's kind of apples and bowling balls there, that when you have your default and you choose a third party supplier, you're opting in. And I think that's my concern. So that's where I think I need to be more sold on the concept of the opt out, because now it forces everybody in that municipality. And that's a lot of education, as you well know, especially for our seniors. And I'm sure a lot of people behind you with those red shirts will be saying the same thing, explaining to them that they have someone else choosing their supply at this point, when this is a complex concept as it is. Have you seen more of that as a concern, especially when it comes to the opt-in, opt-out?
Well, I've certainly heard that issue. I would just like to say that Third Act, which is a group that you may have heard of, which is largely older retired people, is exceptionally supportive of community choice aggregation and municipal electric aggregation. So I don't think that I don't think it harms older ratepayers at all, actually. The process of a municipality going through the process of examining whether it should become the default electricity supplier will give ample opportunity for residents to express their views. And then I think that and then if they go ahead and join, if there are any deleterious effects, if people are not happy, it is, again, easy to opt out as an individual ratepayer. And frankly, I think that if things are not going well, then most municipalities are kind of small, and that word would spread if the utility rates were consistently or even occasionally beating the municipal aggregator rates. So I can understand the concern, but the main thing is opt-in simply does not work. If you don't want to do municipal aggregation, then require the opt-in model. Connecticut municipalities that have had the opportunity to do an opt-in municipal aggregation for decades, and a few towns have tried it and they've all failed. And I think that well, it's too complicated to explain. The same thing happened in New Hampshire. New Hampshire, if you look at the testimony provided by Henry Herndon from the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, he states in there that New Hampshire advocates and energy people and municipalities looked at what the best model is. And they came to the conclusion that opt-in would simply not work, and that there were too many benefits for municipalities and their ratepayers to forego municipal aggregation. Again, they call it community power, which, by the way, I think is a much better name than municipal electric aggregation. And they concluded that there are too many benefits to forego to get hung up on the opt-in, opt-out issue.
Interesting. Okay, I thank you for that. I think we may personally agree to disagree on that. I think
Okay.
that's my concern is again, the educational piece has not been there from for a lot of people from the start of supply to begin with. I think that's where that education piece has to come in, and it would cost a lot for the town to try to explain that as far as an opt-out process too. I've seen that happen with different places. I've seen different aggregators try it within communities, and it's a very confusing process to a lot of people. But I'm open to the concept. I just don't know as the details fit me to my philosophy of this as well. But I really appreciate your input and your sharing your knowledge with us here today. Thank you for coming out. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At some point, we will maybe learn more. You can expand more on your philosophy. Couldn't resist. Good. Representative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have one question pertaining to the penalty part of this bill. It seems here that after 180 days, the aggregator could assess a penalty on an individual who opt out. I was just wondering what the rationale is behind that, and why a penalty might be charged after 180 days?
I don't. You know, I have read the bill a couple of times. I did not write that bill. So I don't think that, if I would respectfully say that I don't think your interpretation of what's going on there is correct. I think that there are penalties for contractors to the aggregation, that if they misbehave, they can be penalized. But I'm not. I just don't remember what you're saying there.
Okay, yeah, because what I have in front of me here, the text says, once enrolled in the program, any program participant who chooses to opt out not more than 180 days after enrollment shall do so without penalty and shall be entitled to receive standard service or to select another electric supplier, which to me seems that would allow the aggregator to penalize someone after 180 days for opting out.
I'd have to look at that and get back to you. But I know that in New Hampshire, it's anytime, any reason, no cost for an individual ratepayer. It's a little more involved process for a town, but a town can definitely choose to back off.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just concerned with that because, you know, our constituents are already facing such significant rate
I would not
right
want
now,
to see any.
Penalties would definitely add to that burden. So yeah, if you could get some information on that, that would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just reading through your testimony, you outlined about 9 suggested modifications to the bill. Out of those 9, what would you say is the most important?
Well,
from the perspective of PACE?
Luckily, I brought my written testimony, which I need to refer back to. I think the most important thing is to allow a joint power agency, which here is being called a public aggregator. So the number one thing is allowing that, and then allowing that public aggregator to manage a portfolio of public contracts. In other words, to bring the procurement process in-house. Because by bringing it in-house, it allows the capturing of revenues. You know, it's profitable buying and selling electricity. And by bringing the process in-house, it'll provide excess revenues that can go into a reserve fund. And it's that reserve fund that will help pay, that will provide the financial basis for future local energy projects and energy programs. The point of this 9-point additional comments, which, by the way, I did not write, I simply took from somebody who is much more knowledgeable about this than I am, is to spell out. I think it's important to spell out what the public aggregator is allowed to do.
Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. And I realize we do need to think outside the box when we're doing some of these things. So one of the things I want to focus on is, well, thank you, first of all, for pointing out the cost shift. That's one of my concerns, that if we have a bunch of people now buying into a lower cost, clearly we will have a cost shift onto those that do not opt out, to use a double negative. But the other thing that I have a question on is option 3 that you said a municipality could do is that they could then focus on green energy, and they could buy solar panels or use other means in their town to assist with energy projects. So my question to you is, how big of a buy-in do you need to have in order to do something like that? And then how long do you have to have contracts with people in your town in order to sustain that? And can they opt out? And then if they do opt out, eventually, what happens to the green energy that the town then invested in? And who is going to be burdened with that?
All good questions. sort of a bunch of them together, so I'm trying to
Sorry
sort
about
it out
that,
in my
yeah.
head. Um, um, So let's say a future Community Power Alliance of Connecticut, a non-profit energy organization, which, let's just throw out a number that 50 Connecticut municipalities decide to join. That organization would then be responsible for acquiring electricity supply for the ratepayers in those cities and towns. They can buy their electricity from whomever. What's happened in California and what will be happening and is happening, but because it's a newer program in New Hampshire, it's not as much, is that they can commission, they can be counterparties to local solar and battery storage projects, which can then become part of the long-term supply for their electricity offerings. As far as I'm afraid you'd have to.
No, my concern is that if a group of towns or a singular town then decides that they're going to look at green alternatives and then they put their money towards solar and then or wind or whatever they want to put it towards, and then supply rates elsewhere go down and they choose to now opt out, who is burdened with the cost of that infrastructure? I think that's one of my big concerns here, and how you're going to, will that then fall back on the state? And at what price would they be paying? I think those are the kind of issues that I'm concerned about.
Well, let me see whether I can answer that. Which, one thing is that in New Hampshire, and I believe in California, but certainly in New Hampshire, there is a strict insulation between the municipalities and the public aggregator or joint power agency that they create. So if things did go awry, it would not fall on the municipality or its ratepayers to make the joint power agency whole. And the history of CCA has been, there have been some failures of CCAs, or at least some periods when their rates fell below the utilities temporarily. But there have been no catastrophic failures in California or elsewhere. It's been Massachusetts program, which is not as ambitious as California and New Hampshire, has long been in place. I've not read of any single municipality dropping out or failing. But anything is possible. The main thing is that there needs that the joint power agency should be insulated from municipalities, so that municipalities and their taxpayers should not be burdened by anything that happens within the JPA.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Let me just check, make sure there are nobody else who needs to speak. We've really put you through the ringer, Peter. Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your questions.
Next up is John Kuhn, followed by Gannon Long.
That's for my social media. Do I need to press anything? No.
No, but we will charge you for the photograph.
That's fine, as long as I get good return on investment. I just wanted to say the gentleman left here before I could get this out, but the 401k industry successfully shifted to an opt-out model from an opt-in model. Participation rates are much higher, benefiting retirement accounts. So I think that the opt-out model can be very beneficial. I'm John Kuhn, a member of Fairfield's representative town meeting. I'm also the founder and chair of the RTM's Committee on Energy Initiatives, the only legislative committee of its kind, I have been told. Thank you for allowing me to testify this morning, in addition to written testimony submitted by Fairfield's first selectman, Bill Gerber, advocating for the passage of HB 6928, an act concerning municipal electric aggregation programs. That is a mouthful. I wanted to provide background on how Fairfield came to advocate for community power, as Peter alludes to it. As an elected official, I needed to do something to offset the burden on our taxpayers in response to UI and Eversource's continued rate hikes. My first inclination was to seek something simple and easy. To that end, I looked into potentially using the blight code or air rights as a way to force the utilities to pay something back to town ratepayers. Unfortunately, this proved to be a dead end. As I searched for an answer, I came across the concept of community power, also known as municipal electric aggregation and other monikers. I was shocked to learn, that Connecticut, as a deregulated state, had not already passed the required enabling legislation, thereby allowing municipalities to pursue this strategy to assist their taxpayers with utility burdens. Our New England neighbors, Massachusetts, the first to do so in '97, I believe, and New Hampshire, the most recent to do this, already sanctioned community power. Why not Connecticut? Municipalities already do something similar for their municipal needs. I believe that Fairfield saves on the order of 20% or something like that on their municipal utility costs. I'm here today to advocate for passage of the enabling legislation. The representative town meeting of Fairfield unanimously passed a resolution advocating for passage of enabling legislation so that we can pursue this program that has shown to reduce utility burden on citizens. How many things have passed unanimously? Please pass the legislation and allow Fairfield and other municipalities to begin to put together programs that work for them.
Thank you for your testimony, John. I want to commend the town of Fairfield. You can bring that back to them because I've been very much admiring their efforts to deploy solar on both public land and the use of solar canopies over parking lots. I think Fairfield is a bit of an exemplar in how any municipality can take a constructive role in trying to reduce our carbon footprint. Let me just understand quickly. If we were to make this available, who in the town would be responsible for helping implement it? I know there's a third party that sort of is in charge of this, but do you have the requisite in-house expertise to make sure that ratepayers are being protected?
I can't say definitively who that person would be. I think we would need to know what the final bill looked like. We have perhaps a number of different candidates. Perhaps I could fill the role for some duration. I would be willing to try it and pursue it if we needed to. Just tangentially to dovetail on what you just said, I was happy to hear the geothermal stuff because that is something we're looking into as well.
I just bring it up in that I want to emphasize that because of the third-party manager, I don't think necessarily it would be a huge burden on the community to make sure that their citizens were protected. And of course, we also have OCC looking out for ratepayer interests, and they would have a role in helping us finally shape this bill. So thank you for that, John. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being an adjacent community that my district has an interest in. So do you, and I really appreciate you walking us through the process that your town has already invested in terms of your committee and looking at that and really opening it up to the whole RTM to vote on, right? That joint resolution as a sort of investment, and this is the direction we want to go. Do you envision that adjacent communities like Easton and Weston or Westport would be able to join in a larger community aggregation with Fairfield?
Are you referring to if we're implementing something on the order of a New Hampshire type model?
Yes.
I would certainly invite those communities to participate in something if it made sense for all of us. I can't fully speak for my own community, let alone the adjacent communities.
Of course. But I, through you, Mr. Chair, I love that you really talked about the democratic process to opening up this conversation. We need enabling legislation, and then we need, communities that are seeking this type of thing. One thing I wanted to correct for the record is that each individual community wouldn't necessarily have to be installing their own, solar panels or greener energy things to be using the community choice aggregate model to purchase greener, electrical supply or renewable energy supply. It's very similar to the third choice that we have now with Constellation Energy or whatever to get them to pull that energy supply from greener resources. But there are so many communities interested in investing in geothermal and solar panels, maybe small wind turbines. And also we have this unprecedented opportunity with the direct pay legislation through the Inflation Reduction Act to make it much more cost effective for communities right now to invest in those renewable energy projects and get reimbursed for up to 70% of them. So along with enabling legislation of community choice aggregation, it really does open up an opportunity to move successfully forward in a way that the state has not been able to accelerate in a long time. So
I believe that's correct.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other, Representative Mayor for the second time. I apologize first time.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in and appreciate your advocacy for Fairfield. One of the things I'm trying to look at, you mentioned a 20% decrease. I think that you were hoping that maybe the town of Fairfield might be able to get with this.
I believe that the municipality of Fairfield currently enjoys a 20% savings on its purchases for its municipal needs.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks for the clarification, because as I'm looking at this, one of the things that concerns me as we move forward, if we do move forward with this, is that when we look at other states and the percentages they're going to save or they have saved, most of those states don't have a 30% public benefit added to their charge. So in order to get something like a even 15 to 20% decrease in a bill here in Connecticut, the rates for actual the kilowatt per hour would have to go down about 60%. So I think that's something we probably need to keep in mind when we're moving forward. I certainly appreciate Representative Hughes, and she left, but her point is I think that this gives towns an opportunity to look at greener options moving forward. But I just want us to keep that in mind where our percentage could and could not be because we have that extra added charge here that many other states don't have.
Yeah, absolutely. This is on the generation component of the bill only.
Correct.
But I know that my constituents would like to save anything that they can.
No, agreed. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Last call. Anybody else? If not, John, thank you for your testimony today. We'll consider it very seriously.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank Peter Millman, Mark Sassy for bringing me up to speed on all of this.
Thank you. Next up is Shannon Long, followed by Vincent Pace et al., the Eversource contingent.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Operation Fuel. My name is Gannon Long. I'm the Chief Program and Policy Officer at Operation Fuel. We're a 501c3 nonprofit founded in 1977. We provide emergency energy and utility assistance to low and moderate income households in Connecticut. If anyone here needs help with their energy bills or utility bills, please visit operationfuel.org/gethelp for more information, as our programs are still open right now. We're here today to testify in support of HB 6926, an act concerning funding for the Residential Energy Preparation Services Program, or REPS. I'm very proud that I usually know what that acronym means without spelling it out, because we've been following this program for a few years and really recognizing the important work that it does. So REPS is managed by the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and they serve Connecticut ratepayers who have been deferred from energy efficiency services that we all pay into because of other barriers in their homes like asbestos or mold. As Operation Fuel reads the bill, it would commit $8 million from the general fund to supplement funding for REPS. It would not take money from LIHEAP. And just remembering that in 2025, the LIHEAP plan is planning for $78.4 million for the state of Connecticut. That's less than we had in 2019 from the federal government. So the plan this year allocates $500,000. It's important. We want to make sure people are comfortable in their homes and reducing those costs. But in order to reach our climate goals as well as our housing goals and needs as a state, we really support this increased investment of $8 million. So Operation Fuel has seen the impact of these types of investments firsthand. We've been involved in this work a little bit due to funding from companies that get fined by PURA and those funds being directed to us, as well as just from our generous donors who support this barrier remediation work for low and moderate income households. We collaborate with Neighborhood Housing Services of New Haven, their program I Heart My Home, which is like an energy concierge service and helps people throughout the state leverage different incentives that are provided to upgrade energy efficiency and do weatherization measures that they qualify for. The goal for Operation Fuel in the projects that we've been able to do, and our funding's been somewhat inconsistent, so it's not been as nearly as widespread, but the goal is to get to yes. DEEP's analysis indicates that up to 30% of low and moderate income households that seek energy efficiency services, which again, we all pay into, are not able to access those services because of other barriers in their homes. And these are issues that REPS can solve, but because of lack of funding, hundreds of projects are either waitlisted or stalled because of that. So we had a client this past fall we worked with in New Haven, dependent on Social Security for income. She had lost her mom and her brother in the same year, both of whom she lived with and kind of helped make ends meet by working with them. She had a leaking oil tank. Her stove wasn't working. Her refrigerator wasn't working. I Heart My Home and Neighborhood Housing Services and Operation Fuel stepped in. We were able to spend about $7,000, but we leveraged $38,000 worth of upgrades in this person's home. She now has a heat pump. She has a working stove. Her air quality is better. Her comfort in her home is definitely improved. And so this is the type of work that really impacts people in a really basic way. And we hope that you'll support increasing these services in our state. Thank you so much. We're happy to take questions or follow up anytime.
Thanks, Shannon. So this funding source was new, and the objective is to continue to make it available. What were you doing before? What happens without these kind of funds? I'm in awe of the fact that you're able to cobble together various sources in order to meet the need. And the point you make that it's really never about one thing when you're dealing with these kind of issues in households. People usually have multiple related issues that they're trying to address. Why is this a difference maker?
So it depends on each person's situation, right? But if you're trying to spend less on your energy bills, the first thing you're going to do is try to improve the efficiency of your home. And when people don't have the agency to do that, it is a huge challenge. So for us, we were doing system replacement for a number of years, but as our funding declined, we weren't able to keep that going. We have had some funding from, again, companies that received notices of violation at PURA, and thanks to the work of OCC and other actors at PURA, there's a lot less companies that are violating those rules now, and so that funding has also been inconsistent. But the REPS program is designed for folks who are deferred from energy efficiency services because of these barriers. REPS will go in and help them, and it's a difference of, you have mold in your attic, now it's insulated. You have asbestos in your basement, now your air is cleaner. You're using less energy, your building envelope, I guess, is more just better insulated, and that helps people in the longer run. So folks may know, if you're interested in our state's climate goals, buildings are a huge source of energy, and the amount that we all spend and that we pollute, a lot of that comes from our buildings. I think the last I saw was around 30 to 40% of our emissions as a state. So it makes a big difference for somebody who is like, I went through this program and I got stopped, and then that was the last thing. And at Operation Fuel, we have to tell people no a lot more than we would prefer. We would love to be able to help everybody who comes to us for help. Unfortunately, due to lack of funding, that's just not the case. I think there's some folks that were reading this bill as taking money away from LIHEAP, And I don't think that was the intent of it. The way we read it would be funds from the general fund that were supplementing those services already included in LIHEAP. But as the LIHEAP funding again has declined to where really below where it was in 2019, we hope that you guys are able to notice that, and hopefully there will be some effort to supplement those funds because they really are needed.
And thank you for pointing out the fact that some people have misunderstood our intent. We certainly don't want to draw down from already strained resources.
Yeah.
And as you pointed out, we're underfunded in a variety of ways. Have you any sense of the order of magnitude of the opportunity out there? We know these funds are limited. You know, what percentage of households would benefit from this?
Well, I guess depending on what your what your final level is or what the projects need. So when REPS was first being conceived and discussed, the idea was that the projects would be capped at $15,000 and they would average around $8,000, and different sources of funding would be available. So it was some amount from LIHEAP, which was a much higher base number at that time, as well as I think other incentives, maybe from CARES or from ARPA or IRA or other places. Today, those other sources are not really there, and the LIHEAP funding is also way lower. So you're just not able to reach as many people. The last data that I've seen on this comes from the Energy Efficiency Board. They presented on it in the last few months, and basically their monthly meetings, if you're looking for an update on how many homes have been, served by this program, they'll have that information there. But the last that I saw, they had completed somewhere around, I think, fewer than 200 projects. They had about 200 in the wait list. And then there was another 400, more than 400 that were in progress. And then 400 had just been waitlisted because there wasn't funding to address those projects. So imagine going through all of these steps. You know there's a problem in your home. You have mold. Your kids are breathing it. You go to, try to get help with it. You're sent here. You're sent there. Somebody comes. They say, well, somebody else is going to have to come back and do this part. I think we can all think about that as a consumer, the frustration of that. And then you finally find the program that's supposed to help you, and there's no money left to help you. And so everyone knows the barriers are in your home. Everybody knows there's mold in your kitchen, but you're not able to fix that because of the funds are run out. As far as our state, we have a goal to weatherize 80% of the homes in our state by 2030. And we have written testimony that you guys can check out that it describes how old the housing stock is in Connecticut. It's a big problem. And so if somebody's going to live in those, it might be your family today, it might be somebody else tomorrow that's living in those homes. But if we're not anywhere near meeting that goal as a state that we've set to weatherize 80% of the homes in our state by 2030, and remediating barriers to weatherization is essential for us to do that, because you don't want to be insulating a building that has toxins in the air. You don't want to insulate asbestos into somebody's home. So that type of thing has to be taken care of before they do the greater weatherization measures.
Thank you for that. I think that everybody appreciates that this is more than just an energy conservation matter. This is a health and safety and quality of life issue. And when we remediate a home, it's not just for that immediate year. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Because now you have a safer environment long-term that's much more energy efficient.
Yeah.
Seems like a really good investment of rather modest sums of money. So thank you for that, Ken.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Baumgarten.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Gannon, for that great presentation. Question regarding REPS versus WAP. So it's my understanding that in some cases for the weatherization assistance program, for some potential customers, there may be questions about the eligibility to participate in WAP. And so my question is, kind of how do you determine if REPS funding would be more appropriate to cover certain issues as opposed to WAP funding? Because at the end of the day, I do believe there will be some limitations in terms of really maximizing the amount of federal funds that are available currently. I think this is something that some of us have talked about the last couple of years, really ensuring that our state, in particular DEEP, is getting those dollars out as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And so I think it's so important to never leave any money on the table and ever be in a position where we kind of in the middle of session have to emergency approve energy assistance funding, right? We should never have to be in crisis mode like that. We should always ensure that are most vulnerable are taken care of. So in that vein, do you have any comments on really being able to maximize all of these pools of funds and not leaving any money on the table?
Yeah, thank you for that, Rep. Baumgardner. So first, for folks who are on the Weatherization Assistance Program, that's federal money that goes through DEEP and reaches low-income customers 60% of state median income and below. And a lot of the folks that are in that program are also crossed over with LIHEAP, so they kind of work together. REPS is a state program, and I think DEEP has done a tremendous job of looking for ways to plug to build that program with federal funding the best that they can, whether that's IRA or other sources that they braid together. But it's a little bit different because weatherization is not the same as barrier remediation. So the barrier remediation that REPS does would have to come before the weatherization assistance program that DEEP can spend, or the energy efficiency funding that we have also that ratepayers provide. So it's kind of like a sequential order that you would need that first. And I think there is funding from the weatherization assistance program that supports remediation as well, but it's a small amount. I mean, I think I don't probably have to tell anybody here, but to rely on federal funding to do any of this is probably not the best plan if you actually want to do this work in the next few years. These funding, even before January, when a lot of this funding has been under direct threat, including the IRA, there's been a decline in all of this spending in the last few years. So I think while DEEP is doing, a yeoman's job of trying to find these different sources, I just don't think it's something we can assume is going to happen. And I also really appreciate your point about emergency planning, right? We were in a situation, our past winter season where we had to close early. Then in the fall, we again had to close early. We did a press conference in December, in 23, talking about we're going to have to close early. We don't have enough funding. We're seeing, we need some, and the legislature did act quickly, but again, it's difficult to do that in an emergency situation. It's much better and much more efficient to plan that out. And so I like this idea being proposed early in session, and hopefully it's going to be something that can build that work in the new fiscal year. But yeah, when your water heaters just stops working, you're not in the best frame of mind to make a decision about how to get a new one. You're not going to be able to wait for Eversource to come and take it out of your house, or whatever the steps are that involve upgrading that. You're kind of in a desperate situation, so you just want to upgrade it as soon as you can. And part of this, to be efficient, we need to know that those programs are going to be there. So you don't just have to get that one water heater because the incentive expires tomorrow. It's like, you want to be able to plan ahead for that. And yeah, as long as we don't do that, we will find ourselves in emergency situations. But I think in terms of assistance, for sure, REPS is designed so that the same folks are able to have a more comfortable home environment and hopefully don't need as much assistance in the future, although there will always be a need for that. But being able to plan around that, I think, is really important. So I hope that answers what you were asking.
Very, very much so. And thank you again for testifying, Gannon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Again, thank you. And thank you for all the work you do and however you managed to pull it off. Next up, we have Vincent Pace, and anybody else from Eversource you'd like to bring with you, or you can do them iteratively. Up to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, and other members of the committee. My name is Vincent Pace. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for Eversource. Thank you for letting me testify here today. Following my testimony, we'll have information from Mr. Bosworth, who will testify regarding the thermal energy bill, and Mr. Dunyavi will testify separately on municipal aggregation. My comments are very limited today. I'll focus on one bill. That's Senate Bill 1293, an act requiring a study of electric utilities. The bill orders the Commissioner of DEEP to, and I quote, conduct the study of the operations, reliability, rates, and regulatory oversight of electric utilities in our state. We are a company that constantly strives for improvement, and we welcome the study by DEEP. It'll give us an opportunity for mutual learning and collaboration on how the utilities are run, how we're funded, how we're operated, and most importantly, can we operate more efficiently to help our customers? In order to help DEEP with that proposed study, we look forward to Pura releasing a comprehensive management audit. It started nearly 2.5 years ago. Their independent auditor looked at our affiliates, the Connecticut Light and Power Company, Yankee Gas Services Company, and Aquarian Water Company. In preparing for that audit, which started in 2022, we responded to 70 interviews and over 800 interrogatory responses. We think that when that report is released by PURA, it'll be a very good foundation for DEEP to take that information and leverage that to perform their own independent study. So that concludes my very brief testimony. I'm happy to take any questions.
I find that we're very much in accord, so that's a good thing. Are there any questions or comments? If not, this may be the shortest interrogatory you've had with this committee.
Thank you very much.
At least in recent times. Thank you very much. And we look forward to not only seeing the management report, but whatever contribution Eversource can make to us better understanding utility operations.
Thank you.
So next up, we have, they want to go separately. Okay. Dariush Dunyavi, which I'm probably butchered, followed by Eric Bosworth. Get together. All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, Ranking Member Mara, and other members of the committee. My name is Darius Danyavi. I'm the Manager of Electric Energy Supplier Services for Eversource. I'm joined today by Justin Plakowski, our Director of Energy Supply. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to appear before you today. I filed pre-filed testimony on House Bill 6928, an act concerning municipal electrical aggregation programs. The bill allows a municipality or two or more municipalities acting jointly to establish municipal aggregation programs. Eversource supports efforts that have the potential to help consumers save on energy supply, the energy supply portion of their bill. Eversource ultimately defers to the state of Connecticut as to whether it should implement municipal aggregation. Any complex energy policy decision, including this topic, has pros and cons that need to be carefully evaluated before a final decision is made. Eversource stands ready, willing, and able to share its experience with active municipal aggregation programs in Massachusetts and New Hampshire to help this committee make the best decision possible. If this committee elects to move forward with this bill, then Eversource's experience is that a closer degree of state regulatory oversight over municipal aggregation, which is the model used in Massachusetts, is appropriate to protect the interests of consumers. Eversource looks forward to collaborating with this committee, PURA, municipalities, retail electric suppliers, and other stakeholders to answer questions, share best practices from other jurisdictions, and help the state make an informed decision. As the bill proposes, in order to provide 15-minute interval data, we would need to make significant upgrades to our metering, billing, and load settlement systems. We look forward to discussing this bill with the committee and other stakeholders, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Eversource obviously has business in a number of states in New England. We understand Massachusetts is now, at least in the initial stages, of some consideration of something along these lines. Does Eversource have experience with having to deal with some of the issues that have been raised earlier about municipal aggregation in terms of those who are in the municipal aggregation network and those that aren't? Is there anything you might share with us on that?
Massachusetts has had aggregation for quite a long time. Many of the towns in Massachusetts are municipally aggregated, including the city of Boston. Another large one is the Capelet Compact municipal aggregation. So you're asking some of the pros and cons. I would say that Massachusetts is a great model for municipal aggregation. They work closely with all stakeholders, whether it's the competitive suppliers, whether it's the municipal aggregators that represent the aggregations. There's three four if you include the Cape Light Compact, and they do a good job. The regulatory authority does a good job in helping manage the municipal aggregation process, and they do continually work to improve it with all party stakeholders, taking everyone's information, in making decisions and how the process moves forward or gets better.
So would you characterize the Massachusetts model as a success to date? And what makes the Massachusetts model potentially preferable to some others that are out there?
I would say the Massachusetts model has been in place for quite a long time, and it has evolved over time. I think they look at it from a perspective of, is it benefiting the customer? They really do pay attention to the process in general, and they work with all parties at all times. I think it's evolved over time, and I would say that currently Massachusetts customers are benefiting from municipal aggregation rather than paying more than basic service.
And would you say that, did Eversource experience any unanticipated dislocations in Massachusetts moving to that?
I think, over time, there has been smaller towns that may have dropped from municipal aggregation. But I would say that the vast majority of towns in Massachusetts have maintained their aggregations and have, moved forward and evolved with the experience over time. Massachusetts has 3 aggregators that represent most of the towns. And a lot of the towns, some of the larger towns like Boston have a committee that work with their municipal aggregator. Now, they might also be referred to as a consultant. There's 3 consultants, not including the Cape Light Compact. And they're very sophisticated as well. So they represent all the aggregations, and those 3 aggregators outside of the Cape Light Compact represent all aggregations in the state of Massachusetts.
Thank you for that. And if Eversource has any further insights on how that model compares and contrasts to others that we might be contemplating to adopt, we'd appreciate that.
In Massachusetts, they look at it from a perspective of, is it going to benefit the town? Some towns want to green up their supply versus find the best rate for their customers. It's all dependent. And a lot of the aggregations in each town offer multiple rates that people can opt into. The initial rate that they enroll in is the lower rate, or equal to or less than basic service at that time, typically. And then they offer other rates that may have more green elements in them, but the customer would have to opt into the higher rate that has additional green. Like I said, I think it's a well-vetted process in Massachusetts, and there is a lot of regulatory oversight, but they do take into consideration, they do a lot of working groups, and they work with all parties, utilities, the consultants, or municipal aggregators, as well as the Cape Light Compact, and all the other regulatory authorities all play a vital part.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Again, we appreciate your ongoing input on this, because it's something we're very serious about. Is you're up next, or Mr. Bosworth is up next? Good, we got it clear.
Good afternoon, Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, Ranking Member Mara, and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Eric Bosworth. I am the manager of clean technologies at Eversource. I've pre-filed testimony on HB 6929, an act establishing a thermal energy network grant and loan program. The bill requires the Commissioner of DEEP to establish a grant and loan program to provide funding for the development of thermal energy networks. Eversource is committed to delivering on New England's vision for a clean energy future, and determining if thermal energy networks are a viable option to affordably heat and cool the homes and businesses in our service territory. Our commitment to thermal energy, including network geothermal systems, is evidenced by the first of its kind project in Framingham, Massachusetts. I had the privilege of leading that project, and in June of 2024, after nearly a year of construction, it went live. As of today, it is currently serving thermal energy to approximately 135 residential, commercial, and low-income customers in that community. Currently, the bill does not explicitly allow natural gas distribution companies to participate in DEEP's proposed program. Allowing natural gas companies to do this is critically important to the success of the program, specifically because of the existing infrastructure that the gas companies maintain every day and the experience and expertise that they can bring to the table that can be leveraged for the successful deployment of projects like this. This was demonstrated in Framingham, where we took the expertise that we had and used it to successfully develop and deploy that project, and continue to do so with the ongoing oversight and operations. The existing skill sets within the utility companies and workforce can be easily translated over to a similar initiative here in the state of Connecticut. For these reasons, Eversource requests that the bill be clarified to confirm that natural gas companies are eligible to participate in the program. I look forward to discussing either my pre-filed testimony or answering questions on my experience deploying this technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Sticking on the subject of natural gas, what is it about these companies' expertise and infrastructure that is critical?
So I'd like to divide that into kind of two buckets. The first is the installation and construction of the systems. In Framingham, we were actually able to leverage the experience of existing contractors that work on the natural gas system to deploy the thermal energy network in that case. It's the exact same high-density polyethylene resin that we use for gas pipe. Exact same pipe goes in the ground for these thermal energy networks. The fusion techniques are the same. The trenching, the installation is very, very similar to a traditional gas system. The main difference is we're moving a water-based fluid through the pipes rather than a gas. And so we were able to successfully demonstrate that. The other bucket is the operations and maintenance of the system. A fluid-based system is very similar to the hydraulics that we use to model the gas system. So we already understand monitoring the pressures, monitoring the flows, and how to control the system, as well as respond and repair this type of a system if there is any kind of a damage or an issue to it during operations.
Thank you. We haven't seen a lot of these thermal networks around. What, in your opinion, are the components for a successful project? What does it require in terms of adjacent operations and things of that sort? Is there a model we can develop to identify opportunities?
I agree. There are not many of these out there that are currently being constructed or operated by utilities, but I think that that's changing very rapidly. If you look around the country with a number of proposed bills and projects that are underway, there are some examples that we can point to, systems installed at Colorado Mesa University, for example, and some other smaller projects that have been successful throughout the country. It's really about finding an area that can support the loads. So you're looking for a good mix of customers, residential, commercial. You want to have a nice balanced system. But the other thing I would say is that having a system that you do at a certain scale is also important. You wouldn't want to try and plan a thermal energy network for 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings. At a scale like that, you have a lot of fixed overhead costs, things like the central pumping infrastructure, the control infrastructure. You're going to be paying for those either way. And so when you develop it at a utility scale or at a district scale, the unit costs and the cost per customer come down, and that's when you really see successful projects.
Here for that. We value Eversource's expertise, having actually accomplished one of these projects, and for the effort we're going to make to see if we can identify the opportunities here in Connecticut. Are there other questions or comments? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. Spent the last couple of years learning about this project, met with your team as well about it about maybe a year and a half ago. And just curious if you could share some new developments about the project, how it's going, some of the experiences the customers have had, positive experiences.
Sure, absolutely. First and foremost, I'm excited that we're getting through our first heating season here with the system on and running and customers taking energy from it. So far, it's been going extremely well. This morning, the air temperatures up in Framingham were about 12, 13 degrees, and I think the lowest loop temperature that I saw was about 42 degrees in the water. So comparing that to an air source heat pump that was trying to draw energy out of the air, significantly better performance. One of the lessons that I've learned through the process, and this should come as no surprise to members of the committee, is that the building retrofits specifically are challenging. In Framingham, we came across anything and everything in these buildings that you can think of. We found asbestos, we found mold, knob and tube wiring. We were converting systems, steam systems, hydronic systems, electric, every fuel type you can think of as well. And so I like to reiterate that the technology works. These thermal energy networks perform very, very well. Thinking about our building stock and how we address it is going to be very important to the success of the projects as well.
You made a comment, really finding areas that can support those loads. So is the network geothermal system kind of running, I shouldn't say at the expense of natural gas, but is natural gas kind of operating in that area to the tune or extent that they or natural gas was delivered previously? So are they, is Framingham seeing more natural gas use or less natural gas use in that specific area?
There are existing natural gas lines in that neighborhood, and of the customers that converted over, about 80% of them, I believe, were existing natural gas customers. So we have, in this specific case, shifted some load from the natural gas system to the networked geothermal or thermal energy network. That being said, looking at the performance of the technologies, some of the areas that it actually makes the most sense from a customer perspective are areas where there are currently delivered fuels and no access to utility services. When you look at the cost to operate a ground source heat pump versus an oil-based boiler, for example, the savings that customers can see can be significantly higher than if they are existing natural gas customers.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bosworth, for your testimony. Can you speak about, to the process by which the pilot program got off the ground in Massachusetts, how it was authorized and funded?
Absolutely. The pilot in Framingham was the result of a gas rate case back in 2019. NSTAR Gas Company proposed to demonstrate this technology, and it was approved by the department in 2020. So we had a approved scope of the project. We were given an approximate size of the system. It was around 300 tons of peak load. And with that approval from our regulators, we then went into feasibility and site selection. We did a study of what parts of our service territory would make the most sense and have the highest chances of success, and then went through design and deployment of the system.
So you were authorized by the legislature and then submitted a proposal to the regulator, and then you're able to recover costs through the proceeding process with the PUC there?
So we were actually authorized directly by the PUC or the Massachusetts DPU. There was not a legislative bill at the time. That has since changed in Massachusetts. We now have the ability as a gas company to deploy thermal networks, but at the time it was a standalone approval within that gas rate case.
And in selecting a site, you selected a site with existing homes that could benefit from moving to the network geothermal system?
That is correct. We wanted to demonstrate that the technology can be used to retrofit homes, and we looked for an area that had a good cross-section that was representative of our broader customer base. So we were looking for a mix of commercial, both small and large, single-family homes, apartment buildings, and then various different fuel types so that we could show all of these buildings can be converted and connected to a system like this, and we could get as much learning and as much data out of the project as possible to inform future iterations and future projects.
And what kind of bill savings are those customers seeing as compared with their prior heating fuel types?
So we are going through the first heating season here, so still collecting the first few months on those customers, but we did do projections as part of the project where we essentially looked at what their previous energy costs were. We looked at how the ground source heat pump should perform in the temperature ranges that we had designed the system for, and then provided them with a high level estimate on what we thought that their energy bills would do through the pilot program, the 2 years of operating. And across the board, as long as they weren't adding conditioned space to the system, they were seeing some form of energy savings regardless of what their original system was.
Regardless of the type of delivery system for heating and regardless of the fuel type, whether it was gas or oil or electric resistance?
Correct. And in some cases, you specifically mentioned electric resistance. We have Framingham Housing Authority buildings that are connected to our thermal network. They were entirely on electric baseboard heating prior to this project. And when they've converted over to the ground source heat pumps, the geothermal energy, we're anticipating they'll see upwards of 75% savings on their heating costs just due to the efficiency of the system.
And the testimony from Deep mentioned that these systems are dispatchable in some way or could be grid responsive in some way. Could you explain that to the committee?
Absolutely. They are grid responsive in the sense that they are being powered by geothermal boreholes, which are inherently a storage system. So you have the opportunity to both smooth out peaks because of the stability and the thermal mass that's in the system. The temperatures don't swing as quickly, which means the heat pumps don't need to draw as much load on a short period of time. But you can also precondition the system. So you can connect other thermal sources and sinks and warm the system up before a very cold spell like we're having currently here in the region. And you can do the inverse in the summer where you can cool the system down. Maybe you have an air cooler that is connected to the central pump house and you run it at night for a few days before a heat wave. You cool the ground and you cool the water down. That allows you to ride through the peak, with much lower energy usage than you would otherwise need.
Are there other ways that these systems can help reduce peak demand on the electric grid?
Well, the systems inherently reduce peak demand on their own just due to the efficiency. Compared to air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps generally have about half the peak load and half the annual energy usage as well. So there have been a number of studies and papers on this. There's a great one out of Oak Ridge National Labs that looks at what the impact to the grid and the energy systems would be with wide-scale deployment of ground source heat pumps. And it shows significant savings on transmission and distribution build out just due to the reduced peak loads that you observe from the technology.
Are you able to say how large that savings in transmission and distribution build out is from that study? Or?
I don't have the figure in front of me and I don't want to misquote
Okay.
the exact number. I'm happy to follow up with it though. It was quite large. I believe it was on the order of trillions on the national scale.
Thanks. And there's a second phase to this project, is that right?
There is. We were successful in acquiring a federal grant jointly with the city of Framingham and HEAT, an NGO out of Cambridge, to look at expansion on the system. One of the things that we're trying to gather data on and prove out is that these are truly a utility system that can be expanded almost like Lego blocks. You can tack on additional neighborhoods to the first network that you build. So we were successful in acquiring that grant and actually have designs in hand to add on an additional street and neighborhood to the existing loop. That would about double the capacity of the system. We then applied for a down select on that grant with the DOE, and we were informed that we were successful in that down select process. We are currently in the process of working with the DOE and figuring out what that will look like in terms of funding and timelines.
And last question, how do the costs for that second phase look like they'll compare to the costs of the initial phase?
The short answer is significantly lower. So the filed budget with the DOE that we produced indicated that we would see about a 40% savings versus the original budget on the initial pilot to connect up at least as many or more customers. So you're doubling the size of the system at approximately 60% of the original cost. The reason for that is that, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of fixed infrastructure that goes into these systems. We already have a pump house in place. We already have a control system. We can already leverage all of that equipment to then pull new pipes. Maybe we do a little bit more drilling, but it's not nearly as much as the first project, and the cost per customer comes down dramatically.
And these are long-lived capital assets similar to the existing gas system?
That is accurate. Exact same HDPE resin for the pipes, so we would expect the same or longer pipeline lifetime. The boreholes themselves, the industry says 50 years. They could last 60, 70, 80. It's really a static system. It's a closed loop, so all you're doing is circulating water through a set of plastic pipes. Even the equipment within the homes and buildings tends to last longer because there's no external equipment being exposed to the elements. You don't have a compressor like you would with an air source heat pump that sits outside the building and is exposed to salt air, weather, extreme temperatures. It's all located within the envelope as a sealed system, and therefore the maintenance and lifetime tends to be a little bit better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm looking to see if there's anyone else that, oh, yes, Representative Mushinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just two questions. When you make adjustments pre-extreme weather event, like before this current polar vortex that we're in, is that done automatically by a control system that's part of the loop?
Yes, we do have a control system and a control logic that sits on essentially a computer within our central pump house. It looks at the temperatures in the loop, and then we can actually speed up and slow down our pumps appropriately to circulate the fluid faster or slower, depending on the energy demand of the system. What that does is it allows us to conserve energy in days and months where the requirements are lower. We slow those pumps way down, and then we speed them up through the higher energy use periods to provide that to the community, but only as much energy as we need to.
Okay. And my other question is, do these thermal energy networks, do they have to involve natural gas, or can they be done without it?
So to clarify, our system does not use natural gas at all. The current thermal energy network in Framingham is totally independent of the gas system. It just happens to be located in a neighborhood that also has gas pipes. So these customers are fully electrified. The system is run on electricity. It is a standalone system.
Okay, because one of the witnesses said that they thought the project should involve natural gas, but this one does not. It's just coincidentally located alongside a natural gas system.
That is correct. And I would clarify, I think that the skill set that the natural gas companies can bring to the table to deploy and operate these effectively is critical and important, but the system itself does not necessarily use or need any form of natural gas, nor do the customers that are connected to it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you. I just have one quick question. I was reading somewhere that 1 out of 3 of these thermal loops, thermal networks, actually, was it National Grid that pulled out? One of them was deemed to be non-economical. Do you have any idea what happened there?
There was a project by National Grid that I believe they stopped at the design phase. It was not our project, so I'm not necessarily able to comment on specifics of that one. But I believe they did release some information as to why they made that decision and chose to focus on a separate project.
Right. So economic viability of these would sort of turn on density, I would assume. I mean, you can't do this in a remote area. You need like density of population, economic activity, like a downtown area. It's not going to be a rural type thing, right?
I would agree with that. There is a logical density that is needed for these to be economically viable. You wouldn't want to be pulling pipes 1, 2, 3 miles between customers. At that point, it may make more sense to do individual ground source heat pump installations if that was the route that you wanted to go. I would also say that there's also a size and scale question that you want to think about up front when considering these. If, as I said, you do a project for a very small number of customers, the same way you wouldn't want to build a substation or a gate station for 100 or 200 customers, you may not want to try to develop a utility thermal energy network for a very small number because the cost per customer will be very high.
Yeah, that would be my guess. And listening to the temperatures that you were talking about before, you said that the air-to-air heat pumps, the kind that are really popular now, still generate heat at very low temperatures, sometimes below zero, depending on when you bought them. But they tend to be more expensive to operate as the temperature goes down because they're using a lot more electricity, which is a challenge. If you know, a lot of discussion about the heat pump market in Maine, but I think in Maine, the thing that a lot of people don't talk about is there is backup. Most people have boilers, but they run them way less time. Like I have new heat pumps, and the set point at which you drop off and change over to your hydronic heating is much lower. But you said groundwater runs at a consistent 55 degrees, generally speaking, and you were at 42 when the outside temperature was 12.
That's correct. The ground temperature in Framingham is approximately 55, 56 degrees year round. So depending on the time of year and the loads on the systems, we expect to see the temperature range anywhere from about 38 degrees at its lowest to 70 degrees or so at its highest. To your accurate point there, the air source heat pumps have to fight the outside temperatures, and so their efficiency will drop off, especially in those extreme conditions, whereas the ground source heat pumps stay in that nice high efficiency region, which is why you see so much energy savings.
No, I think they're great where you can do them. You need the groundwater, you need the wells. I mean, certainly, and that's what I've been told is that not every community is suitable for this. You need a type of underground geological structure to tap a vein of water with multiple wells that can continually recirculate. The water that you take out goes back, doesn't it?
So I would clarify specifically what we're doing in Framingham is what's called a closed loop system. We are not actually exchanging any groundwater with our system. It is one continuous circuit of pipes that we fill once. Similar to a hydronic baseboard system in a home, it works exactly the same way. We're simply pumping the water in a continuous loop and exchanging heat with the ground, but there's no actual water exchange. There are systems that operate that way, open loop systems. Generally here in the Northeast, our rock characteristics are not very favorable to those. So closed loops are the way that is suggested.
So you're just taking advantage of the below ground temperature to warm the water or to keep it at a temperate level.
That is accurate. We are basically putting a very large radiator down into the ground that is exchanging heat, either putting it in the summer or pulling it out in the winter.
Right. Well, I think that where they're suitable, I think that they're going to always require some level of backup. But again, anything that stops using as much of the fossil fuels, I don't think it gets you in most communities to zero, but I think it gets you way down. So I think it's great that you guys are working on it, and I'm glad that Eversource wasn't one of the companies that pulled the plug on the other project. Thank you. Oh, I don't see anybody else. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Christy Prescott, United Illuminating.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me today. Good afternoon, Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, and other members of the committee. My name is Christy Prescott, and I'm the Director of Wholesale Power Contracts for United Illuminating. And I'm providing comments today on House Bill 6928, an act concerning municipal electric aggregation programs. Thanks for raising this bill today. As you're aware, Connecticut allows for customers to choose either retail suppliers for their electric supply, or the electric distribution companies act as the standard service supplier. UI acts as a pass-through, providing electric supply at prices procured through the PURA authorized standard service procurement plan. UI supports efforts to expand customer choice, but we do caution that the incorporation of municipal aggregation is complex, and the potential advantages and disadvantages should be fully considered before a final program design is made. We do have some specific comments on the currently drafted bill. We are concerned that there could be an increase to standard service prices to those customers remaining on standard service to accommodate the municipal aggregation. as well as consumer protection concerns that might lead to customer confusion. To reduce these impacts, UI believes the following provisions should be included in the municipal aggregation program. In an effort to be brief here, I'll just generally list these points, and I'll note that our testimony goes into more detail. We believe that municipalities should be required to notify the EDCs at least 180 days before submitting an aggregation plan, which would allow for better preparation. We also believe that a 90-day advance notice requirement before a municipality terminates an aggregation program would ensure smoother customer transitions back to standard service. Also, that supplier enrollment for municipal aggregation should be the same process as is followed by retail suppliers when the EDCs transfer customers to the standard service rate. Excuse me, to a rate different than standard service. Also, the incorporation of municipal aggregation into our systems could be complex, require significant administrative cost and time to integrate. UI would require guaranteed cost recovery for such modifications to accommodate municipal aggregation. But some specific considerations include the incorporation of 15-minute interval data. I'll note that the bill proposes the incorporation of 15-minute interval data, and UI's settlement system currently does not use 15-minute interval data. So that would be a challenge for us. We wouldn't be able to meet that. We could possibly incorporate a 60-minute data, but that also would take time and expense to do that. We'll also note that interval data requires interval meters, and UI does not have interval meters in every one of our for every one of our customers, and therefore we would be challenged to meet that for customers in an aggregation without a interval meter. Also, I wanted to just briefly mention hardship customer eligibility. As drafted, hardship customers are not eligible to participate in the municipal aggregation. And we thought that that might lead to unintended discrimination, as hardship customers may be excluded from receiving potential savings available through municipal aggregation. And the last point I wanted to make was that multiple municipalities in an aggregation should be limited to municipalities in the EDC territory, and that two municipalities of different EDC service territories should not be able to combine, as this would possibly result in inefficiencies and cost shifting issues. UI appreciates the opportunity to provide these comments on this bill, and we look forward to providing additional information at your request.
Thank you so much. Anybody have any questions? Representative.
Thank you. You mentioned that it would be hard to collect the interval data. What kind of investments would be required for you to be able to do that?
We would have to make an investment to modify the way our load settlement system integrates and takes in data today. Currently, it's so I think that I'd have to have more time to fully assess the full impact of the cost in time, but I know it would be significant because it would be a complete change to the way we load data today.
Okay, but you did mention that you thought you'd be able to do the 60 minutes?
Yeah, we are looking to incorporate data, and we do have 60-minute interval data currently available, but we have not yet incorporated that into our settlement system. But we were actually, before this bill came out, we've been working on that to potentially start doing that in the future anyway. So that's already something that we're thinking about doing. And so therefore, that's why I was saying if we made that choice, we already have some thoughts about that and are already thinking about trying to incorporate that in the next year or so.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not seeing anybody else. Thank you so much, Christy. Diane Keefe, Connecticut Energy Network.
Thank you, members of the committee, for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Diane Keefe, and I'm a resident of Norwalk, Connecticut. We have a municipal taxing district in Norwalk that has its own electric company. This nonprofit electric company has been able to offer its customers electric rates that are 20% lower than Eversource's rates, not having to provide a rate of return to shareholders. The nonprofit municipal electric district's cost savings flow directly to their customers. Also, they have meticulously focused on providing low-cost power because the commissioners know that many of the residents of the district have low incomes and are energy burdened. They also invested in a commercial scale solar project that gave them an affordable source of power in a long-term contract. This bill would enable, and by the way, I'm testifying in support of HB 6928. This bill would enable all Connecticut municipalities to choose to opt into a municipal electric aggregation program, an MEA, which is also known as a community choice aggregation, CCA, in other states. And these have been established in 8 other states, providing more affordable energy for over 10 million households nationwide and growing, often with a cleaner mix of fuel and lower emissions of greenhouse gases. As the wildfires in California and the droughts in Connecticut have shown, we are entering an increasingly dangerous and volatile period for the climate. Connecticut must act more rapidly to decarbonize its economy. In other states who already have municipal aggregation programs in place, we've seen these entities use their resources to invest more in energy efficiency and clean energy deployment. I favor giving towns and cities the flexibility to opt into this effective way to manage their energy needs and move rapidly toward a clean energy economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so you are one of the few municipals in the state. I've never looked at the bill of a municipal electric company, but I do know that there are substantial differences in terms of some of, carrying the weight of supporting the overall electric grid. And we didn't ask the utilities because it wasn't the right moment about how they feel about a bunch of segmented, adding to it, a bunch of segmented municipal utilities. I think where you have it and where the aggregation, and I don't want to confuse it, by the way, with municipal electric aggregation, that's community buying, where the having a bunch of small municipal utilities and trying to manage transmission and supply and all the other things that are required to maintain the electric grid would complicate things a lot. You're right, there might be savings, but I think that there is a amount of support that the rest of the state provides to the remaining independent municipals who, again, none of them want to join Eversource or United Illuminating, and I don't think there's any pressure to change that. However, segmenting the grid a lot more, I think, would be seriously problematic. But I'm going to let that's my opinion, and I'm going to keep saying that. But if there's anybody else who has any comments, I think Norwalk and Norwich and Groton and Wallingford Public Utilities all do a good job. And I appreciate the fact that they do that. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Diane, thank you so much for coming in and giving testimony or doing it online anyway. It's nice to see you. I do agree that, everybody that I've talked to that has SNU really appreciates and their lower bill. I think that's one of the things that we're talking about here, and doesn't necessarily happen to do with Bill 6928, because I believe this is where we're looking at third party buy-in and not allowing SNU to expand, unfortunately. But one of the things that I wanted to mention is that I think one of the reasons why you end up having such a lower rate there is because there's less of that public benefit charge on that SNU. So I would recommend that maybe you come back and speak when we talk about public benefits. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
May I respond to that last point about the public benefit charge?
You certainly may.
I just wanted to make the point that I understand that this bill enables third-party purchase of power, and the municipal electric companies are somewhat different than that. But my point is to create a variety of structures gives gives municipalities and even groups of renters the opportunity to aggregate their purchasing power and create economies of scale. And I understand Representative Needleman's worries about disaggregating the power grid. But again, in 8 states, a total of 10 million people have been able to do it. So it doesn't disaggregate it so much to remove economies of scale for the utilities. That's number one. And with respect to Representative Mara's concerns about the public benefit, the biggest chunk of the public benefit was a state negotiated deal with Millstone regarding their supply. And in fact, there's been a lot of misinformation about the energy efficiency programs as if they should be eliminated. And they are a huge part of that public benefit charge, which actually has a multiplier effect and saves so much more money than it provides, that in fact the public benefit charge should be increased, in my view, in order to enable economies of scale for energy efficiency instead of being so concerned about the supply of energy. We use way too much energy for things that we don't need to. So I hope that you will not misinterpret my testimony, giving the example of the historic public taxing district rights as what I consider to be an anachronism, that historically Norwalk had these districts and they were able to only in a small way do aggregation for public power. And I think that community source aggregation, in defining its community more broadly than just a municipality, is a great innovation, and other states have made it successful. So I hope you will consider that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. No, and my comment was really more that part of the decrease that you see with your South Norwalk electric is the fact that you don't pay public benefit there. So I think that's something that we probably need to talk about as in this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Excuse me for chewing. Swallow. Representative Buckby. You have something to say, or are you just filling for me? Next time I'll chew even faster. Seeing no other comments, again, thank you for your testimony today. Next up, John Erlinghauser from AARP.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Erlinghauser. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP in Connecticut, and I'm going to spare you from reading my testimony because, frankly, I forgot my glasses, so I couldn't read it if I wanted to. I do feel, I'm good, Representative Buckby. I do feel like sometimes, particularly in a hearing like today, I'll be the onion in the petunia patch because so many good people are testifying in favor of raised bill 6928, but we are here to oppose such bill. And I'll give you some of the reasons why, and mostly I'll stick to kind of comments that I have regarding testimony that's already been given. And one thing, one of the first proponents of the bill talked about the fact that there can be no guarantee that over the course of the contract that the municipality or municipalities get into with the aggregator will be lower than standard service, which is absolutely right, because as we know, standard service changes twice a year, January and July. And I think it's not accurate to say that, well, so let's talk about comparing to other states as an example. We have the strongest consumer protections of any state that has restructured their market. It's mostly because of some of the folks in this room and some of the advocates that have been fighting for the last several years to get those protections. So, you know, there are consumer councils, for example, in other states that favor this, and they favor it because their customers don't have the ability to be protected from the predatory suppliers that exist in their states, as opposed to what we've done in Connecticut. And then several years ago, we worked in Connecticut to change the way standard service was procured for the utilities, which, by the way, it's a pass-through cost. They make no money on it. but we changed the law to make it one of the strongest laws to ensure that we get the best rate for customers who are on standard service. There are also green options that individuals can go into right now in standard service. You heard Claire Coleman, our consumer counsel, state that there are even better rates out there today. And AARP, some of you might be surprised to know, do presentations to help people learn how to navigate the market and get the better rate, which we feel comfortable doing because of all the consumer protections we built into the market. But the biggest concern we have is that I think it's not accurate to brush aside the notion that this will have no impact on standard service. And I'll take the UI market as an example. If the notion of economies of scale is a real thing. There is also something called a risk premium built into purchasing standard service, which means that they have to be able to have the ability to take all customers at all times. So whether it's an individual who chooses a supplier on their own or a group of residents that were aggregated, standard service always has to have the ability to accommodate those customers who choose to go back to the standard service. And that causes there to be a risk premium, which would increase, not to mention the fact that we can't discount the fact that diluting the standard service dilutes the purchasing power, which would also raise the rates. I mean, those are just, basic facts. And so, we have a major concern with all that. And just, finally, I'd like to just say that, we don't, question motives here, but the fact of the matter is, this is just not the right thing to do at this time when people are worried about rates. This will disrupt the system even more. And, I call it Erlinghauser's rule number 1 of utilities is to not try to solve a problem by making it worse, which frequently in the 20 plus years I've been working on utilities legislation, either, mostly unintentionally, that is what tends to happen. I'd be happy to answer questions and go into any detail more specifically about why we have opposition to this and major concerns. Let me just say one more thing. We did survey. The biggest concern that folks have, and this was mentioned earlier, is that switching people's electric supplier without the prior written consent. We polled on that, and nearly 90% of the folks oppose that. And we can talk about public education. We've done so much public education about navigating the system, and until we put the consumer protections in, it didn't matter. So you could have all the campaigns you want. When a municipal body makes a decision to get in one of these situations, people are still not going to know, they're still not going to understand, and they're going to still find out that their supplier was switched and not be aware of it until they get their bill. So, those are just some of the concerns we have, and I'll be happy to answer any questions and to go into more detail.
Thank you, John. And I really do appreciate it. And I've actually come to appreciate more in my years here, the incredible advocacy work that you and AARP have done, because especially on this issue, but on so many issues, because one of the principal groups that was a victim of very predatory practices were seniors. And some of the stories were horrific. I had a condo that my son had lived in, and we moved an 87-year-old into it. She needed a place. It was an old style heat pump in the unit. And before I changed it, she was seeing very high because it had resistance heat in it during the winter. She opted to go to a third-party supplier prior to the changes that we made. And all of the money that she thought she saved in the first 12 months, when the contract expired, she gave it back times 2 or 3 in the 13th month. And I'm really proud of the work that we've done and that the General Assembly has done with support from different advocacy groups, reminding us how difficult it can be when you're either older or English is not your primary language. And the sales practices were pretty awful to those groups. I think we fixed a lot of it. And, again, we revisit a lot of issues repetitively here. As a municipal CEO, I've learned that there's no free lunch, and I'm not sure that one town's gain is not another town's loss. And that was kind of where I was going, even with the municipal electric companies. There's a price to be paid, there's a cost shift, and I'm not sure that just blanket saying we wiped out the ROE for utility. Every public utility, be it municipal or investor owned, needs to have an ROE to improve the grid and support the grid. So that's why we need a good regulator. But
I appreciate those comments, Senator Needleman. I'll just say, people keep saying, look to Massachusetts. I mean, the current governor of Massachusetts was the Attorney General and spent most of the entire time in her tenure as Attorney General trying to do away with the retail supply market for residential customers because of all the problems that existed, like the ones that you've mentioned. And so it doesn't surprise me that, for example, the Consumer Advocate or others, do a good deal. And I just want to comment on this. They may be getting a better deal in, let's say, Boston than the standard service. But if you denigrate the standard service to an extent that it causes that cost to go up and you're getting a better deal on the aggregation, are we really saving anything? You're actually all paying more now and you just don't know it. And that's the thing that troubles me the most, is because then you could give the illusion of saving money on your supply when you're actually not, because the benchmark, which we have in Connecticut, which is very, very strong, it's how we determine as a residential customer like myself, who finally went into the market after all of our work. I know whether or not I'm getting a deal. I know whether I'm getting a deal because we have the strong benchmark. I know whether or not I'm getting a deal because of the strong on-bill protections that we've done that tell me that. In other places, it's not the same thing. They're not apples to apples comparisons. And, so anyhow, I'm proud of the work that we've all done together on that. And I think we shouldn't tip the apple cart over at this point.
thank you, John. And I do want to say that in my multiple attempts at a cursory analysis and maybe a little bit more in-depth analysis, actually believe that unless you're the kind of buyer of electricity that's going to really pay attention, historic numbers since deregulation over 20 years, the standard service is still probably the best deal out there.
We had that one glitch in the last year or two, but other than that, particularly since we reformed how we purchase standard service, it's been a good deal. And the Consumer Council, all the way up until that glitch, and since it showed that more people were saving, than not, unless you do due diligence, and there's a lot of due diligence you have to do. Not everybody has a department, that they can have purchase power for them and monitor it on a daily business, like a large manufacturer or like a municipality or a large city. And so again, we just think this would be moving us into the wrong direction for ratepayers.
Well, again, thank you for everything, John, and really appreciate all the hard work you do.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. John, thank you as always for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Let's play devil's advocate for a minute. And I share with you pride in how Connecticut has changed its protections for consumers to counter the various kind of third-party shenanigans we saw when we first were looking at third-party suppliers. I would actually use that, though, as an indication that we're capable of imposing rigorous standards. Why couldn't we, let's say we had an opt-out instead of an opt-in, why couldn't we apply a lot of the standards that we have worked so hard to engineer to make work for citizens in the state of Connecticut and apply it to this instance? Why couldn't we just emulate the kind of structures that we've already put in place and just apply it to this context?
So I think you might be able to, but that still doesn't address the issues that I have with the stable option under standard service and the degradation of it that you would have by both the increase in risk premium and the dilution of the pool of customers. And so if we're all paying, you know, it's kind of, I use this analogy, analogy, my boss sometimes get mad at me, but you know, again, if the standard offer is no longer stable, when we began the deregulated market, standard service was not a good option. It was a very inflated option for a lot of reasons. I think initially a lot of it was to drive people into the third party market, and it wasn't a good benchmark. So people were saving money left and right. So they thought, because they weren't getting a good deal on the other side of the equation. When we fixed that problem, then you would stop seeing this, I'm saving 30 or 40 or 50%, but because you were never really saving it in the first place, we leveled the playing field and gave people that benchmark. And then if a supplier could come in and give you a better deal, you were getting it. So that's a whole separate issue from the, I'm coming to your door and I'm going to guarantee you that you're always going to save money, but I'm not going to tell you about the balloon payment or the variable rate or the $500 cancellation fee. And by the way, you know, you're not buying gasoline when you get your bill. You've already used the electricity, so you have to pay it regardless, and you're on the hook and all of these things so there's really two separate baskets of problems. I mean, there's the consumer protections, which you might be able to get around. What I have a hard time is getting around the stable standard service and what this will do to them. And just take me as a customer. If you move Bridgeport and New Haven from UI, which is only 20% of the residential market in the state of Connecticut for standard service, and you leave me in Derby, who's on the UI, and I don't get into this situation, my standard service would go up significantly based on how I've learned the market over the last 20 years. So, you know, I have major concerns with that. And I think most people would. And again, one possible way to get over the changing supply would be, you know, if they held a referendum in the town potentially. So people were upfront knowing what they were getting into. So it would be a level playing field and not a committee or the town council that 95% of the people in town don't know what is actually happening at. You know, there are ways to get around some of the things. The degradation of standard service is my biggest concern of all of them, though.
Thank you for how thoughtful you've been in all this. And I even like some of your creative suggestions as if we're going to go down that path, we better make sure we have those kind of adequate protections. You know, the reason we're talking about this is that we're looking at all the above. We're trying to consider ways to help ratepayers find relief, and the sort of stable circumstances that you alluded to may or may not be in our future. And if people have choices, we think we're helping them. But as you say, choices without adequate caveat emptors and other factors are potentially false choices.
You know, when I peel through the onion, and I've often had discussions and meaningful and well-intentioned discussions with proponents of this over the years, I have yet to see, you know, they talk about, well, we don't see any evidence of the fact that this will harm standard service. I haven't yet to see any real evidence of it saving money when you're in a market like Connecticut, because none of the deregulate, I mean, you could say there are only two forms of CCA or municipal aggregation that are actually being used in the states that have it. But what you can't say is that the standard, that the deregulated market structures in each one of those states are the same, not in terms of how we procure, not in terms of how long the procurements are for, whether they're laddered or they're not laddered, whether or not, you know, we have consumer protections in the retail market, you know, how do we do it for commercial industrial customers, you know, none of that is identical from state to state. And so you can't, it's very hard to make those comparisons.
Yet it is our obligation to try.
Absolutely.
And
No,
we do
no
want
worse for
something
trying.
if we were to go forward, which would fit Connecticut, and that, to your point, without backtracking on the protections that we are so proud of having provided to our ratepayers. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You know, you and I have had many discussions on some of these topics, and some we agree wholeheartedly, and some, as the good chairs and yourself are on one side and I'm on the other. I think the variable rate, for example, I think is when done properly is a great idea, and it has been done 15, 20 years ago, was done really well by some people, and then some bad players came in and ruined the market for it. But I like what you mentioned too about 90+% of the populace of AARP would not be in support of this and changing. And it brings me back to the old slamming days, right? When people came to your door and told you about energy and how much they could save you. And let me just see your bill. And they'd write down your number and they'd slam you. You were taken over to their service, whether you wanted it or not. And this almost feels like, in some ways, like government slamming in some ways, from the municipal side, and telling you that you have to opt in, you have to do this. That concerns me, and that comes back to the education. But as these are aggregators who are selling and pitching their rates and their method to the municipalities, it's really not much different than anybody else coming in to do that and pitch that, because towns can do it now as an opt-in if people would like to do so. Has AARP ever thought about being an aggregator to what this is?
No, it's not our line. I mean, first of all, I work on the nonprofit 501c4. I would have no say in whether we had a product or service. I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of our products and services. Everybody looks at AARP and says we're an insurance company. When I had to get my mother in her 70s onto Medicare, I called Choices. So there's a plug for the Choices agency, because I couldn't tell you the first thing about Medicare or Medicare enrollment. But that wouldn't be, I don't think that would be something that the products and services folks would ever get involved in, particularly because of the limited number of states in which things are deregulated and how the market is different in every state. So anyhow.
I thought you would say that, and I'm glad you did, because that brings me back to the same concept. This is a group speaking on behalf of someone. I think if there is someone who is dedicated to that in the municipality that is watching it daily, as you mentioned, corporations or industrial, commercial jobs, I think individuals are capable of doing so, and that's why the option is there. And I'm a wholehearted belief that people should have that option, should have the ability to go and make that choice for themselves. But in the same breath, if AARP, who stands for seniors more than any other organization, doesn't want to step in and be an aggregator, then why are we having this go into a municipality that's going to change? And multiple municipalities are going to change leadership on an ongoing basis. Things will change. I think our seniors were targeted quite a bit, but I think, quite frankly, our seniors are some of the smartest people we have in the consumer field, and they need to be treated as such. Sure. And I think taking this basically a government slamming, to me, that's how I still see it. I'd love to see it otherwise. I love the concept is so pretty in what it is, but it's also by forcing people to make that change. That's where I have the issue. And I think that's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah. So let me, that's pretty much right. And when you go back to the market before a lot of the protections went in, suppliers would often come and testify that, hey, we do our due diligence. We send notice after this, and we get this notice and that notice and all these things that happen. And yet still people were getting bills that were quadruple on the supply side, what they normally were paying in spite of the notices. And they're smart. People try to do their due diligence, but sometimes life catches up with them, and there's circumstances that are beyond their control, and they may miss a notice. The notice may not go to them; it may go to their child. And I mean, there's all kinds of things that take place, and so that's why kind of we made the suggestion, because if for those of you who've been around a long time, when Governor Malloy wanted to take everybody and sell all residential customers and do away with standard service altogether and put them into the market, we opposed that. One of the main reasons was because it took away people's right to be able to choose which supplier they go to, because they were going to be auctioned off to individual suppliers without their choice of which one. And they were going to also, no, not laughing at anyone in particular in here. one of my genteel colleagues, but at the same time, we said that people should have the right to say yes or no. And that would be like, for example, I know at one point back in Chicago, when they did a municipal aggregation, they took a municipal vote of the residents of the city and gave them the ability to say whether this was an arrangement they should go into or not, because then that's a fair deal, right? I mean, there's a campaign. You guys all run for election, there's a campaign. The people put out the pros and cons on both sides. They give them the information. People are forced to kind of pay attention to the situation. And then we make a decision. And then it's up to the town fathers and mothers as to whether or not, how the actual arrangement takes place. But at least the residents of the town have some sort of say in it.
And I think I appreciate exactly how you said that, because right now they do have a say in it. they could opt to do this. They could choose to do this now, and by forcing their hand, I think it's tough. I think it becomes a tougher sales market for the bad players in the game to want to jump back into that. And sadly, a lot of our suppliers were chased out of the state, but hopefully we can see some show more good efforts like your good colleague here than a lot of people that show some good efforts in doing things properly in the state. Hopefully we see some more of those come back into Connecticut and bring this market back to where it needs to be. But I really want to thank you for your, not only your testimony today, but your overall advocacy for with AARP and even when we disagree, I love having those conversations. So I thank you for that.
We have no permanent friends and no permanent enemies.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'll just say that I'll argue with you. I do not believe that seniors have the market covered on not paying attention. I think all consumers are perfectly capable of that.
We've had this go back and forth before when it comes to that, and that's part of the reason, Representative Steinberg and Mr. Chairman, that we created the, what you need to know about your electric choices presentation, because we do go out and we do educate folks about the market and how to navigate it. And it's complicated, and it's not set it and forget it. And so there's work to be done, and it just kind of adds on. So anyhow. We take suggestions as much as we give them.
Yeah, you always have. Thank you, John. Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
A lot to think about. Next up is Cody Hooven from Evolution Affairs. That sounds like an interesting company right there. Followed by John Holtz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Cody Hooven, and I do have an interesting company name, Evolution Affairs. Excuse me. I am the principal and co-founder of the company. We are a woman-owned small business supporting government agencies, nonprofits, and businesses to achieve ambitious climate and energy policy. So happy to be here. I'm also here to encourage support for HB 6928. As Peter Millman mentioned earlier, commenter earlier, I also led the study and formation and launch of San Diego Community Power, a municipal aggregator, CCA, as we call them here, serving nearly 1 million customers in California. I have many lessons learned to share with you. And I will note the customers here, since this has been a topic of conversation, the customers that have remained with our investor-owned utility and not opted in to our municipal aggregator have not seen their costs increase as a result, and even our utility does not claim that that's been a problem. So happy to talk further about that. I do appreciate the discussion and hearing more about your energy landscape, and particularly impressed by your consumer protections efforts over the years. By now, there's 10 states with some form of municipal aggregation enabled, ranging from a more narrow program, which you've heard about, strictly procurement only, to the newer models that we're talking about in California and New Hampshire. Those newer models provide what I call kind of wraparound support. So not just procurement, but community engagement and programming based on the needs of the communities that they serve. There's also numerous reports from reputable organizations, including the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, UCLA, Lean Energy, capturing plenty of data highlighting the success of municipal aggregation. So enabling legislation, the programs themselves have all come out of a desire from the community to see alternatives to monopoly or retail choice structure that they're in. And that drumbeat, as we all know, is even louder now with the concerns of families and businesses across the country talking about affordability. For the concerns raised here and those that will be raised, I have yet to hear brand new concerns that haven't come up in previous iterations of these programs. They're good questions, and I think it's your duty to ask them. I just want to emphasize that there are best practices from across the country and different programs that you could draw from and even improve upon to make Connecticut the gold standard for this type of program. Nearly all the concerns raised, actually all the concerns raised today and those in other places that I work, also apply to the investor-owned structure and to retail markets already. So none of these concerns, for example, cost shifting, those are not new to a municipal aggregation program. Those are already things that PURA deals with, that every regulatory agency deals with and that the energy markets are already responding to. That's to say, none of these issues are things that can't be solved. I noted best practices in my written testimony. For the sake of time, I will not go through those now, but happy to discuss them. When competition is introduced into a market, consumers win. And municipal aggregation ensures that customers have these protections in place that you've already fought so hard for. And it allows the communities where these aggregators exist to benefit from additional programs, transparency from a public agency running these initiatives, and really maintaining choice for consumers, which is a very foundational principle in our country. So I urge you to move this bill forward and trust your experts and those of us willing to lend support to ensure that you be successful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. You seem to have done a fair bit of analysis of the different models that are available across the country. You've heard the point made that Connecticut is different, not only in terms of our consumer protections, but the size of the state, its distribution and the like. I'm sure these models would apply differently to different states. Do you have a sense about which of these models in any of the states might be most applicable to a state like Connecticut?
Yes, thanks for the question. I think New Hampshire is a really good model for you all to look at for a variety of reasons. The proximity to you is similar in structure, and the markets are similar. Every jurisdiction has different and unique considerations, but again, nothing is new in the energy market. It's just unique issues locally to be worked out and solved through either your regulatory process or in the legislation itself. And some things are just navigated through the aggregator once it's formed. Again, every aggregator that I've seen takes into account the desires of the communities that they're serving, and those are different, and that should be addressed as well.
You mentioned New Hampshire is the model that might be most appropriate for Connecticut to consider. Some also would say that along the continuum of different models, that it's the perhaps the most radical, and that it's more vertically integrated than some, more divorced from the existing utility structure. Why would that be more appropriate for Connecticut?
It's based on my experience that, again, these programs, and radical is an interesting description. I kind of like that. But really, I think it's serving the needs of the communities versus just doing a simple procurement model. Both work, both have been successful and are successful across the country in the different states where they operate. The New Hampshire model built off the California model and is going a step further than simple procurement of power into really leaning into the benefit of aggregating, aside from economies of scale, is addressing broader community interests. So for example, they're able to build up excess revenue in these programs and then invest those back into the communities, depending on what their communities want, whether it's could be EV incentives, it could be rooftop solar incentives, it could be just rate stabilization or rate decreases. There's different programmings that you could offer to the communities that you're serving if you do the New Hampshire type model.
Hear that, and I'm particularly attracted to the idea of rate stabilization, which is something that when you have a volatile marketplace is particularly valuable to consumers. But we'd appreciate anything you can provide us, particularly by way of data on how other states have operated, so we can really get a fix on this.
Happy to. Thank you.
I see Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. To that line of questioning about which models might be most applicable or best to apply here, I actually am interested. Could you kind of give an overview of some of the best practices in general, not necessarily to one particular model, but just best practices overall? Thank you.
Sure. So I listed several in my written testimony. One, which you have in the draft legislation in front of you, is enabling joint power agencies. So it's not requiring individual municipalities to operate this program on their own, allowing them to aggregate with other municipalities. it provides economies of scale as well as distinct a separation, sorry, that's what I'm looking for, a separation from the locality, their general fund. It's a risk management that separates the operations from the in-house general funds of local municipalities. It's a very widely used best practice. We talked about kind of the New Hampshire model already. I mentioned that in my letter. Data sharing is also another best practice that we've learned and evolved over time from the earliest of these aggregator models to now. The incumbent utilities have control over all the consumer data around energy currently. And so when you form a new entity, there has to be a transparent and accurate and timely sharing of data. And that could be both written into the legislation and further described and required or through the regulatory process. It's incredibly important. The timeliness of program approval is another one. So when an aggregator decides to form, they submit to PURA in this case for approvals. Sometimes I've seen that in other states take a long time, whether it's just lack of familiarity or lack of deadlines. And these markets are dynamic markets, so trying to plan an entrance when you don't know when you'll be approved can be a problem. Consumer protections is another best practice. Again, Connecticut has leading the way in that, so just ensuring that those protections are followed in a municipal aggregation program is good. I could stop there, but happy to talk about others.
That's a great overview. Thank you.
Your Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for for your testimony. So my question, being that I'm a representative in the city of Hartford, the majority of the folks here in Hartford, first of all, there's a low home ownership, a very low percentage of home ownership, but more specifically, we have a tremendous amount of renters. So my question to you is, what are the positive and or unintended negative effects of having such a resource or generation for the general population?
So I can give you a local example to me in San Diego when we were looking at studying this model and whether we should form or not. We also have a large population of lower income, high rental potential customers. And we wanted to make sure that those customers were served equally in whatever new agency was formed and that they had a voice in this new agency. I think you all are pretty familiar, but the typical PURA engagement customers, especially working families, they're not able to participate in what's essentially a quasi, it's a legal environment. You essentially have to have an attorney to even participate in those proceedings. One benefit of these municipal aggregators is they function more like a local government where they have transparent public meetings that are essentially in plain English, so to speak. So we really, going back to my example, we wanted to make sure that consumers were benefited. We also initially launched a study where we went out into the communities and asked across the board, homeowners, renters, different income populations, et cetera, what it is that they needed to benefit them from an energy perspective, and then built programs around that.
Thank you. And I just have one more question, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, I'm not sure if you already mentioned it or if anyone else testify on this. I had to step out for another meeting, but you know, I'm supportive of this, but I'd like to know, where will we get the funding for this? Will it be through the public benefit charges? Would it be through the community investment funds? Is there any type of research on this as far as the funding?
Yeah, and that's something I'd be happy to look into further. Typically, municipal aggregators start up with a relatively small amount of startup costs. Some borrow some of those from the local municipality. Some, in my case, we, excuse me, secured a bank loan from a bank that's very familiar with clean energy and this type of model. And then within about 2 years of launch, we have paid them back because you immediately, as soon as you begin serving customers, you're bringing revenue back into the organization. And that not only pays off your loans and your startup costs, in our case, I paid off the small amount of money that the local municipalities put in to feasibility studies and staff time, and bank loans were all paid off pretty quickly.
So you're talking about bank loans. So is this for profit?
No. It would be a municipal organization or a joint powers agency.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Just checking to see if anybody else. Seeing no one else, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And next up, we have John Holtz from NRG Energy.
Good afternoon, Chair Steinberg and Ranking Member Mara and members of the committee. And I'm John Holtz from NRG Energy, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 6928. But I also like to start off with thanking Representative Buckby for his compliment to our generation. As smart consumers, I'm 66 and a member of the AARP. Energy affordability is top of mind for everyone these days. We've heard that throughout the testimony today. And we applaud the legislature for taking steps to give electricity customers in Connecticut a third option for getting the best deal for their energy needs. You've got standard service, retail choice, and this bill would allow for a community choice. NRG retail affiliates have served more than 100 community choice aggregation programs over the last 2 decades plus, and in all the states where the options are available. And that spans from small villages to the city of Boston that we're currently serving in Massachusetts. And we can tell you firsthand that community choice aggregation works. And, at its core, the CCA towns leverage the collective buying power of all their residents to get the best deals. That's very similar to what AARP does. They leverage the collective buying power of their 38 million members to get the best deal on a myriad of services. So the AARP is structured in a similar to a CCA. Anyway, let me get back to my testimony. Let me highlight several reasons why Connecticut should adopt community choice aggregation. First of all, community choice aggregation is built on transparency and trust. CCA is a very open, public, and informed process from the beginning to the end. Local elected officials meet, they adopt an ordinance to authorize a program. There's public meetings, public hearings for residents to participate in. The residents get informational materials every step of the way. The supplier, the pricing, the products are selected through a public bid process. Under this bill, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority would review program plans and approve all customer communications. Participation in community choice aggregation is entirely voluntary. Customers can choose whether or not to participate, as well as which products they want to subscribe to. Customers are not forced to participate in a community choice aggregation program. They can come and go as they want. Community choice aggregation programs are self-funded. A recent question was asked on that. There's no burden on local budgets, no tax on local residents, nor any cost to ratepayers. Community choice aggregation ensures consumer protection. There's no intrusive sales channels like door-to-door or telemarketing. The local officials vet the contracts and the suppliers. And of course, as I said, Pura has oversight here. And just the 2 last points I'd like to make. Community choice aggregation can help Connecticut achieve its decarbonization goals. The scale of the number of customers participating in programs can become like a climate action marketplace for mass adoption of clean and smart energy technology. Let me just sum it up and leave you with this thought. There are about 11 million customers across the United States participating in community choice aggregation in some 1,400 communities. I'm not aware of a single state legislator, a public utility commission, a local mayor, or even a group of customers who would want their CCA to go away. That's a pretty good endorsement. Thank you for listening. And we submitted written testimony, which has a little more detail.
Thank you. You seem quite optimistic about the prospects for applying this here in Connecticut, but you've heard some of the concerns expressed by those testifying before you. How would you respond about concerns for consumers or the potential that this would not necessarily result in any substantive savings for ratepayers within the network?
Thank you for the question. You know, there was some concern raised about the impact to standard service. And as I read the bill, there's provision in there to protect the integrity of standard service. As I recall, the structure coordinates the CCA programs with the standard service procurement cycle. For one thing, it requires the municipalities to notify the utilities at some point in advance of the procurement cycle so that they can accommodate that in their RFPs for bids. And then also that the CCA programs can only be launched in January and July in coordination with the changes in the standard service. And that's what's happening over in Massachusetts. You asked earlier, Chair Steinberg, about, you know, what's the best model. I would argue that the Massachusetts program is the best model. Here's a couple stats just to tell you that that's true. There's almost 200 communities now in Massachusetts in CCA programs, more than 2 million customers participating. So it must be working well. And there, you know, to make a comparison to Connecticut, like Connecticut, they've got a, you know, twice a year change adjustment to their basic offers. It's called their default service, twice a year procurement cycle, large cities, small villages. There's a lot of similarity between Connecticut and Massachusetts.
Thank you for that. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for, another perspective and experience with this. Two things. One, you said something about being self-funded. Are you aware of like our Connecticut Green Bank? Is that part of the equation? When you talk about self-funded but not impact on ratepayers, what exactly are you referring to?
Yeah, when I talk about it being self-funded, they create a revenue stream from an adder on the per kilowatt hour rate, and it's like a fraction of a penny, but of course with usage it adds up, and all, that serves a couple of purposes. One, it covers all the administrative costs, particularly if a municipality is using a consultant or aggregator, as they're also known, but also allows them to invest in other energy-related products or renewable products. Boy, you know what a really good example to look to would be, and you should hear from the city of Cambridge in Massachusetts. They've been able to leverage their program to build a large utility scale solar power plant in the city that city residents are benefiting from. That all happened because of the structure and the adder on their program.
Got it. And so maybe to Representative Sanchez's questions around like large dense renter population and how they would be investing in, especially if they wanted like Cambridge to increase renewable energy projects within the community and benefit from that renewable energy aggregate, supply chain. I'm just wondering how Connecticut can leverage some of the resources that are already available to accelerate those efforts in cities like Hartford.
That's a good question, and should be part of the dialogue and discussion to develop the programs to make sure you avail yourselves of all resources. But to that, can I just go back to that Cambridge example and apartments, as Representative Sanchez brought up, that you know, apartment dwellers can't put solar panels on their roof. So this community solar program, that power that's going back to the grid is going back to the grid on their behalf and coming off their bills.
Okay, that's helpful. And one more question through you, Mr. Chair. You said that it's entirely voluntary. In the experience that you've cited across these different states, are some of those opt-in or are they all opt-out?
They're opt-out programs.
Thank you. I think that's it.
But just a preface, and I think somebody else mentioned it, it's opt-out for the cost savings or the guaranteed savings offers. If there's something more expensive, like a 100% renewable product or a smart thermostat program or whatever the city might decide to do or the village might decide to do, those are opt-in. So if it costs more, they have to opt in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Let me just check to make sure we've got everybody covered. And apparently we do. Thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. And feel free to stay engaged as we try to wrestle with this one.
Thank you too. Take care.
Thank you. Next up, we have Samantha Dynowski from Sierra Club. And is Paul going to join you or can we go separate? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter, and on behalf of our 30,000 members and supporters, thank you, Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify on bills before you today. I have submitted testimony on 5 bills, and I will focus my remarks on just 2 of those bills. The first is House Bill 6929 regarding thermal energy networks. As we've heard today, thermal energy networks are an incredibly exciting technological breakthrough that take highly efficient geothermal heating and cooling and deliver it at a neighborhood scale. The approach has so many benefits, including lower operating costs for heating and cooling, higher resiliency, lower impacts on the grid, access, especially for low-income residents and renters, and a reduction in health and climate-harming pollution. Folks might not know, but heating, in particular in Connecticut, is responsible in buildings, commercial and residential, is responsible for 30% of the greenhouse gases produced here in the state, and a really kind of astonishing 23% of NOx emissions. That's more than 8 times more than all the power plants combined. So, you know, reducing emissions from heating in buildings is really important for both climate and health. You know, and as heat is the most deadly extreme weather, and we're seeing an increase in longer summers and climate change driven heat waves, access to cooling is needed more and more, especially for vulnerable populations. And network geothermal, thermal energy networks provide benefits on both heating and cooling for us. The bill before you today, we are excited about, is an important step in the right direction, but we do have recommendations we think will improve the bill. And the recommendations we have are: 1, it is a grant program with no funding. It's kind of hard to make progress with no funding there. So to fund the program, and to include language that will ensure other stakeholders besides utilities can access that program. We know stakeholders like municipalities may be interested, want to make sure that it's clear that a variety of stakeholders can access it. And regarding the utilities, we heard today that there is a need to establish that utilities, both gas and electric, can own and operate thermal energy networks. We think that's important to include in this bill. We also think, based on the experience of other states, that requiring the utility companies to submit pilot thermal energy network projects to PURA for consideration and review will really help make sure that we do have active projects coming up and being considered. And finally, one thing that PURA could do to get TENS pilots underway is to fund them and with gas pipeline replacement funds. So by not using the funds to replace gas pipelines, but using them to provide a thermal energy network is a way that through PURA, those programs could take off. And I heard the bell, so I will stop there.
Just to be clear, when you talk about repurposing funds from the pipeline, what are those funds typically used for? Maintenance, upgrades, things of that nature?
Yeah, so pipelines are replaced on a regular basis. We have a very aging pipeline network. We know from the New York, analyzing some of the New York utility filings that, routine pipeline replacement can cost between $1 and $8 million a mile. And so in places where it's appropriate for a thermal energy network, a dense neighborhood that has different building types that can be served on a network, where there might be a need to replace the pipelines, that's the perfect place for the utility to offer a pilot and submit one to PURA to be able to do a thermal energy network rather than the costly pipeline replacement.
I just want to understand, because as much as I'm supportive of renewable energy and eventually transitioning away from fossil fuels, for the near term, we are going to be dependent to a large degree on fossil fuels. So you're saying this only happens at sort of the inflection point where the utility and the people involved have to choose between upgrading, replacing, or going a different route through a network. This would not by any means endanger the safety or the reliability of those pipelines.
No, not at all. Pipeline replacement for hazardous pipelines is required to immediately happen, especially if it's a potential explosion. This would just be, as you think about this bill and pilots that could be submitted by the utilities, you'd want them to be thinking about what are the logical places, and logical places are locations where there may be in the next 5 or so years a plan to replace all the pipes in that neighborhood. A chance to relook at it and think about whether that neighborhood is appropriate for a thermal energy network.
Thank you for that, because as you heard me when I was talking with the person from Eversource, the ability to identify opportunity areas is very important. So this is just another consideration we might enter into this when we try to identify opportunity areas for a network.
And I think particularly having in statute, as Eversource noted, that they have permission to own and operate thermal energy networks, both the gas and electric utility companies are important, so that there isn't a question of that. And also allowing them to potentially use the pipeline replacement funds if there is a program submitted to PURA means that there's no question.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? If not, Sam, thank you for your testimony today. We will look at your testimony on the other bills as well.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Paul Stoltz, followed by Connor Kaitis. I had to pronounce that last time, and I think I would have gotten it by now, but maybe I will eventually. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. I'm from New Milford, and shout out to Representative Piscopo today and everybody else for that matter. I'm here representing in favor of HB 6928. I want to focus my attention on the CCA, which is associated with California. I will spotlight the many success stories from what California Cal CCA has achieved. What is remarkable within these community members is when they join forces is they actually have a voice in determining the means in which they save on energy, while also creating choices that reflect their values. This particularly interests me in that these choices can drive renewable energy options for enduring environmental impact. Think about within your own families, or your own kids having a natural pipeline within our own towns. When renewable options can be so much less intrusive, with so much involved with the betterment of our society. In fact, in 2024, 90.5% of all new energy produced in the United States were renewables, with the bulk of that being solar at 81.5%. For starters, since CCA adoption in California, the state has contracted for more than 18 gigawatts of new solar, wind, energy storage, and geothermal through long-term purchase power agreements with terms of 10 years or more. This tells you that these programs are very, very sustainable. Cal CCA has $37 billion committed to build and operate clean energy resources. This will culminate in 36,000 jobs too as well. Cal CCA was formed in 2016 by 6 CCAs. Today it has 25, with projected others coming about. The member growth is now serving 14 million people, serving 200 cities and counties. Beyond that of California, enormous success from the CCA in New Hampshire. The CPC New Hampshire has 62 plus municipalities contracting for energy, in which 22% of that is now renewables. None of us ever would have predicted the devastating destruction with hurricane, flood events, and wildfires just within the last 3 years. What really is what I would consider to be the 800-pound gorilla in the room is Forbes is predicting climate-related costs being $38 trillion every year within 25 years. This is now bigger than the annual GDP in the United States. I please urge this committee to take the HB 6928 very seriously and adopt it into our state. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned at the beginning that you could recount any number of successes. Could you give us an example or two?
Yeah, just a few of the successes were in Humboldt County, for instance. They created a total renewable energy multi-customer microgrid that is now fully operational. This microgrid provides energy resilience for a regional airport and the U.S. Coast Guard station. Also, in the sense of what was created in the sense of destructive fires, Redwood Coast Energy Authority created a mobile solar and battery trailer that can track fire activities for the Southern Fire Chief Association. This is supporting 17 fire agencies. There are a remarkable amount of other success stories that are just associated with California. And really, in my written testimony that I submitted to the group, thank you very much for asking the question, sir. I cite where all of that information comes from.
Thank you. You mentioned your example. Do you have examples where there was a substantive reduction in actual rates?
No, I do not. I did not really probe that. My focus is really kind of what I consider to be the 800-pound gorilla, in that, like, I'm a senior. I am now involved in trying to understand the betterment of what energy can be for not only for today, but for the future. So I focus my attention more along the lines of what our country is all about fast forward as we start to deal with problems of this magnitude.
Well, thank you. Please let us know when you figure out what this country is all. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony, Paul. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Connor, followed by Kendall Keelan.
Thank you, and forgive my Lithuanian heritage. I know my last name's a little tricky to pronounce. My name is Connor Ikaitis. I'm the Deputy Director for the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of HB 6929, which will require DEEP to establish Thermal Energy Network Grant and Loan Program to provide funding for the development of thermal energy networks. While I will be focusing on this bill, I do want to note that CTLCV is also supporting HB 6928, the Municipal electrical aggregate programs. And you will later hear from our Executive Director, Lori Brown, in support of SB 1292 concerning energy efficiency for data centers. Thermal energy networks, known as TENS, are modern, efficient systems that deliver climate-friendly heating and cooling on a community scale. Instead of burning fossil fuels, TENS use underground infrastructure to transfer and store thermal energy, enabling buildings to share heating and cooling resources. And they provide a number of benefits. We've got lower pollution, cost savings, local jobs, improved health, equitable access, and reliable cooling. In order to fund these programs, we would encourage that you look at potentially bonding funding, as it is a one-time capital investment that would yield, long-term environmental and economic benefits. We do have some proposed amendments for this legislation, including authorizing utilities to own and operate TENS, require utility pilot proposals, and ensuring fair market access. Overall, Connecticut must act now to remain a leader in clean energy innovation. These thermal energy networks are a proven solution for reducing emissions, lowering energy costs, and improving public health. We believe this bill, with the recommended amendments, would create a strong foundation for a clean, efficient, and equitable energy future. We urge you to support this legislation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Connor. We appreciate that and all the testimony you've given us in the past. Eventually, it'll reach the point where I can also get you us out without dying.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Any questions or comments? If not, thank you. We will look at your testimony carefully, and thanks for your contribution today.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Kendall Keelan, followed by Leslie Anderson. Welcome, Kendall.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kendall Keelan, and I'm an associate attorney with Conservation Law Foundation. Conservation Law Foundation is a regional environmental nonprofit that uses science-based legal advocacy, among other things, to support a just transition to a clean energy economy. CLF has offices in 6 New England states, including Connecticut. We submitted testimony on several bills, but today I will be speaking on 3 of them. CLF strongly supports House Bill 6929 that creates a thermal energy network grant and loan program. Thermal energy networks, as others have said today, reduce demand on the grid, have lower operating costs than other alternatives, and importantly, offer workforce opportunities for former gas industry workers. CLF urges the committee to consider, in addition to what is already written, authorizing bonding for the contemplated program and to require utility pilots that may be introduced through PURA. CLF also supports House Bill 6926 that provides funding for the Residential Energy Preparation Services Program. The REPS program provides essential services for Connecticut families to remove health and safety barriers like asbestos and mold, and enable weatherization work for income-eligible households. Weatherization allows low-income households to keep energy bills low, and thus CLF urges the committee to pass this measure as well. CLF also supports House Bill 6928 that authorizes community aggregation programs. Community aggregation programs permits municipalities to procure power for residents, businesses, and municipal facilities, while utilities continue to own and operate the distribution grid. Other states where CLF operates have adopted such measures like Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Thus, CLF strongly urges the committee to support this measure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kendall. You made reference to what other states have done. They've instituted measures. Can you be a little more specific?
Yes. The 2 states that I referenced in which CLF operates are Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and Massachusetts has been operating community aggregation programs, or as written in this bill, municipal electric aggregation programs for quite some time and have had some successful programs. And in New Hampshire, it has been more recent, and I believe Peter Millman has spoke about this earlier today and is definitely much more of an expert on this than I am. So I defer to most of his testimony on that. But New Hampshire has done a great job of, I believe, creating more of a nonprofit type of program in which they are operating through. And this allows communities to have more control over what they're paying. And I know that there was some discussion about collective bargaining power. I am not sure that it was introduced in the way in which it was meant to in terms of the community aggregation programs. The way that I like to think about it is that these communities, when the municipalities are purchasing this power, are essentially acting on their community's behalf and thus having that collective bargaining power of their residents, their businesses, their facilities, and thus are able to negotiate whether they want cleaner energy programs or lower rates. And thus are able to use that collective bargaining power to get lower energy costs and things of that nature, completely separate from other issues that have been raised this session, like the public benefits charge and other things of that nature. And I think are really crucial to moving us towards our clean energy goals that are also required in statute.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions? If not, thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Leslie Anderson, followed by Stephen Lewis.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, I'm here to speak on behalf of the Propane Gas Association of New England on two bills today. First, I'd like to speak briefly in support of SB 1291, an act permitting grants concerning qualified renewable diesel producers and distributors. I'm here on behalf of the Propane Gas Association of New England. We are a regional alternative energy association operating in all 6 New England states, and we represent 67 Connecticut propane companies, most of them small family businesses. We are here in support of this bill because it will open up grant opportunities to facilitate and accelerate the production of renewable diesel in our state. The use of renewable diesel, especially in transportation, will lower vehicle emissions, and with medium and heavy duty vehicles that are not easily electrified, these are extremely important. You need them for snow plows and other things like that, as well as to be able to transport hazardous materials. So we think that this bill would expand these grant opportunities, and we would like to also ask that renewable propane be included as well in the bill. And my colleague, Chris Herb, I know will be working with the committee to provide an amendment language on that. Renewable propane is a fairly new discovery. It's got exciting momentum. It can be used to help decarbonize our economy, and there's a lot of innovation taking place around it every day. We've got an MIT study from Massachusetts where they're converting plastic bottles into propane, renewable propane. It's being made from non-cover crops such as camelina in the Midwest. And there's also atmospheric carbon capture innovations happening with the Department of Energy on renewable propane, where they're taking carbon out of the air and converting it into a usable fuel. So we really think that Connecticut should be at the front of this effort to help accelerate decarbonization, and we ask for you to include it there. The second bill I want to speak to is the Energy Star. It's not the Energy Star, I'm sorry. This is the bill to create a home energy label. And we're concerned about this bill because it allows DEEP to come up with their own labeling system, and we think that this would cause confusion. We also are worried that we'd be creating a boutique standard that would only apply in Connecticut and differ from the national standards, and that would not serve the public, and it would be very confusing. So we would ask that that language be removed from the bill, and instead the existing home energy rating system or HERS system that's used in building codes, or the existing Energy Star score that's nationally recognized would be a better option than developing one from DEEP. This is concerned in Section 1 of that bill, and it really generates a label regardless of whether the person creating the label is qualified to do so. So there's lots of concerns around that. And for those reasons, we oppose HB 6925, which is the bill for Connecticut home energy labeling and training for energy efficiency auditors. So that's my testimony today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And I know you'll be hearing from some of my colleagues as well.
Thank you for your testimony today. Let's focus on the label bill. You understand where we're trying to go with this, and this is certainly not the first attempt that this committee or the legislature has made to try to provide consumers with important and relevant information, particularly as energy costs remain high. People, in our view, deserve the ability to make comparisons, ideally apples to apples, between potential places to live. The label idea is really more or less to create a standard that other states could share so that you could pretty much know what you're going to encounter and easily understand. Help me understand what your opposition is in terms of providing this kind of relevant information to consumers.
I think providing the information to consumers is a very good goal. I think the worry is that we would be asking DEEP to come up with a standard on their own. And there's already existing standards out there with a HERS rating system that you can use for buildings that would classify based on the type of building that you have, the energy efficiency that you have in the building, the type of fuel that you're using to heat it. You know, you could easily calculate based on already existing standards in the building codes under the HERS rating what that number would be. Similarly with appliances, the Energy Star score that is done nationally and is used on appliances throughout the nation would be a way to take, that's going to be the cost for your energy or the amount of energy you're going to use from that source based on your Energy Star score and your Energy Star ratings. You could use those numbers to come up with this. So we're saying that you should look at what's already recognized and what's already out there instead of saying to DEEP, come up with your own boutique standard and determine what it should be.
Thank you for that clarification. So you're not opposed in concept to providing good information, but don't see the need to reinvent the wheel if these other standards are something that have been working in other states. So I take your point. Is there any other? Yes, Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Did she go?
I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. Thought you disappeared on me. I was intrigued by the renewable propane concept. I've been on this committee for some time, and I think this is the first time I've heard of it. Can you give me a quick elevator just talk on how you would source it, and is it happening anywhere in around here?
Yes, we have actually introduced it in the state in 2023 at the Pride Station, where it was used for transportation, and we filled a Connecticut dump truck with it that's used by the Department of Transportation. And they fill up right at the Pride Station in downtown Hartford with renewable propane there. And that propane came up from the Gulf Coast, where it's made from a renewable diesel facility that uses cooking greases and used oils that they turn into renewable propane. So that's one source that has come into the state already, but there's lots of innovation happening around this. It's really interesting, you know, as the liquid fuels industry has tried to come up with sustainable aviation fuel and has tried to come up with sustainable natural gas that's renewable. What they found in these laboratory experiments is that they keep creating one renewable product over and over again. And it's neither of those two, it's renewable propane. So now the Department of Energy has actually recognized the ability of using this renewable propane as an energy source to offset something else, and they are helping to do more innovation and more studies around the development of it. So MIT had this study with plastic bottles where they were actually trying to turn plastic back into plastic, and they started producing renewable propane instead. That's one location for it. And then the other is carbon capture, where they're taking carbon out of the atmosphere. So you could put it, you know, on a power plant. If you had a power plant in Connecticut that's making natural gas, you could capture the carbon coming out of that power plant. And you could put it through a system that would end up creating renewable propane. And, you know, propane itself, a lot of people get it confused. Propane is not a greenhouse gas. It's a beneficial byproduct from natural gas production and from oil production. And ever since it was discovered back 100 years ago, there's been more propane itself produced than we ever use in this country. We produce more of it because we use so much natural gas than we use ourselves as a country. We actually ship more of it overseas than we use ourselves as a country today. But the unfortunate thing is that a lot of it is just wasted, because whenever they make natural gas, they have a certain percentage left, anywhere from 3 to 5%. That's propane. And its propane is burned off if they can't find a way to sell it or a way to use it. So there's lots of it out there available today, and we could be offsetting other energy sources by using it rather than burning it. And then the future, you know, with renewable fuels and the innovation around that, I really see it as not a bridge fuel, but something that we're going to have available in the future as we start dealing with how we're going to capture this carbon that we have in the atmosphere already, and that we continue to produce. You know, how do we capture that and use it beneficially? And I think renewable propane has a real role to play there, and it complements the strategy in Connecticut, because there's so many generators out there, right? When you have these ice storms and snowstorms and your cell phone towers go out and they lose power, what backs them up? Propane. Propane generators are at the cell phone towers, they're at the hospitals, they're at people's homes that rely on it for energy. And you can use it, you know, off grid. You can use it for power supply if you have areas that aren't served by the electrical grid and you can't get enough power to a certain area. We're using it today to power electric vehicles, because when they get stuck on the road, you know, you can't just plug them in, but you can move a propane generator out there and you can generate power that will plug and power an electric vehicle and get it off the road and back to where it needs to be so they can get charged. So it's a really great backup to the electrical system that we're moving to if we look at propane and then substitute it with renewable propane as that becomes more prolific.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Is there anyone else? Representative Mashinsky.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the difference between the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's use of the home energy score, which they use for their home energy solutions program, and HERS, the other one, home energy rating system.
So the HERS rating is used in building codes. So a house would have a specific HERS rating in your code based on whether it's a stretch energy code or if it's, you know, how restrictive you want to make it. The more restrictive you make it, then the code number changes. And you calculate everything in your building when you build a new house based on the HERS rating, and you have to have a certain number that you reach. So you have to have so much insulation in your walls, your windows, things like that. That all affects the HERS rating, the home energy rating, its score itself. And this is something that architects know, that engineers know, and people that are in the home energy business. The Energy Star score is more geared towards consumers. So that's the star you see when you go to shopping for appliances, and it tells you how much money it's going to cost per year to run that appliance and how much energy it's going to take. And that's a national developed Energy Star score that is done by the federal government and overseen by NIT, but it's well known, and consumers know it and understand it and use it when they're to make their buying powers that they have. So those are the two that you already have existing that you could combine to give, I think, a rating for people on how efficient their home was and how efficient those appliances are within their home.
Okay, the only drawback to that would be that the feds may remove the Energy Star program. They're already talking about doing that.
But you could use the Energy Star program in a state level as well. So even if it went away at the federal level, you have this existing system that's already been put together by scientists and leading people in the industry related to appliances that already exists, rather than trying to create your own system.
Okay. Maybe I should ask Deep, but I'm still trying to figure out why, if they are using the home energy solutions score, why are they recommending HERS? I guess
I don't
It looks like
understand
you're
that.
recommending, no, you're recommending hers and Deep is recommending use of the home energy score. Are they these two different scores?
Yeah, I don't know what the home energy score Deep is recommending. It's one I understand to be developed by them.
Okay.
So developing their own boutique standard, where we don't have any idea what they're going to use to do that is a concern to us.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Currently, what's the cost per gallon to produce renewable propane?
So it varies based on your transportation costs and how far you have to get to it. So that's one of the reasons we're in strong support of this bill, because we would like to see a production location in New England so that we would have lower costs for transportation. Right now, bringing it up from the Gulf Coast to New England costs about $1 more a gallon. So it's not something that scares people off. Certainly, that's on par, I think, with people that are environmentally minded and will pay to install solar on their roof and that expense. Adding $1 a gallon for pure renewable propane today is something, we haven't had trouble with the loads we've had coming up selling those. It's something that our customers are embracing and looking forward to. But obviously, if we could get something local, then the costs would come down. And I think depending on how they're making it, it might be comparable or even less expensive.
Clarifying, that's $1 more than it costs to produce on the Gulf Coast, or $1 more than propane costs now in Connecticut?
Yes, when we brought up renewable loads into New England, it costs about $1 a gallon more than the average propane price selling on the market during that time period. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So a lot of it's the transportation to get here as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else with questions or comments? If not, thank you for your time today, Leslie. We really appreciate it. We will take your testimony very seriously. And we are now ready to move on to Stephen Lewis, followed by Allison Elliott.
Members of the Energy and Technology Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Stephen Lewis. I'm a volunteer with Sierra Club Connecticut. I chair the Legislative Committee for Sierra Club. And you've heard just about everything I've written in my testimony already, so I'll spare you that. But what I do want to emphasize is you have an opportunity to choose between two models if you move forward. The broker model, like what we heard about Massachusetts, which Eversource said is going well and that they recommend, and the joint power agency model, which Sierra Club would like to see included in the bill if it gets reported out favorably. And the reason the joint power agency model is preferable is that it gives communities that want the opportunity to be innovative, to do different things for their communities. It gives them the power and the choice to do what they prefer to do in their communities. So for example, I serve on the South Windsor Energy Committee. We've done a lot of good things in our town to save the town money, especially the municipal electric bill has been lowered, saving taxpayers money. We would love to do other innovative things like bring electric school buses to our community, but there's a high upfront cost to build the charging infrastructure and to get the school buses in our community, especially with funding drying up on a federal level. The amount of money available to communities will be a whole lot lower. If we have a JPA model and we're able to set some money aside from the excess revenues, we could potentially be investing in electric school buses for our community and get that up and running. And then with vehicle to grid capabilities, that program could help be self-sustaining, because when those school bus batteries are not being used, they can be connected to the grid and they can be exchanging power on a favorable rate exchange basis. So it's one example of how the JPA model, which we don't have a lot of experience with. California has done a lot with it. New Hampshire is just starting out. So I can understand why Eversource would see the Massachusetts model as being a whole lot, more a known quantity that could be leveraged. But I think if we started out with a Massachusetts model with Pura working on language to help us develop a JPA model, Connecticut would be better served. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. This seems to be the sort of the crux of our conversation, is not simply, the pros and cons, but since there is more than one way of skinning the cat, if you excuse the phrase out there. I'm sorry to all the cat lovers. Really didn't mean to go there. There are real differences between Massachusetts, California, and New Hampshire. We haven't even talked about the variations on the 7 other states that apparently may have some form of this. And you realize how important it is that we design this most appropriately for Connecticut. And you've heard concerns about eroding our very stringent consumer protections. We're going to really have to wrestle with figuring out how we can best go forward. I'm actually a little relieved to hear you say that a Massachusetts model, adjacent state, another Eversource customer might be the best way to start. I thought that the webinar that Pace helped organize was very good, at least contrasting the California and the New Hampshire model. I think we'd all benefit if the parties interested in this could help us look at the entire landscape in a constructive fashion, so we can maybe tailor fit the best practices across more than one state to fit Connecticut.
Yeah. I mean, just to that point, I think if you instruct Pura to design the best, JPA model going forward and put the right consumer protections, you put the consumer protections around it, working with the Consumer Council, I think, we could get something going fairly easily with more thought being put into how the JPA model is implemented in this state.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Gee, we're only, 4 hours in and we're already getting tired on this side, but
Thank you.
thank you. All right, next up we have Allison Elliott, followed by John Leahy.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Allison Elliott, and I'm the Executive Director of Lean Energy US. We are a national nonprofit organization formed in 2011, dedicated to the expansion and acceleration of clean energy community choice aggregation across the country. I'm here to support House Bill 6928. CCAs allow local governments to pool their electricity load in order to purchase and/or develop power on behalf of the residents within their service territory. Established by law in 10 states so far, CCA is an energy supply model that works in partnership with the region's existing utility, which continues to deliver power, maintain the grid, provide consolidated billing, and other customer services. Through CCA, local governments are achieving a powerful range of objectives, the most important of which includes competitive, often lower electricity rates, and transition to a cleaner energy supply. As found in our 2023 national study, which I encourage you all to read, in Massachusetts, CCA customers have historically saved 10% on their electricity bills each year. Additionally, 89% of municipalities with contracts exceeding state renewable energy requirements achieved savings of approximately $33.5 million per year. In 2023, the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire's 10 startup member communities saved on average 23% in the first 3 months of the program alone, with their 100% renewable option priced lower than the utility's standard pricing. Generally, there are 3 ways to administer a CCA program: independently or self-run, with an agent or consultant, and thirdly, with a joint powers agency or JPA. In Lean's 14 years of experience with CCA, our strong preference for new states considering legislation is to allow for the JPA model, which is being used in New Hampshire and California. With this model, the authority of the Board of Directors, which is comprised of leaders from each member municipality, is the primary governing body. Beyond setting commitments for renewable resources, price stability, and reliability, key services made possible by JPA's reserve fund often serve as a tool for communities to establish their own individual set of local energy resources and innovative programs, such as solar plus storage projects, microgrids, EV vehicle and infrastructure incentives, net energy metering, energy efficiency rebates, disadvantaged community solar projects, demand response, and much more. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you for your testimony today. Since you represent an organization that is sort of looking at the entire landscape, not just in the local area, you heard a lot of the testimony today with regard to different models and what would work best for Connecticut. Would you choose to comment on what direction you think is most fruitful for us to pursue?
Yes, as I mentioned in my testimony, we do endorse the JPA model for states that are considering enabling legislation.
And just for our benefit, since none of us have read the testimony, why is that?
I think there are some built-in consumer protections. It's a nonprofit agency, very transparent. All of their meetings and documents are available. Anyone can show up to their meetings to attend and provide comments. They're governed by a board of directors. Each board seat is comprised of a leader from each member municipality.
We'll look at your testimony very carefully. We appreciate it. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time to share with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next up is John Leahy, followed by Scott Gilmartin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm here to offer support in support of House Bill 6929. We appreciate the opportunity to appear today and offer our support for this legislation. As many of you may know, our company has spent the last 10 years developing a thermal energy system in Bridgeport. It's been a heavy lift, but I am pleased to report construction has begun. The years of support by the Bridgeport delegation and this committee for our pilot project are much appreciated. Many thermal energy developments, including ours, are combined heat and power projects. CHP thermal systems can achieve overall efficiency of over 80%. The Bridgeport Thermal Limited Liability Company, created in 2014 by the Connecticut legislature, will use 9.9 megawatts of high-axiom fuel cells to provide thermal heat to the University of Bridgeport campus, as well as the new Bassick High School. So I would note for the committee that I think it's important to clarify the language as presented, that thermal systems using fuel cells as a heat source should be included in whatever benefits that program may include. The thermal heat, hot water, is piped underground to both campuses as well as an industrial customer. And in doing so, these buildings will no longer use natural gas for heating. The annual reduction in GHG emissions resulting from our project has been estimated at over 8,000 metric tons annually. We will also generate 9.9 megawatts of baseload electricity for local distribution, thereby enhancing resiliency. The initial infrastructure costs without long-term financing for projects such as ours can be an impediment to viability. We would encourage DEEP consider this when developing a program. Now, the Conservation and Load Management Incentive Program can also provide support for thermal energy. We would respectfully request that the committee review the incentive methodology currently applied by DEEP and the ECLM board for determining incentives under Connecticut General Statute 16-258D. The current interpretation does not reflect the useful life of a thermal loop. And my partner, Dan Donovan, following me, will offer more specific testimony on this point. And I'm happy to answer questions, or perhaps the committee would like Mr. Donovan to go, and then collectively we can answer questions. It's your pleasure.
Yes, why don't we do that so that we can get the full picture? Welcome, Mr. Donovan.
Thank you. I too would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony today. New Power has successfully developed multiple baseload renewable energy projects in Connecticut. So we speak with a lot of experience about the Connecticut regulatory process. We appreciate the opportunity today and offer our support for this legislation, 6929. As my partner described, our Bridgeport project will provide thermal energy using waste heat from 21 high-octane fuel cells that are going to be manufactured here in Connecticut. Although thermal energy systems are an innovative use of waste heat from fuel cells or other sources, fuel cells that use hydrogen, I may add, there have been very little financial support for these types of systems from either federal or state agencies. The Connecticut legislature actually addressed this lack of support with General Statute 16-258D, which encourages the development of thermal energy systems by their inclusion in the Conservation and Load Management Fund. However, confusion on a small part of the statute's language by an outside consultant has blunted the effectiveness of the statute. This misinterpretation has resulted in a reduction of 44% of the original funding proposed by for our project by United Illuminating, which we used in the financing of our project. However, we believe that this confusion can be easily rectified to restore the original intent of the legislature and permit the full funding originally calculated by UI, not only for our project, but future thermal energy projects that come forward. Essentially, this clarification will allow thermal energy system funding to be based on savings associated with reducing the use of natural gas over the lifetime of the system. PURA mandated that our project obtain thermal energy customer contracts equal to the 20-year term of our power purchase agreement, which we did. Unfortunately, the funding amount was reduced significantly at a very late stage in the award process, and this reduction was brought about by a consultant's interpretation of the statute language to limit funding to existing program equivalents at CNLM, which are boilers with 1-year natural gas savings. This grossly understates the value of the entire thermal energy system, which now equates a large multiple customer system to just a single boiler. Thermal energy systems allow for large-scale application of low cost, clean energy, avoiding the use of natural gas, especially during high peak winter periods when natural gas is subject to both curtailment as well as high pricing. A lot of this testimony you've heard from others. Our current work on the fuel cell portion of our project has highlighted that the Southern Connecticut gas system in Bridgeport is curtailed during the winter months, and reliability is a concern for customers. Our thermal energy system not only helps to reduce these issues, but provides customers with a fixed percentage reduction based on their equivalent SCG natural gas bill. In summary, we support HB 629. The contribution it will make to Connecticut's use of thermal energy will be significant. We also urge that the committee take this opportunity to clarify an already existing support of thermal energy systems, which the legislature has put in place. Together, these initiatives will provide Connecticut with the means to expand logical an logical and economical technology that will reduce dependence on natural gas during those peak periods, and also reduce the knock-on effects of further capital infrastructure spending necessary to support natural gas demand. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few clarifying questions for starters. The consultant that you referred to was hired by UI to help manage this project?
No, it was ECB on the Energy Conservation Board. UI came, this project has a long gestation period, as you know. We had the Conservation and Load Management, which is managed by, UI. And UI provided us with a amount of support that we should expect over from the grant after a long period of review and analysis by the UI people. And that number was provided to the board. And again, late in the process of the award, a consultant came back, looked at one sentence in the statute and said, nope, we're not going to be able to do that. We're going to have to cap it as an equivalent to a boiler.
And may I assume that there really isn't an effective appeals process? You can't necessarily go back to DEEP and say that's not what the legislature intended. Is this consultant's interpretation ruled the day?
That is correct. That is correct. Also, we got to be frank, DEEP had not been our closest supporter on this, which is a little bit surprising since of all the things that we've done. So it's a hard stop.
Which I find very troubling, because you say it has a long history, and certainly there's been a lot of investment to get you to this point. To have the rules of the game changed at a late stage, I imagine it's very difficult.
Very difficult, and especially very difficult to have the discussion with our financing partners. This project has been fully funded based on the assumptions that we brought to the table, and this is a late game change.
This was the full funding was part of our capital stack for the project. So now we're in a situation where, because of the interpretation of the statute, we're being afforded 44% less, which is significant.
Thank you.
And I would add that the amount of money that we're getting over the life of a 20-year asset, or even longer, as has been given testimony, is de minimis based on the savings that is coming out for each one of these customers. And as my partner mentioned, we have the entire University of Bridgeport, the new Bassick High School, an industrial complex, and we can expand this even further. So here's a real big success story on thermal loops, and we've had to push through for over 10 years on it.
Are you also seeking a change in terms of the assumed period beyond 20 years?
No, we're. As a matter of fact, UI looked at the analysis that they used. They looked at our equipment and even haircut it down to 14 years. And obviously a thermal loop is going to last much longer than that, but the 14 years was sufficient for our purposes.
Thank you. Representative Greshko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just had a couple of follow-up questions. Since you're here supporting 6929, why did you come here 10 years ago, come to Connecticut, come to Bridgeport, and try to do this project?
Yeah, so it's a little bit about us. We have developed a number of projects in Connecticut. One is the large Plainfield renewable project, which uses waste wood and is 37.5 megawatts and provides a significant amount of renewable power to Connecticut. And that was done primarily because we recognized that there was a need. We also have another project in Bridgeport, which is a microgrid and a small thermal loop that's providing both power and thermal energy to a low-income 175 apartment complex and a magnet school. Again, stepping out, being ahead of the curve. We first looked at thermal energy based on work that was done in Denmark. And we brought over consultants, matter of fact, one of the largest EPC contractors, engineering design firms of thermal energy projects in the world, based in Denmark and Copenhagen. And they came to Bridgeport and they said, boy, this is just like Copenhagen. And it was sort of eye-opening. And we've worked going back since over those 10 years, bringing advanced technology, and I wouldn't even say advanced technology that's being done all over Europe, and it's been successful. But going through a regulatory process here in Connecticut, as you know, building a power plant takes a long time. And it's one of the reasons that we're at the point that we are at now.
Yeah, just to amplify Dan's answer in response to Representative Gresco. One of the things initially was that Bridgeport being a city, there's a dense population there. And there are also a number of energy facilities there that at that time we thought might provide us heat sources, which we could use as a means to heat the thermal loop. So those were also some of the things that were considered, and were also some of the things that the consultants that we were working with found attractive about Bridgeport at the time. Since then, practical experience, we've learned that it was better for us to segue into developing our own fuel cells, position them where we wanted in the city to allow for us to be able to service key areas.
Thank you. I feel compelled to ask, what's the next step for you if you are unable to return to the funding assumptions you had initially?
Yeah. Well, we do have contingency, but we are going to have to reassess what the economic advantages are to our customers as well as to the project. We'd like to even expand, and as was mentioned earlier, once these projects are in the ground, expansion is a marginal cost. So we are looking at expanding this thermal loop, and again, that would have to be reassessed also.
Thank you. That's unfortunate, particularly since you're helping prove out a technology that we think can be very useful in a number of places in Connecticut. So this is an instructive lesson, so to speak. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your time. I'm sure we'll be talking about this again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Rhonda Evans, followed by Ashton Harper. Is Rhonda here? Oh, okay. There she is.
Good afternoon. Apologies.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, distinguished chairpersons, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Rhonda Evans, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association for Community Action, also known as CAFCA. And just have some comments and some concerns in regards to House Bill 6926. Thank you for holding this public hearing and for hearing my comments, especially the opportunity to testify virtually. The Connecticut Association for Community Action is the state association that works with Connecticut's community action agencies, the state and federally designated anti-poverty agencies that serve over 200,000 low-income people in all 169 cities and towns in Connecticut. CAFCA has some concerns about House Bill 6926 as it references possible funding from the Low Income Energy Assistance Program to fund the Residential Energy Preparation Services Program. We know firsthand the importance of providing energy support to low-income families. Connecticut Community Actions partner with the Department of Social Services to raise awareness of and enroll people in the Connecticut Energy Assistance Program, or CEAP, which is Connecticut's version of LAHEAP. Last year, CEAP helped over 100,000 families statewide with home heating assistance to avoid unnecessary energy crises. While we support the REPS program and recognize that removing barriers to enable weatherization work helps families reduce their overall energy costs and stay healthy and safe, funding for the program should not come at the expense of the LAHEAP program and its customers. LIHEAP customers' energy assistance benefit levels have returned to pre-pandemic levels, while Connecticut's high energy costs have only gone up, not down. And households with income below 100% of the federal poverty level, who are already struggling to make ends meet, spend 26% of their annual income on home energy bills, meaning they're constantly pushed into crisis mode and to choose between heating their home and other essential needs like groceries, medical care, and childcare. Continued reductions in benefit levels will not meet the energy needs of our most at-risk families, putting them in even greater danger of having to make these choices again and again. Both LIHEAP and weatherization plays a role in keeping families safe and warm, fostering overall health and wellness, and lowering energy bills. But one program should not be sacrificed for the sake of the other and to the detriment of our most vulnerable Connecticut populations. So again, we just urge you that funding for this program not be taken from the LIHEAP program, because any reduction to the LIHEAP pot of money will ultimately be a reduction in benefits to customers who need those desperately to help them meet their energy needs. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. Does anybody have any questions? Really appreciate the testimony. Up next is Ashen Harper, followed by Betsy Gara. Ashen Harper.
Hello, I'm right here.
Hey there.
Hello. My name is Ashton Harper. I'm from Stamford, Connecticut, and I'm a senior at Stamford High School. I'll be speaking in support of HB 6928, HB 6929, HB 6926, HB 6925, and SB 1292, and in opposition of SB 1291. HB number 6928 is an act concerning municipal electric aggregation programs. Municipal or community choice aggregation allows communities to buy their own energy supply while current utilities maintain lines and deliver the energy. It's a way for communities to choose where their energy is sourced in order to make it cheaper and cleaner. Connecticut is in desperate need of cheaper energy, as we have the 4th highest energy rates in the country. The Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire was started in 2021 and saved customers $14 million in its first year. Furthermore, community power can allow communities to choose clean energy to expedite decarbonization. For example, Brookline, Massachusetts Community Choice Aggregation Program provided an additional 25% renewable energy and reduced the town's greenhouse gas emissions by 8%, with average temperatures surpassing the Paris goal of 1.5 degrees for the first time this year. It's clear that time is running out to reduce emissions. Because of climate change, energy bills are expected to increase in cost and cost $88,000 more for a kid born in 2024 over a lifetime. As a young person, your decision to reduce emissions now will shape my future from determining if from climate impacts and costs of living in Connecticut. So I call upon you to pass House Bill 6928. I would also recommend using the JPA model as explained earlier by Steve Lewis from Sierra Club. HB number 6929 is an act establishing a thermal energy network grant and loan program. Fossil fuel-powered heating accounts for 30% of the state's greenhouse gas emissions as of 2023. It's critical to slash emissions as quickly as possible, and geothermal power provides a clean alternative for heating and cooling. Implementing thermal energy networks allows renters and low-income individuals to gain access to heating and cooling. And as heat is a deadly killer, more than 1,300 people die in the U.S. per year from heat, and that number is only going to increase. So it's essential to provide access to cooling. Thermal energy is the energy of the future, and by establishing this grant and loan program, Connecticut could save the lives of the residents. And we suggest this bill is amended as explained earlier in this hearing by Samantha from Sierra Club. SB 1292 is an act concerning energy and water efficiency requirements for data centers. Data centers generate 3.5% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. And because of AI, data center power demand is expected to grow 160% by 2030. This act would require data centers to submit reports about their energy, water efficiency, and waste, and then will require the commissioner to regulate it. I don't want to live in a world where our planet is sacrificed so that AI can do creative things like make art and writing, things that bring me joy, community, and satisfaction with my life. Data centers' energy use must be regulated so that emissions can be reduced and the impact of AI can be accounted for. SB number 1291 is an act concerning grants for qualified renewable diesel producers and distributors. I oppose this act because emission cuts need to happen now. We don't have time for bridge fuels like renewable diesel. And an example of this is that natural gas was used as a bridge fuel, but now the US has become a largest exporter of natural gas, and it has definitely increased our emissions. So using bridge fuels is not the solution, and it will only increase our emissions and lock in emissions for the future. Grants should only be given to power that's actually renewable. I also support House Bill 6926, which is an act concerning funding for the Residential Energy Preparation Services Program, and HB 6925, an act concerning the establishment of Connecticut Home Energy Label and a training program for energy efficiency auditors. I won't be speaking on that as I don't have time. All of the above bills would reduce emissions, increase energy efficiency, decrease energy costs, and increase equity. Therefore, I urge you, honorable members of committee, to support all of these bills that I've mentioned. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak.
I want to thank you. That's very, very impressive. And I truly appreciate the impact. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your thorough evaluation of all the bills that you testified on. I was keenly interested that you really created a holistic approach and that you emphasize the impact of data centers on both the cooling and the energy use. Can you say something more about that? And clearly you've done your homework, so I was just wondering if you had more to say about that.
It's just that data centers are so highly impactful and they just use such a large amount of energy, and AI is expected to increase that amount of energy, which is why it's so important to regulate it. I don't really have anything more to say on that. It's just that data centers emit so much and consume so much resources, and with AI being added, it's going to increase how much resources it consumes and how much energy it uses, and it's predicted that the grid doesn't even have the capacity for that. So it's just something that needs to be thought about in the future, especially since we're trying to decarbonize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have anybody else? I see no other hands raised. Again, very, very impressive. More young people need to be involved in this fight.
Thank you.
Followed by Elena McGlynn.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. My name is Elizabeth Gare. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Waterworks Association, which is a trade association of municipal, private, and regional water utilities serving customers throughout Connecticut. I am here today to oppose Senate Bill 1289, which requires a public utility to provide 2 days prior notification to adjacent landowners regarding any proposed excavation, discharge of explosives, or demolition. Clearly, given that the water utility industry relies on a lot of infrastructure that is underground, water utilities are periodically performing excavation, employing blasting, and the normal course of business just to ensure that water supply mains are properly installed, repaired, replaced, etc., consistent with State Department of Public Health regulations and guidelines. And so we're concerned that this creates a arbitrary notification requirement that is actually different than the notification requirement for other construction contractors, because it is limited to public utilities. And we're concerned that this would undermine our ability to make those repairs, to install those water lines, particularly in an emergency situation. So again, this bill has been up before in previous sessions, different iterations of it, but it is important to note that particularly with respect to the use of explosives and blasting activities involving demolitions, that this is highly regulated under state and federal law, and there are significant procedures in place to protect the public. And so rather than set a notification requirement that is based on a arbitrary and rigid timeline, that it would have to be a notification that bears some relationship to the actual impact of the blasting activity, which is what the current regulations provide for. So again, we are in opposition to this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you. As you can imagine, this was inspired by something that happened in a particular municipality. And all your points are well taken.
Thank you.
I don't think I've ever called you Elizabeth. Sorry.
I try to do Elizabeth for CWWA and Betsy for cost, just
Okay,
so it
all right.
creates a little.
All right. No, that's why I was confused when I first got here. Thanks so much, Betsy. Take care.
Take care.
Elena McGlynn, followed by James W. Barney. Neither one of them are here. Okay. Moving right along. Peter Festa, followed by Lori Brown.
Members of the Energy and Technology Committee, my name is Peter Festa. I'm a member of the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network of Connecticut, or IREJN, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6928. You've already heard from several experts on the technical issues of this bill that know the issues much better than me. But this is what we wanted to say. Responsible environmental stewardship of the earth is a fundamental precept of all the world's great religions, and IREJN operates from this moral imperative. The members of IREJN are concerned about how we care for the planet and how our actions impact its most vulnerable inhabitants. In particular, the scientific evidence makes it clear that in order to avoid a catastrophic global warming tipping point, we have to eliminate our own greenhouse gas emissions, and we firmly believe that this is nothing less than a worldwide time-critical crisis. With this in mind, we want to support programs that promote carbon-free renewable energy sources, and we believe that municipal electric aggregation can do this by giving Connecticut communities another way to invest in and develop their own sustainable distributed energy projects. But municipal electric aggregation would have other direct benefits without even considering decarbonization. Right off the bat is the simple advantage for communities of pooling their purchasing power and thereby reducing their electric rates. But still, any distributed energy facilities that communities can develop over time would drive down rates even further and be the foundation of local energy resiliency programs, community resiliency being another area of interest right now. Also, bear in mind that all of this could be done preserving the ability to opt out that ratepayers currently have. Therefore, it will simply be another supply option for the consumer. There are others more knowledgeable than me in the technical details needed in the bill, but I am told that municipal aggregation legislation has been implemented by other states with great success. For example, New Hampshire now has their own version of municipal aggregation. In its first year alone, the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire saved its ratepayers about $14 million in the cost of electricity and was also able to put $10 million into a reserve fund that will be the financial basis for future clean energy projects and programs. For these reasons, we urge you to pass HB 6928. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Do we have any questions? Representative Mushinski.
Not a question, but I just wanted to compliment your organization. You have been doing this for a long time. You've saved a lot of congregations a lot of money in reduced fuel consumption, lighting bills, and so forth. You're very methodical about it. And I've seen your projects all over Connecticut, and I'm very happy that you're doing this. It's very impressive work.
Well, thank you. We've had a lot of success with energy efficiency programs for faith communities all over the state.
Thank you, and I did enjoy my call the other day with you guys. Thank you so much. Lori Brown, followed by Stephen Sack Jr. Hi, Lori.
Hello, Senator Needleman and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And we do work with environmental and clean energy groups from across the state to advance policies that protect our land, air, water, wildlife, and climate. CTLCV has submitted written testimony on 3 bills on your agenda today, and I'll be using my time to comment on SB 1292, the AI data centers. But you already heard from our Deputy Director, Connor Yukaitis. He has discussed the Thermal Energy Networks 6929 and the municipal electricity aggregation. We both support both of those bills as well. So thank you for the opportunity of being here and providing comments on SB 1292. That contains long overdue requirements for any data centers built in Connecticut to be as efficient as possible with their water and energy use. All large data centers use water, and the amounts can really be substantial. Data centers are also the most energy intensive type of building, consuming 10 to 50 times the energy per floor space of like a typical commercial building. So if you were here or remember in 2021, legislation was passed as an emergency certification to incentivize construction of new data centers in our state. And as such, there was never a public hearing or any opportunity to discuss the requirements or the standards that would mitigate any energy use, emissions, or water consumption. So it's therefore appropriate that the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection should adopt standards concerning water and energy efficiency, and that those standards should be strictly enforced. And we would further ask that an assessment be conducted of the environmental impacts that emissions from the new data center or any new data center would have on our state's emission reduction targets and include a mitigation plan if necessary. There should be explicit rules regarding what is or is not acceptable backup. We definitely don't want to allow a huge loophole for just reverting back to fossil fuel backup. And there are significant costs related to the data centers that should be considered as well, such as the impact on any community, you know, where these are sited and how that would be addressed. So those are things that really should be considered when you're thinking about new data centers. And we do believe that Connecticut should really take a close look at some of the problems that other states have had with data centers to sort of try to avoid those here when we come to that. There are things such as power disruptions, and I've heard damage to equipment due to the extreme fluctuations and surges in power coming in and out of the grid to other consumers. So obviously, energy reliability of a grid is always a major concern. And so I wonder, does the legislation anticipate studying the power supply needs of the data centers to ensure that it would not take priority over the needs of other customers? And I'll wrap up in a second. And also, if we're in a drought, you know, would the water needs of an AI data center come before the needs for people and for healthy ecosystems that we all rely on? You know, these are questions that really need to be considered before the data center is built. So clearly the power supply demands of Connecticut are growing, and we need to plan responsibly to avoid the potential for harm to our, you know, land, air, water, and climate as you consider all of these options. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Having been the one who led the ESERT, there were certainly things that we did not take into account that we should and should have and need to now. But I'm assuming there's a scale to what you're talking about. We're not talking about all data centers, and the ability to restrict them as a developable asset in the state is pretty limited because there is a free market out there. You know, I've become, as you know, increasingly concerned about behind the meter data centers, specifically because they were not contemplated when we did the original bill.
Right.
And behind the meter data centers could take on two difficult forms. One is, as they have done in other parts of the country, where obsolete, aging, soon to be decommissioned coal-fired power plants have become sort of the power supply for crypto mining operations. Those are really damaging air quality and a host of other problems. And then the other kind is when you put them behind the meter at a zero carbon resource, you have to replace that with a like kind of energy, which could be quite a bit more expensive. And those are the two areas that, I think we need to be focusing on, 50 megawatt data center that's used to power a particular business, or something even smaller, something used to power Yukon. Those are not necessarily the kinds of things we're talking about here, but we are talking about, certainly in my mind, these hyperscale AI data centers that are going to draw a lot of power off the grid, and they're going to have to be replaced with either new generation. So the replacement costs, especially if they're zero carbon, is going to be really quite expensive. And minimally, I do not think we should be providing tax incentives for some of those. It's really where it sort of falls, in my opinion. I don't know beyond the lack of tax incentives how much we can do, but I support the effort to be much more definitive in what we've allowed, what we've incentivized versus what we did originally. I just wanted to say that. And with that, I'm going to open it up. I mean, do you have any additional comments? Welcome, Representative.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. So we're talking about AI data centers, correct? I think there's a difference between AI data center and your regular data center. I believe it's just the speed, if I'm not mistaken. So, this is the first time I'm hearing that a data center has a high consumption of use of water. How is that possible? What do they use this water for?
Well, there's cooling and there's just, I'm no technical expert with these, but I know that there's information that I read about the use of water, and they would need to be near water and have extensive use of water in those operations to cool. I mean, these things get really hot, is my understanding, and there's no real, most people don't realize how much water they use. They just think about the energy demand. So I'd be happy to get you more information on that.
Sure, I appreciate that. So the way I'm looking at it is that if there's a usage of water, it's a closed loop system where it uses some kind of radiator or cooling box, sort of say. And with this, you have fans that are high volume.
Yep.
And that will help cool the system down. So a closed loop system, in my opinion, you don't use water unless it evaporates at one point or another. So I'm just, I would like to get that information if you have it. And then you're mentioning creating a standard for this AI data center. What would these standards be based on, or from where would it come from? Or is there any other standards that you're looking to use, maybe from Massachusetts, because I believe they have 29 data centers that's running off of our grid, and would like to know what would the standards be like?
Well, thank you, Representative Sanchez. The bill itself simply requires DEP to come up with the standards, and it has a list of areas and things to reference with regards to that. And again, I think part of this is that, like you said, these are AI data centers, which of course much more impactful and much more energy use that would be needed. But I think that's something that there's a lot of existing information, I'm sure, but I think we're also learning a lot more about what's happening with these data centers that we need to look at and consider what problems what problems that they've had, what solutions that they've offered that are working. I still think it's sort of a brand new, it's kind of the Wild West of like, where are these things going to land and what's going to happen. So there have been like 5 or 6 bullets in my testimony that come from this has been now before the committee for a number of years, coming back, and I appreciate that it's back here. We do want to continue having a discussion on how to resolve some of these issues, but there are in my testimony, there's some bullets that one of the things was the closed loop water system, other things requiring the most energy efficient systems possible, net zero electric, buildings, just there's a bunch of things that could be required. There's the state water plan that's about to be updated. It's going to be updated this session in the legislature, so that might help provide some more data and information on what would be acceptable for standards. There's also a state plan of conservation and development that's going to be hopefully passed into law again. All of these are sort of planning documents that could help determine what needs to happen with these data centers, where they need to be, what impact they would have.
And just one more question. The negative impact that you're talking about to the community. So I'm a big supporter of my community because we're mostly minorities.
Right.
And I'm sure you're aware of NIMBY, not in my backyard, which has been going on for years. And and we finally shut down the trash to energy plant right behind my backyard. So I'm just curious as how is this data center going to be negatively affecting communities?
That is an excellent question, and that is definitely something that needs to be considered. These types of facilities do tend to be, sited in communities that are the least capable of fighting back, and disproportionately being cited in communities of color and low-income communities. And so I do think that, and I'm not saying data centers specifically, I'm saying in general polluting facilities, we're very aware of that. And so you would really need to have community engagement, discussion, figuring out what kind of mitigation would be, if it's the appropriate spot to place something or not. I mean, there's lots of things, but a lot of it relies on transparency and the involvement of the people who are going to be impacted. So I would say that is certainly a question that would have to come up and be discussed before any site was chosen for a data center or an AI data center or any facility. And I know that DEP had passed recently requiring that a comprehensive look of where polluting facilities are being sited. And that needs to be taken into account before permits are issued. So that was just a recent part of the EJ law that was passed the last couple of years. There's some loopholes in that too, but I think that might come into play.
So, and thank you for that. But I'm still not sure how is it going to negatively impact that community, aside from creating hundreds if not thousands of jobs. But as far as the data center, does it emit? It doesn't emit any type of, or it doesn't use incineration, right?
Well, there's still emissions, is my understanding. I mean, there's still going to be impacts of data centers. I don't know what the exact, I couldn't give you numbers.
Okay.
But I definitely will follow up. I mean, like I said, I'm not the engineer technical expert. It's just, this has now been before the committee for a number of years, and I appreciate it coming up so that we could continue the discussion about your concerns and other concerns and what might be solutions or maybe not problems at all. Still following it, because I know a lot of people, I mean, if we go that route, there are not many regulations or standards or anything right now that would guide them in our state. And so that's what we really need to look at.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And
Thank
then Representative Mushinsky.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lori, for your comprehensive testimony. To piggyback on what my colleague said, I think what we're getting at is now we're looking at data centers and AI centers in sort of this extended producer responsibility landscape. Who is responsible for the environmental impact, for the water usage, you know, as we update our water plan, as we update our state conservation plan? Because we've historically just done the cleanup. Who's responsible for the cleanup of the brownfields left in the wake of industrial use, which now the data centers and AI is the industrial use of resources, right? And who's responsible for that, or the, you know, the mitigation plan is that the producer's responsibility? Is that the community's responsibility, the state's responsibility, DEEP's responsibility? Or what I'm sort of getting at is I think it's our shared responsibility to be accountable for. So your thoughts on that?
Oh my, again, it's part of a larger conversation. We're talking about EPR. You'd have to be, in what context? Like, how are you thinking
I'm
EPR
using
with
that
this?
as the landscape for looking at the data centers and the environment and
impact,
AI
yeah.
and the impact.
Well, I think really the point of my testimony is that we haven't thought through any of those things right now. There are
Exactly.
no rules that really apply. They were all exempted. You know, in a rush to bring in a particular data center developer. And so nobody really had any chance to talk about any of this. And then as you talk more about it, you find out, well, yeah, there are impacts here, there are impacts there, and there are ways that things are being addressed, I think, as they're designing data centers and placing data centers and seeing how these are working in other states. So there are definitely impacts on the environment. And I think probably Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg have much more detailed information about how these things operate and what we need to do going forward. I mean, the one thing too that I just wanted to say about the particular bill is that it really just deals with reporting, kind of assuming that it's already there so that the developer would need to be reporting on all of these impacts, and then the development of standards, however that gets done. But there's nothing really in there that talks about enforcing anything or taking a look at anything before it actually is built. And I just wanted to point that there aren't just the standards and the reporting. There really needs to be more planning in advance and finding out more about how these data centers would affect our grid, affect our water, you know, before you actually go ahead and permit something. That was really mostly what I was trying to say.
I appreciate that. And through you, Mr. Chair, I think the EJ permitting that you referred to, which is in front of another committee, updating that reform and renewal process is super important to what we're talking about here as well. And the disproportionate impact that it's been having on environmental justice communities, and that, you know, we've allowed big polluters to site in the poorest, least empowered communities, and that's by design. And how do we stop that habit, I will say, along with the, you know, with sort of cavalier, you know, citing of data centers and AI.
It is historic injustice. I mean, clearly. The one piece of the EJ law that was passed is that for the first time, it would allow DEP or require them to consider the actual numbers of how many polluting facilities are concentrated in a particular area, particularly in an EJ zone.
Aggregate
Yes, the word I was trying to get, yes, aggregate.
Instead of just singularly. Yes, thank you.
and-
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you,
followed by
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Const.
I was involved when that ESERP bill came out. I was very hard trying to put requirements on them because my town is attracting data centers because of our low rates. And two of the issues that came up were diesel generator pollution, which was the backup startup system, and noise. And this bill is only concerned with energy and water efficiency. Should we also be including requirements for reducing diesel emissions and for reducing noise?
Yes, thank you for that. As I mentioned last year, when this came up, when there was a study proposed for AI, just not for data centers, not specific to AI, they there were a lot of things that were proposed to be studied. I don't think noise was part of that either, but of course, considering what we're dealing with right now with all the, I forget which facility it is, but there's a huge problem with noise. And I think it's I forget which town it's in, not a data center, but it's just a noise issue. I didn't know data centers, what the problem is with noise. I've never been in one or next to one, thank goodness. Is there particular, you think that should be included?
Well, in other states, it's been an issue. I know in the mid-Atlantic states, especially Virginia, they have, it's got a constant,
like a hum?
Yeah, a constant hum, all day, all night, and people were having trouble with, living next to one. So that's why I bring it up, because, you know, if we're gonna do this bill, maybe we ought to cover all the areas that should have been in that original bill. And at one point they were struck out in the ESER. So all the environmental regulations were deleted. And the bill just ran as a economic development bill with nothing in it, but nothing in it for neighborhood protection.
But you brought up the point about the diesel backup generators. That was one of the big concerns originally when this came out, is that it did not, you know, at the time it could have been whenever they would need to have backup, they could use any source of energy that they wanted. And it could be dirty old diesel. And if that's less expensive, there was nothing that required them to stop using them. And so they could continually do all of their operations on diesel. And that's still, in my understanding, is that's still how the law sits. There's no restrictions. So there's just, the more you look at this, the more you think about things that could be impacted. But again, look at what other states are experiencing. And maybe there's some way to, you know, head those things off at the pass. But from an environmental point of view, just on the water piece, and that's your expertise in so many ways, Mary, I just think that that's a really important piece to look at, that Representative Sanchez pointed out. Most people don't realize the impacts that could have. And if we do go into a drought, the same thing with like the water bottling issue, you know, do they take priority in their manufacturing and withdrawals of water over the consumers of water, the regular people, residential people who need the water, and there's a drought? Who gets that water first, and how that's decided is a problem, the way that stands now with the water. So I would say the same kind of thing goes for energy. Who's going to benefit if there are, you know, too much draw on the grid and AI cannot be interrupted? What does that mean for the rest of us?
Okay, but I just trying to get you to say whether you still think diesel is an issue for these, and do you still think noise is an issue?
I don't know about the noise, but I can say that when I brought this up last time in my testimony last year about diesel backup, I think someone had said that there was new technology, that this would not be a problem, and that they would not be using it when this was last year's discussion. I don't have any knowledge of whether that's true or not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you so much for your testimony. I've been reading it here to get a few more details. And actually, I was just going to tag along on the noise issue, if that's something you've been looking at, depending on the size of the AI centers, because they do have to run 24/7. And that goes back to your, you know, people want employment, towns want employment, but how can we balance, you know, the effect on the community, not just in terms of energy, in terms of water, but also on their living environment. So if that's something you could take a look at as part of all this, that would be really helpful.
Yes, and of course, that is what is in the bill. They have to come up with these standards. They have to figure out, it's just what are the standards that you're looking for? And they must exist in other states. Maybe they don't exist to the level that we would want them to be in our state. But I think really there's a much bigger, this bill is just another effort at starting to close the loopholes. I think we all know we're going towards data centers, but how we get there and making sure that we protect everyone along the way, that's the discussion. And I look forward to continue having that discussion with anyone on this committee.
Thank you. Representative Baumgart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lori, for testifying this afternoon. You've covered a lot of area, and I was wondering if you could just dive a little deeper in terms of the policy side of things. You mentioned, for example, that we haven't had a regulatory body at all opine officially on whether or not our grid can handle this significant need for power that would be consumed by a hyperscale AI data center. So could you kind of speak to that, what that policy should look like? I know in previous years, even this committee supported a proposal that would, where Pura would have an uncontested docket to opine specifically on the impacts to the grid, because they will be there, right? There's no guarantee that that would not be the case. So can you speak to some of those concerns as well?
Well, yeah, if I remember correctly, it was Pura last time that was going to have to do a study and really examine that very question. Like, what are the actual needs going to be? What would be the impact? What's our availability to provide that resource, and how does that affect everyone else? So those are things that in this bill just contemplates monitoring them after the fact, but I think a lot of what is in here in designing the standards need to be things that really get explored. And I mean, the study that was proposed last year might be helpful to add that to this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So I just want to clarify a couple of quick things. Again, what's our responsibility, what's not, and what a process. Just somebody wants to build a data center and put it out there on the grid on a property that's available. I'm not sure that we have a lot of cognizance over that, right? I think that they would have to spend a lot of money to interconnect with the grid of any size. And one of the concerns that came up is not paying the interconnection costs to the grid by putting it behind the meter. But that process, putting it behind the meter, would effectively mean they would have to petition ISO New England as part of their process to remove capacity from the grid. So for example, if somebody wanted to build a 500 megawatt data center at a nuclear power plant, they would be petitioning ISO New England. The operator of that nuclear power plant would be petitioning ISO New England to reduce their output by 500 megawatts. ISO would then have a period of time to make a determination as to whether that was possible and what that meant for the grid stability. Again, not a role that we play a part in. So that has not happened to date. There's been a lot of discussion by different people about the possibility of that happening. But in my last conversation with ISO New England, no one has approached them about removing a power plant off the grid or part of the output of a power plant off the grid in order to build a data center and co-locate it with a power plant of any kind, as far as I know. We're in this mode of a precautionary thing, things that we didn't take into account, and the earlier initial proposal that led to the bill that was ESERT at that time was an attempt to specifically target initially municipal utility areas. So the developers at that point, there were two tracks that were happening. There were private developers, and then there was sort of a reach out to one of the stock exchanges through economic development. And the municipal utilities that were asked, I think pretty much said no. They were not interested at that point. By putting it, and this goes to the conversation about municipal utilities, by co-locating it at a municipal utility, they were deemed to be less expensive because, again, some of the big transmission charge carrying costs were not calculated in there. That whole discussion precipitated, which again occurred simultaneous with the same thing happening in other jurisdictions outside of Connecticut, co-locating it at a nuclear power plant. And we do, I don't know what, is that me hitting something? As we know, there's been a lot of conversation about Microsoft and Microsoft and 3 Mile Island. I mean, there's been discussions about putting things at sort of almost defunct nuclear power plants, which is always a little bit unnerving, but something can be kept running at a cost that may not be comparable to the cost that they would get paid on the grid themselves. So what we're really talking about, what in my mind, the mistake that was made was this co-locating behind the meter data center thing. I think that most of them, somebody else said this, most of the data centers, as far as I'm aware, run a closed loop cooling system. They use power to do that. It's not like a nuclear power plant where they're pulling water and dumping water. It's like a cooling system that has refrigeration on it to keep the computers cool. So I'm not sure water is necessarily the best argument. It's certainly one, but I have become increasingly concerned about the cost to the grid, about pulling zero carbon resources off the grid and to meet our carbon goals, our environmental goals, our air quality goals, we would be taking steps backwards. And I think that needs to be looked at. Other jurisdictions are looking at this. I will say that in another part of the country where a lot of data centers were permitted and are built, that area is running short of power. At the moment, we are not, but this can happen very quickly. So I think this is why we want to revisit this now, to make sure that it's not nothing, and then we drop off a cliff, and then we're forced to build power plants that are either not efficient or good for the environment, or much more expensive than what would be bid for that capacity off of an existing power plant. I'm a firm believer in the fact that any new generation that we build now, because of the cost of construction and the cost of interest rates, is going to be more expensive than a lot of what we currently have on the grid already of all types of power generation. So last year, I think you all know that I put in a bill to at least withdraw the tax incentive for behind the meter data centers. It was not an attempt to stop anything that was in the queue, any deals that were pending, I don't like doing that as a business person. I don't think we should make something available to somebody and then take it away if they actually have an imminent deal at this point. And so I would have timed the enacting of that bill to the point where we were well outside that particular deal happening. That said, that bill was referred to finance because it's a tax bill, even though the original one wasn't done through finance. It was done as an e-cert. And I think we need to keep considering this. On the other hand, there's the side of the construction work and the building work that the tradespeople need. So we want to do this right. We want to thread the needle. Data centers, especially AI data centers, are a thing that is happening. We're not going to stop that in Connecticut, right? This is a train on the tracks heading towards us. It's going to use more power than anybody understands because we don't know what these things are going to be able to do and what part of our lives AI is going to do. take up. I don't think 20 years ago I could have imagined having the world at my fingertips with a cell phone. That requires a lot of data. The next iterations of this are going to require a lot more. So I think it's a moment to be thoughtful and careful about what we're going to do, not try to stop the future from happening, but to take a look at what we did, not stop it, but rethink it and make sure that we're doing the right thing going forward. If there's no deal in the queue here, we should understand what our role is in Connecticut, because it's not as big as we think, right? ISO plays a huge part in this, and I want to remind everybody about that. Last but not least, and then I'll sort of bag it on this one. I mean, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, unfortunately, but it is a super important topic, and I don't want to ever make light of it. It's a big economic development issue and a big economic development opportunity. Not enough consideration was given to an front of the meter data center and what the backup generation looked like, right? There was a big concern. One of my colleagues voiced it quite strongly about using diesel-fired generators to back these things up, and also to peak shave. When prices went up, they were looking to run them more than just in an absolute critical emergency. Those are the kind of things I think we should be looking at. With regard to noise, I asked Mary to look at the statutes, but I know that there are rules about noise levels at property lines that are important, persistent, continual noise. I know that because I own a factory and somebody built a house on industrial land right next to my factory, and I was out of compliance the minute that they did that. So unfortunately, if there are statutes that are still on the books with regard to that, I'm not sure there's a tremendous amount of enforcement, because enforcement takes people running around and standing there with meters from all different angles, and that's, we're short on the people to do that kind of work. So anyway, as always, Laurie, thank you. Thoughtful. Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Just want to remind you, I'm still here.
Well, you went for a walk.
Thank you. Lori, quickly, I think Senator Needleman hit it on the head in terms of the behind the meter, in front of the meter conundrum, in the sense. One of the bills that I'd introduced, we'll see if it has any legs, was to require any data center to mitigate its base load through renewable energy and storage. Would that help ameliorate some of your concerns?
Well, I mean, I think that's a great idea. I haven't, it wasn't before us this session. I think it was last session.
I had another one this session.
You did. I haven't really looked. Sorry, I haven't really seen that, but I thought it was a great idea. Just any creative ideas that we can come up with to figure out how to mitigate some of the issues that we know are problems, much less the ones that could be problems. But yes, it's coming. There's not much, it is where we're headed, but I think we do have control over certain things with regards to our emissions and our water and our, basic environmental protections that we do have. It's just when they get exempted, or removed for particular projects or like data centers, that's when we as a state need to sort of make sure that we're not just ignoring the environmental concerns just in order to move something forward, because that never works out.
I think we're all struggling with the inevitability, as Senator Needleman mentions, and we want to remain competitive as a state. Yeah. And yet we have both environmental and reliability concerns when we get to a certain point. And I think we need to be out front in solving the problems, because we can't assume that the marketplace will necessarily do that for us.
Right.
Anyone else have a question or concern? I'm sure we're all concerned, but
Didn't think I'd be here this long. Wow, this is great. But thank you so much for bringing this bill up. I think it's really important conversation.
No.
Next up is Stephen Sack Jr., followed by Carrie Lynch.
Good afternoon, the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Stephen Sack. I own Sack Energy, a wholesale energy distributor in West Hartford, Connecticut. We cover all of Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. I am also a resident of West Hartford and a chairman and vice president of the Sustainable West Hartford Committee. I am here to talk about HB 6925, an act concerning the establishment of the Connecticut Home Energy Labeling and training program. I am against this. I think it leaves too much open for DEEP to create different types of standards that may not be usable out there. You heard testimony, read testimony from the Realtors Association against it. In general, it's just another hurdle for homeowners to have to get over to sell their house. And you know, in my opinion, if someone spent the money to get a home energy audit, put in insulation, double, triple pane windows, tighten up their house, they would want to put that into the prospectus of their house when they sell it, so that they can maybe gain some more value of their house, showing how well it is. I don't see a need to put a law in that to force people to do this. Also, I'm here in favor of 1291 for the renewable diesel, to add that into the current law. It's already there. We're not asking for any money. It's just to include renewable diesel, which is a fairly newer product coming into Connecticut, very similar to biodiesel, just made differently. And you know, it's a great product out there. One of my other comments was reading some of the other people's comments, like the Sierra Club said that, you know, renewable diesels doesn't do much. It only reduces emissions by 4.2%. But if you go back to where they're citing it from, it's only the NOx emissions. It's not the full life cycle emissions. It doesn't talk about CO2, SOx, anything else. They're just picking one NOx emissions. That's it. Where also the biodiesel that they refer to is a algae-based biodiesel that's not really used in commercially around here. Most of the renewable diesel or biodiesel is made from a soybean-based oil or an animal fat, which will have totally different characteristics. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Yes, one quick question with regard to your opposition to the labels bill. I
Yes.
appreciate your point of view. Selling a home is a huge undertaking, and the seller's responsibilities are many. But look at it from the perspective of the buyer, and I'm not talking about the model home that has the triple pane windows and the insulation and the like, but it's the contrast to the other extreme, which is a very leaky sieve of a home with extremely high energy expenses that may not be self-evident from a cursory inspection. Don't those people have the right to understand that those are part of their carrying costs going forward?
I absolutely agree with you. And that's why they do home inspections. A home inspector has basic knowledge, what I've seen, and I come back with a little bit of background with it. My wife's a real estate agent, so I've seen these. Most of the home inspectors are great with structural issues, heating systems working, but they don't go in and look to see if there's some major issues with the heating system or anything else. So homeowner or prospective buyers have that option to do a home energy audit as part of their inspection and find out and take a look at it. So it's readily available for them to do that now if they want, so that there's no other hidden things that they don't see. It should be part of standard home inspections.
I take your point. We helped one of my children buy a small walk-up in South Philadelphia, and I was incredibly impressed by the thoroughness of the inspectors that you can hire to do that kind of work. In fact, I was led to believe that they're a lot more stringent in Pennsylvania than they are in a lot of other states. So you may have turned our attention away from necessarily this kind of labeling, but there has to be a standard that protects people, and perhaps it's in the inspection process. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, Carrie Lynch, followed by Cameron Kritikos.
Good afternoon, honored Chair Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy in support of 3 bills today: Senate Bill 1293, House Bills 6925, and 6929. We have provided written testimony for these bills, which can provide more details on our support. First, we support Senate Bill 1293, an act requiring a study of electric utilities. The Nature Conservancy is committed to elevating policies that promote energy affordability, reliability, transparency, and efficiency. This bill would require DEEP to conduct a study concerning the electric utilities in the state, likely due to the rising electric rates and confusion over the reasons for recent and continuing rate increases. We have several suggestions on what could be included in this study for purposes of transparency and accountability. And we would hope that this study would be conducted in good faith with full cooperation of the EDCs, and believe that this bill will help ratepayers in understanding delivery rates and potentially spur regulation to bring down electric rates. Productive conversations between state agencies and the EDCs is what we hope for with this bill. Second, we support House Bill 6925, an act concerning the establishment of Connecticut Home Energy Label and a training program for energy efficiency auditors. A home energy label provides several benefits to Connecticut residents. They can inform administrators on housing stock, provide consumer protection after home improvements, help homeowners make informed decisions regarding their home, motivate future home energy improvements, help home buyers understand the energy system of potential homes. Through documentation of energy efficiency status, homeowners are better prepared to describe and promote these features in real estate transactions. Additionally, labels in real estate transactions have documented benefits. Studies show that homes with energy efficiency improvements sell faster and for relatively higher prices, all of which are great things. And finally, we support House Bill 6929, an act establishing a thermal energy network grant and loan program. This bill would require DEEP to establish a thermal energy network grant and loan program to provide funding for development of thermal energy networks, or TENS. These systems allow buildings to exchange heat with a number of energy sources such as lakes, rivers, energy-intensive buildings, wastewater systems, and the stable temperature of the earth, and can be designed with backup systems to remain reliable even amid a power outage. Scaling them up from a few buildings to a community or utility level can also help make the grid more resilient and efficient. TENS are cost-effective, emission-reducing, and energy efficient. The state must examine all possible avenues of emission reduction in the thermal sector, and TENS are one such option. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of these 3 bills today.
Thank you, Carrie. As usual, you cover a lot of ground in a period of time. We'll look at your testimony very closely. Does anybody have any other questions or comments? Thank you for your time today, and we'll see you next time, because I know you'll always be there. Next up, we have Cameron Kritikos, followed by Teresa Eichel.
Thank you. To the committee, I thank you for your time, and especially a big thank you to each member of the committee for your public service. My name is Cameron Kritikos, and I'm a resident of New Haven. I volunteer with Build Green Connecticut, a statewide organization that works to accelerate the transformation of the built environment. I'm here today to express support for HB 6925, establishing a home energy label and training program for energy efficiency auditors. Much like nutrition labels for food, energy labels enable residents to understand their home's performance, identify cost-saving opportunities, and perhaps most important, make data-driven decisions that reduce energy consumption and utility costs. Labeling provides valuable information for homeowners, home buyers, and other stakeholders such as real estate professionals, appraisers, lenders, and contractors. The energy label and supplementary information can be used to inform real estate purchasing decisions or investments in energy efficiency upgrades. Additionally, the creation of a training program for energy efficiency professionals is crucial to ensuring successful implementation of this initiative. A well-trained workforce will not only support the accuracy and reliability of energy assessments, but it will also strengthen Connecticut's green economy by creating quality jobs in the clean energy sector. I also just want to make mention that I take seriously the points made by some who have expressed concern about Connecticut establishing their own energy labeling standard. And I encourage further clarification in the bill on whether this will be a labeling system that is itself an existing standard, whether it's adapted from an existing standard, or the creation of a standard from scratch. So I hope that there's further clarification about that in the bill. I'm also here today to express support for HB 6926, funding for the Residential Energy Preparation Services Program. As those on the committee probably know, low and moderate income households in particular struggle with the costs of necessary pre-weatherization repairs, and this often prevents them from accessing available energy efficiency programs. This bill addresses this critical gap by ensuring that all Connecticut residents, regardless of their financial means, can benefit from lower energy costs, improved home comfort, and reduced carbon emissions. The funding will enable residents to make necessary home improvements, such as addressing health and safety barriers, sealing air leaks, and ensuring that homes are ready for efficiency retrofits. And without this support, too many households are going to remain locked out of energy saving opportunities due to financial constraints or barriers. And so I believe that this bill is a strategic and necessary investment in both our economy and our environment. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cameron, for your testimony. Very eloquent. So I take it that you're open-minded to the idea that if Connecticut were to adopt some sort of energy consumption standard that may already exist and be used by other states, that would work for you as well?
Yeah, I'm open to that idea. I did take seriously some of the concern that perhaps creating a standard that is a standalone and perhaps differs from other states, other rating systems that may flood the zone, if you will, with more labeling, and perhaps creating coherency ought to be a goal, just for the sake of awareness and people being educated using the same terms, the same systems, the same metrics.
Thank you. I agree. I think metrics are the right approach so everybody can make easy comparisons ideally. But it sounds like we have some work to do. Thank you again for your testimony. I don't see any other questions or comments. We will move on next to Terry, followed by Letitia Colon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Terry Eichel, and I'm the Executive Director for the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network. We're a faith-based environmental organization, and we work with religious communities across the state on environmental issues. And every week, I get calls from houses of worship who are seeking to green their congregations. They're looking for ways to reduce their energy bills. Our houses of worship are beautiful and historic, but they're often extremely old and quite wasteful from an energy perspective. So at this point, hundreds of congregations have now participated in the Small Business Energy Advantage program, and many want to expand into clean energy as much as they can and are also running home weatherization campaigns in their congregations. And they're doing this not just because it makes financial sense, but also because it reflects their faith and their values. So I submitted testimony on a few bills, but I wanted to focus on the energy efficiency bills, specifically HB 6926, an act concerning funding for the Residential Energy Preparation Services. And Cameron teed it up quite nicely for me. This is a moral issue for us. Connecticut has some of the highest income disparity in the nation, and 31% of our residents are considered extremely low income. they have a higher likelihood to live in drafty, inefficient housing that also has a health hazard like mold and asbestos or lead. And if those hazards are present, then the energy efficiency vendors can't proceed. So then these vulnerable residents are left with this health hazard and inefficient housing that has high utility costs. 2 years ago, the Residential Energy Preparation Services Fund was established. The program has been very successful, but is now out of money. And this bill would put $8 million into the fund to help our most vulnerable residents. So I'm encouraging you to pass this bill. I agree with the person who spoke earlier. I would not want to see this bill funded and the low-income energy assistance program not funded. You know, I think that this is a both and situation. And I also understand that there are significant challenges facing the state at this point. But this is a significant investment that will help people both with their energy bills and their energy consumption, and also a significant health hazard that may also prevent them from going to work or going to school. So we are also in support of the act concerning the establishment of a home energy label and a training program for energy audits. And we're also supporting an act concerning the Thermal Energy Network Grant and Loan Program. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Terry. Well done, and good to see you. Yeah, I think your emphasis on energy efficiency programs is one of the key elements of what we're wrestling with this session. There are so many limitations to what we might be able to do to amplify supply, but we seem to consistently underfund our energy efficiency efforts.
And certainly energy efficiency is the first thing I recommend to a house of worship. You know, I will go in and it'll be a 200-year-old house of worship, and we're looking at energy efficiency, and we'll even like tier it. So what is the sort of lowest hanging fruit that can bring you the biggest return on investment? And we start there. So yes, energy efficiency, I mean, the cleanest, greenest energy is what we are not using. And so I always start there.
We appreciate your advocacy, and I think all of us agree that if we could find ways to improve Connecticut's aging housing and in some cases business housing, business stock, we would go good part of the way to ameliorating some of the issues we know we'll be facing in the future. So we appreciate your input, and we will seriously consider your testimony. Thank you for coming today, even virtually.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next up, we have Letitia Colon, followed by Chris Phelps. Are you there, Letitia? It looks like no. Maybe she'll get back on at some future point. Next up, we have Chris Phelps, followed by Olivia Renkis.
Thank you, Representative and members of the committee. I'm Chris Phelps. I'm the State Director of Environment, Connecticut, and I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 1292 regarding energy and efficiency requirements for artificial intelligence data centers. I've submitted written comments, and I've submitted attached to those comments, I hope you have, a copy of a paper that the Frontier Group, Environment America, and USPIRG released together last month. That paper is titled Big Data Centers, Big Problems, the Surging Environmental and Consumer Costs of AI, Crypto, and Big Data. Now, despite the name of that paper, I'm not here testifying against data centers, against artificial intelligence, and et cetera, but rather for common sense public policy to mitigate many of the concerns that these facilities have raised and challenges they've raised in communities around the country, much of which has been discussed here today. So with that, I'd like to actually skip to a few of the specific policy recommendations that we included in our testimony that speak to, I think, some of the concerns around water quality, water usage, noise generation, energy system impacts, rate.
Getting more stuff in the United States, which I think is
First, one of the first recommendations we make is to not necessarily limit this legislation to AI data centers that are used for artificial intelligence computing, but rather to do what also is included in the bill, to define the data centers that are covered by this based on the amount of energy they use, the load and the demand and the strain that they place on our state and on our electric system. That is the key, not what computations are happening inside that data center. Also, protect ratepayers and taxpayers. I'll come back to that. That's a huge challenge that policymakers in the mid-Atlantic states, in Georgia, in Texas, and here in Connecticut and New England are wrestling with. Excuse me. And then, of course, protecting the environment. I am here on behalf of Environment Connecticut, after all. On that second point I raised, the impacts on ratepayers, potential or otherwise. There was a lot of discussion earlier with Senator Needleman and others about behind the meter proposals or front of the meter proposals for data centers. I think that in a lot of good thought and conversation going on, I think the key thing for you as policymakers to consider is that when these massive data centers, and we're talking about the massive data centers, come onto the grid, they bring obviously a huge new demand onto the electric grid, whether it's in the mid-Atlantic or Georgia or Texas or New England. That has a real impact on ratepayers. I heard the buzzer, so I'll respect your time. In Georgia right now, your peers in the legislature there are considering legislation to require their Public Utility Commission to ensure that new large data centers do not, the costs they impose on the grid are not recovered from all ratepayers, but are recovered from the operators of those data centers. They're facing significant rate increases in Georgia due to their new nuclear power plants that have come online, but also due to the fact that most of their new electric demand coming on their grid is from data centers. And if those costs are socialized across all residents of the state, all ratepayers of the state, they're getting a free ride on the backs of ratepayers who are now paying more money.
Talking about in front of the meter projects?
Yeah, yeah. Although behind the meter projects could have the similar effect, right? By cannibalizing existing generation resources. Same effect. You still then need new resources to come online, as I think Senator Needleman was talking about earlier, to replace those. And that has a ratepayer effect. So anyway, I know the buzzer went off. You have my testimony. You have our paper, which talks about many of these issues in more depth, including noise impacts, water impacts, question of closed loop versus non-closed loop cooling, et cetera. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Chris, for your testimony. I think you make an excellent point that we should not regulate data centers on the basis of their use, but on the basis of their actual consumption. And we have not only electric use, we also have significant water consumption, which might eventually be an issue for us here in the state of Connecticut. So I think that maybe we'll have a conversation about revising the way that we target data centers in a way that's most appropriate. But I also take your point that, ideally those who create the impact should pay for it. That's sort of a general environmental dictum. I guess the challenge will be for us to quantify some of these impacts in a way in which they can be appropriately allocated. So any thoughts you have, or if Georgia or other states are finding a way to use metrics, some monetization model, which appropriately quantifies it, that'd be very helpful.
Yeah, I know in Georgia, for example, because I referenced them, the Public Utilities Commission has been working to address this issue, and there is legislation pending in the legislature there. I think it's Senate Bill 34 in Georgia. And their policy goal is to ensure that these massive data centers, and they have some pretty massive data centers coming on the grid in Georgia, do not create those socialized ratepayer costs that are then socialized across all the ratepayers, but rather that they are required. The goal, policymaking goal for them, is to require the impacts on the grid, the impacts on the energy system, the costs impacts, to be imposed upon the data center operators who are creating those costs, not on other electric ratepayers. And I think that is going to be one of the biggest challenges that you have going forward as we begin to see more of these very large data centers coming into Connecticut and New England. And then on water impacts, I think, that actually speaks to, I think, the point of one of the points of this bill, right? efficiency, water efficiency. There's an opportunity between, or a choice between closed loop cooling systems and non-closed loop cooling systems, for example. In places like, I think it's in Oregon, in the city of the Dales, there are massive data centers from Google and Microsoft there that consume as much as a quarter of that city's water supply just to cool those data centers. They're not using closed loop systems, I would bet, it's Representative Sanchez. But that would be the type of challenge that you as policymakers need to consider. How do we create standards to ensure that water efficiency is being taken into account so that they're not consuming a quarter of the city of Hartford's water supply if they build a data center in Hartford, as an example.
Thank you, Chris. You've given us a bit to think about. Appreciate that. Yes, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So SB 1292, it seems like you're supportive, but as long as there's some changes in this bill that supports an AI data center to move forward.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the underlying point of this bill to create both energy and water efficiency standards for these types of facilities is really critically important to ensure that these facilities actually realize the promise that we all hope they hold for our economy, for our communities, for our society. But without standards to hold them accountable to environmental performance, energy performance, water consumption performance, noise standards in communities, all the types of things that have been discussed here today. Without that, it's just the Wild West, and we could get good data centers that are performing well and meeting all those targets, or not. In the absence of actual policymaking, actual regulation, it's a crapshoot. And I think that's why we definitely support the proposal on this bill. We have some specific suggestions for how to improve it that I've mentioned. But yes, absolutely. We're not here to say pass legislation prohibiting data centers or don't pass legislation protecting the environment from their impacts.
Okay, thank you for that. And just curious, what's your opinion if we have a source like the Connecticut River and we put in a data center in the South Meadows, or on the shoreline, you have the ocean, saline water. I'm not sure if the propellers of a impeller pump can handle the salt coming out of there, unless it's made out of a different type of material. But if we have that type of water source, now would the issue still be the same? I mean, because obviously Connecticut River, we're not drinking that water, and we're not drinking the saline water from the ocean. So what's your opinion on that, if there's enough H2O there?
Yeah, I think in those specific examples, the considerations that might come into play would be somewhat different from if you're, say, taking water from the MDC system. But for instance, on the Sound, if you're taking water into a facility from the Sound, whether it's into a data center or into a power plant, powering that data center, you have, for example, the potential problem of then the discharge of that water back into that body of water. And we have existing environmental regulations that govern those types of activities. But that's the sort of question that needs to really be addressed in this type of legislation or regulation as it would apply to these relatively new, in terms of our experience, types of usage of those sorts of resources. So the answer is really, those are other options for where you would get water in this case. The question is, what are the then potential consequences that raises that need to be mitigated?
Right. So,
I'm agreeing with you,
and you mentioned that there's existing policies. So basically, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but just take that policy and adjust it to a AI data center.
Potential.
I mean, because the way I look at this, and I've been reading it over the weekend, it just seems that this bill is pretty restrictive, controlling, and almost a huge obstacle to move forward for an AI data center.
I don't read it that way, in all honesty. I think, and in part because, having some familiarity with what jurisdictions, whether it's in the mid-Atlantic states or Georgia or Texas or the Northwest, are already dealing with as policymakers grappling with these considerations. I think the answer to the question, how do you address these impacts, whether it's on the energy grid and ratepayers, the environmental impacts of where we're getting the power from, or water, noise, community impacts. The question of how do you mitigate those in a way that doesn't hamstring the industry, which I think is what you're getting at, Representative.
Yeah.
These aren't new issues. You're not having to address these from scratch. And I think the experience is that you can find an appropriate balance. And that's the key. You got to find an appropriate balance, because if, God forbid, the answer were either you could have these data centers or you could protect ratepayers, the environment, quality of life in communities, that would be a pretty horrible choice to have to make. And I don't think that's what we're talking about, Representative.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just one more question based upon that dialogue. You also mentioned noise pollution as being a problem. That's one of the thorniest things legislators have to work with to figure out how to appropriately address that. Would you be averse to the idea of requiring some sort of a acoustic baffling if decibel levels got above a certain point, make that a requirement for construction?
I would imagine that would be exactly the sort of requirement that you'd want to consider. Noise complaints regarding data centers, certain types of data centers, let me be clear, have been a big problem in places around the country. One of the most egregious examples, and one of the most that you read about a lot, are noise complaints associated with cryptocurrency mining facilities, which may not be what we're expecting or even wanting to see happen here in Connecticut. But the point is that, yes, you can mitigate the noise emanating from these facilities. But in the absence of any regulatory or policymaking requirement for that mitigation, you're relying on the operator's good faith to just build the facility appropriately. And I think that's why we're here, and that's what we're talking about. Let's get this right from the start in Connecticut. And when someone's building a facility like this, take into account questions like that sort of impact on the local community, noise impact, for example. And there are solutions to that problem, absolutely. I've been inside a large data center, and I got to tell you, they're loud. Loud to the point that you must wear hearing protection. So.
That question you've given us a bit to think about today. We really appreciate it. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move on. Olivia Renkes, followed by Mike Morrissey. We have Olivia. We do not have Olivia. So we'll go on to Mike Morrissey, followed by Mark Sassy.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg, ranking member Mara, and other distinguished members of the committee. I'm Mike Morrissey, and I represent the Alternate Fuels Coalition of Connecticut. Our coalition is an active member in our state's 3 Clean Cities coalitions, and I'm here to support SB 1291, the renewable diesel bill. This bill will open up grant opportunities to facilitate and accelerate the production of renewable diesel in our state. The use of renewable diesel, especially in the transportation space, will result in lower vehicle emissions, especially with medium and heavy-duty vehicles. We, however, would like to see this bill expanded to include similar grant opportunities for renewable propane as well. Conventional propane has already provided a vital service to reduce transportation emissions, especially with medium and heavy-duty vehicles. For example, there are over 700 school buses in Connecticut which operate on conventional propane. There are over 22,000 school buses that operate nationwide. Currently, we do not produce any renewable propane in Connecticut. However, expanding this bill to include renewable propane might attract potential producers to make and distribute renewable propane in our state. Should this occur, the potential could reduce the cost of renewable propane from out-of-state sources, which would make it more affordable. Incentivizing the use of both renewable diesel and renewable propane will reduce carbon emissions in our state. Thank you very much for your consideration today.
Thank you for your testimony as always. Yes, we'll have to consider the range of different products that may help us meet our intentions here. So thank you for reminding us that propane can be part of the solution. Yes, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the present testimony. So just a quick question. So we have renewable diesel, and that's made from an organic matter. And then renewable propane, is that a byproduct from creating the renewable diesel, or is that, because it also uses organic matter?
I'll have one ear available.
Okay, thank you.
Go to that side.
Oh, the micro is on. Thank you, Mike. And anybody else? Nope. Seeing nobody, appreciate it. Next up is Mark Sassy. Thank you. Followed by Tara Rimlau.
Thank you, honored co-chairs, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Ranking Member Senator Fabio, Representative Mara, and the distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I am here today to provide a testimony in support of HB 6928. My name is Mark Sassy of Bridge Energy Services. Our company is located in East Hartford, Connecticut. We've been privileged to provide support to Connecticut's finest institutions with risk management for over 20 years, and I personally teach an energy procurement certification for a globally recognized industry association. Not to belabor the points that prior folks have mentioned, but municipal aggregation, community choice aggregation would be a benefit to the state of Connecticut, which include enhanced consumer protection, local control, and shifting stewardship to a local level, not necessarily reducing stewardship, but shifting it. And that local control empowers risk management beyond what the current standard offer scheduled procurement process provides. Access to renewable and sustainable products, options for price stability beyond a 6-month period. It can be self-funded, and it doesn't change existing programs. It would only add additional options to residents. I also want to emphasize that the bill would be enabling and would not force any municipality to participate. I do have 6 other points to address from prior questions and testimony, to which I will try and be as succinct as possible. The first is the concept of opt-in versus opt-out. Connecticut has had the opportunity for opt-in aggregation since the onset of deregulation. The utility standard offer programs are opt-out aggregations, and I want to emphasize the bill would be enabling, not taking away any existing options, but be adding options and tools for risk management. The second is to counter a premise that was raised and that premise is that Connecticut deregulated supply markets vastly differ from other states, and this might create a difficult situation to evaluate whether a program was successful in another state. In our opinion, this isn't the case. The energy markets within an independent system operator, ours is ISO New England, are all tied back to wholesale transactions. Ours is at the mass hub, which energy prices are relatively homogeneous across the New England states. There's other cost components on the supply side that are fairly equal playing field, especially in the sense that a municipal aggregation would essentially work with a lot of the same providers that a utility company works with. And in our opinion, Massachusetts specifically is a great comparison to how Connecticut might perform, especially with the synchrony of Eversource being in both states. The third is the impact on standard offer competitiveness. There's no evidence that municipal aggregation would adversely affect standard offer. As the representative from Energy noted, the bill is written in a way that the utility companies would have ample notice to exclude the load from their procurement process. Additionally, the representative from Eversource stated earlier in this context, the more collaboration and oversight, the better outcome for all stakeholders. So the way it's currently written, there shouldn't be any impact. And regarding purchasing power, I did some quick math, and using observations of participation from other states and Connecticut's 2023 residential load data, if every municipality in the state did a program, and in a conservative sense, there was high adoption, meaning less people remaining on basic service, the remaining power requirement for standard offer for non-program residents would still require quantities equivalent to hundreds of megawatts of wholesale power blocks to serve that remaining load. So a very competitive size as far as procuring. Number 4 is what the results have been of aggregation's performance versus standard offer in other states. There's no evidence that municipal aggregation hurt ratepayers. Instead, numerous studies indicate that these programs help stabilize rates and often reduce costs. And as Mr. Millman alluded to earlier, there was a 2023 study by Lean that found that the municipal aggregation programs would serve over 10 million electric consumers nationwide, have provided average savings of 2 to 25% compared to default rates. The 5th, there was a question about opt-out penalties. The way that the bill is currently written is that a program, if launched by a municipality, doesn't have to have penalties, but can have them and have them apply after a certain period of time. And the reason a municipality may elect to do this is it makes their rates that they would procure from suppliers more competitive by reducing the supplier risk and making the bids tighter. But again, it would ultimately be the choice of the municipality to have this feature in their program, which frankly isn't common, but they would have the option to do so. Lastly, exclusions to the auto enroll customers. And along the lines of our written testimony, as the representative from United Illuminating alluded, some of the current carve-outs for auto enroll customers may restrict access to certain ratepayers that might benefit the most from the program. And as always, the bill will need to strike the right balance between consumer protections and equitable access to competitive programs. And we kindly ask further consideration.
Mark, just letting you know that we have a bell timer and it just went off a second time. So can we possibly wrap it up?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your indulgence. Anybody have any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much, Mark. Tara Ramlal, followed by Tom Quinn. Is Tara there? Going once, twice? No. Tom Quinn, followed by Chris Herb. I think you want to put on your microphone, Tom. There's a button. No, the one in the middle would be. And
How's
turn
that?
the other one off. Thank you.
Okay. So there's a lot to unpack. I wish some of the folks that were here stayed a little longer. They'd have a lot of their questions answered. And 3 minutes gives us little time to address the issues of using an AI killer environmental overreach bill designed to stop what will be the largest development in the tri-state area with a cost of $3.3 billion. The bill uses selected industry terms as a basis for creating a set of cleverly written additional complicated metrics, placing every step of the process under the full and absolute control of DEEP, allowing DEEP to delay or deny the progress for basically anything at their absolute uncontested, and they like to use that word, discretion. The bill singles out this specific business where no other business types have ever been denied electricity use or been placed under these new regulations that this bill demands in any state. Major points, and this will answer some of your questions. We've already presented to the administration, there will be no gas-fired or diesel generators on any site that we have. None. DEEP knows this. The buildings will be air-cooled. You've used different terms for this, but an air-cooled or closed-loop building, and they don't use water for that. They use a glycol-based product. Now, there are stories about Facebook in Tennessee burning 6 to 7 million gallons a day that condensates. We're not using any of that. There's not water available. Even if we had it available, the systems, the infrastructure couldn't support it. So that's out. There's no water use. Stormwater. This has been a big deal, I think, for DEEP. All stormwater is to be contained on the site. We're using the biggest data center builder, also a company that builds high rises in New York, without shutting the roads down. I think we can build retention pits on site so the rain can come down to the stormwater area. Now, regarding cost shifting that we've been talking about today, there is no cost shifting of any kind. The data center pays on the same site all of the interconnection charges to connect into the Eversource lines, to connect into the substations. It builds its own substations. It's paid for everything. Unlike other businesses, where it is, as we've heard the term today, socialize the cost of dragging the electricity to the building, this doesn't happen. DEEP knows this, and the administration knows it. The AI factory will pay all of the public benefit charges, and we have documented this with the administration, which reflect $1.1 billion in public benefit charges paid over the life of the contract. This is figured prior to the current payback rates on the Dominion contract and on these other Eversource collections and so forth. So the numbers are accurate. DEEP in the administration know this. After 4 years of design and development work to bring this opportunity to Connecticut, DEEP decides to move the ball again, choosing to add another layer of regulations to delay or deny the opportunity. I want to go to a couple energy facts. I keep hearing that the grid's going to collapse. There was a point not too long ago, about a year and a half ago, both reactors were down. At Millstone, for example, 2.1 gigawatts. The grid didn't collapse. It didn't have a hiccup. There's enough energy in the grid to do this. Last summer, everyone will remember, it got very hot. When it got hot, we all wondered where the energy would come from. Go to ISO real-time reports. It gives you the grid minute by minute, second by second. We never were less than 25% of available electricity left over to purchase or sell within the grid. Never at the highest peak. I'm not just, may I keep going? Okay. Energy facts. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, and I'm only giving you facts that are either found in USEIA or ISO, Connecticut exports, are we all aware of this? Connecticut exports 47.8% of all of the energy that it generates. Where's it going to go? Do you read the Boston Globe? 2.7 million square foot data center, Western Mass, gas-fired, diesel backup. What we need to remember is this, and I would appreciate a little more time because this last guy got 3 buzzers, okay? Okay. You're going to want to hear this. During the winter, at peak usage, 52% of the grid is unused and unsold in New England, comes directly from ISO New England reports. I'll provide you any information you have. My numbers, you can find my email there. Yes, the entire grid will need some more supply. There's no doubt the grid's going to need some more supply. But in the interim, we need to keep up for economic development and AI use in the state. 1,500 union jobs will be created for a period of 4.5 years. It's been verified by Turner Construction at 6 million employee hours. During the construction period and year-long interior build-out, project labor agreements are signed with the unions. 300, according to CBRE, full-time, high-paying jobs will be included in these data centers. According to the Biden White House, for a 300 megawatt AI data center, 2,000 AI jobs are created within that region, usually within a millisecond of this data center. If you want to, I can give you all of New York's figures, which I also have in this packet, okay? $200 billion has been raised in New York for AI. Just to give you an idea, with the blighted buildings that we have and bankrupt buildings that are in the area in these cities, one company just this week took 90,000 square feet. OpenAI just took 90. They're moving into New York very quickly. I'm going to cut this a little bit shorter. This has been painstakingly designed to be the first all-electric AI without diesel or gas gensets AI factory in the country. Massachusetts is all in with $100 million for an AI task force, $1.23 billion in IT infrastructure upgrades, and $30 million to support this same Western Mass data center. I'll wrap it up in 20 seconds. New York City has just announced it will be the world headquarters for AI with $200 billion in play. Now we have the largest company in the world, the largest data center operator in the world, the largest data center builder in the US are all engaged with full project financing commitment for Connecticut's AI base, which took 4 years to develop and puts Connecticut first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody got any comments or questions? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Quinn, thank you for your presentation and testimony. It seems like you have quite a bit of information there. So you answered one of my questions is about the water use. So you're saying that there's absolutely zero water usage?
We could get into specifics. I'll save you quick time. There's 200,000 gallons a day going down that pipe. Data centers would consume millions of gallons a day. So no, we're not going to use any water usage. At any site that our company, Any Edge, is involved with, we're not going to be using water. It would always be all air cooled.
Okay, so now moving on to the air cool. Has there been any study done by you or others as far as the noise pollution from air cooling systems?
The data centers, the last person up, and I'm sorry, I forgot his name, had it right. They're very, very noisy inside, but once you go outside to tilt up concrete walls, they're very quiet. We don't need to add anything regarding noise because I have had hundreds of meetings at the state, and Connecticut Council on Municipalities wanted something done. They wanted the towns to have the ability to negotiate what's called a municipal host fee agreement. The town can ask for the moon, the stars, and the sky. What they've done in the two packages that we have, one in Waterford and one in Killingly that we are working on, noise protocols are in both of those. The town asked for those, and they're in the contracts with the town. Now, how this gets achieved for noise is you get a company that we're dealing with, happens to be in Canada. They come in and they set up decimeters, but actually they call them environmental monitors, and they set them around the perimeter of the property. They take baseline readings. Then they they put the building in CAD. It's all computer generated. And at exactly the corner of the buildings and so forth, those environmental the monitors are set up. That sets a baseline. Then the town's engineer works with that engineer to make sure it's as quiet as they want it. We're 2 years into sound attenuation at this point. I wish I had more time to tell the story, but the sound attenuation, these are going to be very, very quiet. Why are they going to be very quiet? How can you afford to build a data center and spend millions on sound attenuation, tens of millions actually, because we don't use diesel backup. So we don't have to buy the diesel generators. We can move over and use it. And Senator Needleman, I'm sorry, I just have to say, there's only two ways this happens in the state. One is you take in front of the meter electricity and you put diesel backups in. I have been to multiple 6 or 7 boardrooms at high levels for big companies. This is the way they do it. It's called Tier 4. And if you don't have Tier 4, you're not going to have an AI data center. There's another way to do it. The other way is to use behind the meter generation. but pay the public benefit charges and pay all the costs. So nothing is shifted to ratepayers, not a dollar. Now, if you do that, the only time you use the grid, and we have all of the numbers, might be a couple of hours, an hour sometimes, occasionally, the only time. And if you look at the NRC site, I have so many NDAs, I can't speak specifically, but I can tell you what's on the NRC website. The nuclear regulatory site shows that they take these reactors down in stages. So ISO New England's never going to be shocked. 25% of the grid at peak during the summers available for sale, and 52%. This is the perfect opportunity. And to give you a fair comparable, Governor Kemp vetoed a deal in Georgia that was going to stop additional megawatts brought to the state vis-a-vis a gas plant. Okay, so that gas plant's being built. But Georgia, unlike one or two opportunities, and I know every opportunity truly in the state where they could possibly set, 80% of all of Georgia's economic development, 80%, has come from data centers since 2018. They are booming in the data center business, and they don't want it to slow down. They want to try to grab their market share down there. We are zero in the data center business. These terms, if you had engineers like we do that read these bills, they've taken clever terms. There's also a demand response put in here by DEEP. I don't know if you know what demand response is. That means you have to shut the data center off if DEEP says so. Are we going to do that? Are we going to say we don't qualify for AI because DEEP wants to shut a data center off on a Tuesday? You can't do that.
Mr. Quinn,
Go ahead.
I'd like to continue on with my other questions, if you don't mind. Mr. Chair, thank you. So, so I guess you answered one of my questions about you stated there's no gas or diesel generators in use. Because you're looking to establish this AI behind the meter, and then what happens if the two facilities or the Millstone
They go down?
Yes.
So right now, again, public knowledge, public information on the NRC site, every 18 months, they refuel a reactor. It takes 30 to maybe 40 days. You can look online and find out when it all happened and when it's going to happen next. When that comes down, there's plenty of notice, but we still wouldn't be using the grid necessarily because this wouldn't be built for some time going forward, and we would be fit into the purchase. Now, Dominion, by their own admission, sells half of their energy out of state. So we would be using some of the energy that they sell on contract on our local contract. And don't you see that we would be able to pay the public benefit charges? People don't realize when that energy, every megawatt has an intrinsic value toward economic development and payment of charges in the state. We send that out of state, and Massachusetts puts their public benefit charges on it. So we're generating the energy in Connecticut, we're sending out of Connecticut, and they're putting their public benefit charges on when we could be keeping that 300 megawatts here, for example, or 200 or whatever the number is going to be. And we can be putting the charges on it here. Benefits the state greatly. Also solves a problem. Nobody in this room wants diesels. Nobody wants gas generation. They don't want to bring any more fossil fuels. So there's a way to get this done. If you go behind the meter, you use the grid for a minimal amount of time, but the trade-offs are really worth it for the environmental part of this operation.
Fine. Okay. So you mentioned Western Massachusetts earlier, and I know I was trying to look up at how many data center they have. I think they have more than 20.
They have, Massachusetts currently has.
Hold on, let me ask my question.
Sure.
So I'm sure you're gonna let me know. So is my understanding that these data center in Massachusetts, I'm not sure how many in New York, are working off of our grid that you mentioned that, we're exporting the generated electricity out to. what are these states? How are they handling their situation? And are they AI data centers or are they just data centers?
Okay.
And what's the difference between the two?
So everybody wants to know what the difference is. The difference is a lot more energy. In the old days, a 32 megawatt was considered hyperscale, but these GPUs with all of the new chips you hear, NVIDIA, and so forth you hear, these GPUs are much smarter. You can use many less, but each rack runs 10 times hotter. So you need the proper air conditioning, you need the proper amount of energy. That's why we're at this particular number. Now, there are at this range about a dozen deals now in the United States at this particular range. And tell me the rest of your question. You were asking about Massachusetts, 29. There are 29, if you don't count the switchers, you're talking about 29 data centers in Massachusetts. We have added up and have it on a spreadsheet, approximately 5 million square feet. That does not include supercompute centers at at Harvard, at MIT, and at Northeastern. It's got a big center. That does not include all of the hundreds of proprietary, the business data centers. It doesn't include Boston Scientific, for example. It doesn't include any of those. Massachusetts, every time they go to ISO, they say we have a data center. It's going to draw 40 megawatts, 50, whatever the number is. But they've outcomputed us. We have about 400,000, roughly 450,000 square feet, and we're not using much energy within that space, and they've built it out. We are using the same grid. They are not replacing the energy. Anyone that tells us that we need to replace the energy we use obviously doesn't understand that all of the other data centers have not replaced the energy they used, and that unregulated utilities, which these all are, have the right to sell to anybody that they want to sell to. And in Massachusetts, they have, I'm going to give you this number. People don't believe it. Go to United States Energy Information Administration. Connecticut consumes 27 million megawatts of electricity a year. Massachusetts is the black hole. It is 30 million megawatts short. And Maura Healey in her State of the State, which I watched, and she just put 100 million up about almost a year ago for an AI task force. They have 1.23 billion in IT infrastructure. No one's talking about using the energy. Folks, it's your energy made here in Connecticut. Shouldn't we keep the public benefit charges here?
How about New York and Rhode Island?
Well, we trade energy with New York. It's no secret. Okay. New York, Healy wants to be the head of the number one data center for AI in the United States, and New York wants to be the world. Everyone's got, a bigger set. New York doesn't have what we have here, but they do have the opportunity to expand even further. The reason New York is so aggressive is that, if you don't know this, again, USEIA information, New York's industrial rate is $8.99. Our industrial rate in Connecticut is $17.55. So you'll see that by going behind the meter, there's a way to carve a little bit of this expense off, because at $17.55, nobody is coming here. Nobody's going to come to the state. And just so you know, Virginia, that we're most competing against, is $8.40.
Okay, I'm moving on to my next question real quick. You mentioned about jobs. I think you said 1,500. So, what types of job are we talking about?
There's layers of jobs. I've been through this all with the union and Turner Construction. So 1,500 construction jobs totaling 6 million hours over 4.5 years is what it's going to take to build these buildings. And the reason it's 4.5, it's about a little over 2 years to build one of these buildings, but there are 2 buildings. And on a particular site, you have traffic and you have roads, you have to consider it. So probably be one after the other the way we see it. We're not going to be able to support 3,000 at one time. Then 2,000 AI jobs are created within that base area, within usually about a millisecond away or so. Yes, you can operate the AI job from California, but you won't, because they want the very fast connectivity for these calculations. The next thing is the third level of jobs is jobs in the building. When I first started this project and I was up with David Lehman in his office, you know, they were talking about 40 people in a 100-megawatt data center. It's not 40 people anymore. It's about 300 people now in 1 million square feet, when it used to be about 100 and 120. It's now 300, but we don't know. I can tell you, we don't know. It could be more, it could be less. The other thing that happens is every 3 years, the caravan comes to town with replacement GPUs. And when they come in, there's another 200 to 300 jobs running steady for almost a year to replace all of the GPUs, the racks. At that same time, they upgrade and enhance the cooling systems, and they check the levels in the cooling. By the way, they don't just blow air over this computers. They run glycol at chip cooling level. They actually cool the chips in the units. So you don't have all that heat push off on some of these. So there's been a lot of talk today from folks that have never been to a data center, that don't know what it's about, that don't understand the cooling systems or heating systems. We're 4 years into this. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to come back to the committee and discuss any of these points at any time. Unless you have another question.
I do.
Okay.
You mentioned, okay, let's talk about stormwater, because I work for the Metropolitan District, and I truly understand the dynamics after putting up such a structure and what flooding it could cause. And you're talking about retention pits and not detention. So if you're going to build this structure with a retention pit, what are you going to use the water for? Is it as a backup, or for let's say for landscaping, watering the plants? What are you going to use the retention pit for? Is it going to have a pump to feed your lawn, or what have you?
So the requirements for deep is to retain the first 1 inch of stormwater, and then the rest of the stormwater you can let run off the site. But we don't want any of it to run off the site. We're not going to recycle the water because it would have to be put through purification systems that consume energy. Okay. So we're going to put a building up. We're going to put a fence around the building with some natural cover. There's also a road on both of these buildings on one side and one on another that runs right against the building for fire safety. So there's very little landscaping, and then there's fencing. There's biometric security and infrared security surrounding these. It's going to be probably one of the most secure buildings in the state when you have this, and also one of the safest buildings in the state. I know these, it's always said, they use so much energy. That is true. But a data center is incredibly efficient, because they use the energy in such ways that every opportunity to maximize the energy, which brings down the cost per kilowatt, is used.
And my last one. So you just just reminded me that this AI data center produces or generates a lot of heat, correct? Is it enough heat that can be used as for heating the building, or as another source of energy?
No, we're not going to be able to put a
To generate
cogeneration plant in there, and that's what it would take. So everyone likes to say, hey, why don't we use that extra heat? Well, if we were on a site that had a greenhouse next to it, that would probably be something that could be considered. Now, that takes additional electricity to run the fan units to get it over there, and then it has to be stabilized at a particular temperature. This won't be like a cogen plant, like Oxford has a cogen plant. They have a third generator that runs basically off heat of the first two. We're not going to be able to do that on this particular site, but we don't need to. So we have an all clean energy, no pollution, water retained on the site data center. We're not going to be dragging water. The water would come from another town, actually, on one of these two sites.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have one quick question for you. It sounds like you're describing a state-of-the-art data center, which has provided us with some insights we didn't have before. Perhaps we were working off a more dated model of what data centers were about. My only question to you is, if you're not using water, if you've got the noise issues covered, why do you care if we go after the bad actors, which is often what government does, who may not have a state-of-the-art system to use all that? Why would you be at all concerned if we had regulations in place that went after those who didn't have a system such as yours?
I'm not concerned about it at all, except that the way the bill is drafted wouldn't be acceptable. It would chill not just our financing, but anybody's financing that comes to the state. And I will be happy to meet with you in your office and explain line by line why. But there is a line in this bill that says you'd have to work with demand response. That's code. That's code for engineers, really smart guys that build these data centers with GPUs. That's code for, well, we can shut you off when you want. Totally unacceptable. You're never going to get an AI base here. I'll tell you another piece. They get into metrics regarding power power usage effectiveness. Now, there's a formula that data centers use. It's 1.1 to 1.2 to 1.3. In other words, you have an IT load to run your computers, and then you have an air conditioning load. And how do those two relate? And there's a decimal that divides those numbers. This leaves it entirely in the hands of DEEP when they have no information whatsoever as how NVIDIA operates their racks. Okay, if they see this, they're just going to pick this up and say, thank you, Connecticut. We're already fighting the highest cost of electricity. We figured a way to do this behind the meter. We agreed, we put it in the budget to pay the public benefit charges. Why is that possible to do? Because we don't have to buy the diesels and amortize the cost of the diesel so we can pay the public benefit charges. I have hundreds of pages of spreadsheets we've worked with. We have had so many companies say they do not want to come to Connecticut for the same reasons. They look at the EIA report. They look at our regulations. I went to Los Angeles, to Wilshire Boulevard, to one of the biggest companies out there. They have no interest in this, and they own a lot of data centers. They have no interest in this project because of high cost of utility regulation. There are 4 things. I'm going to tell you the secret.
I don't think we need the 4 things.
You do need this.
We have your testimony. I asked you a question about water and noise, and we seem to have gotten off on a tangent, perhaps. I'm very interested in your testimony. If you have specific line by line critiques of how we can improve the bill so as not to disadvantage companies that might otherwise be attracted to Connecticut, we'd be very interested in seeing that. Yes, Representative Baumgart.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and very much align myself with your remarks. Certainly would be helpful to get a set of written testimony to get a sense of what your specific concerns are, especially with some of the language you used regarding DEEP. I would know just as Vice Chair of Environment Committee, and
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
I'll speak a little louder. As a Vice Chair of Environment Committee, and I think we can all agree, this committee is also vested with the great responsibility to protect the environmental quality of our state, making sure that we're moving in a direction where we have clean air, like clean water, and are doing good by our planet. And I don't think that's too much to ask for. I think you would agree with that. But our regulators are tasked, especially at DEEP, with ensuring that our, again, environmental quality is protected. And so I think they are well positioned to make those important decisions. They're experts in regulations. That's what they do. And at this time, there aren't any. That's why we're entertaining this bill. This is why this language and language regarding data centers have been debated for many, many years. And I also would take exception to the notion that regulators or people amongst this committee may not know about GPU racks made by NVIDIA, or I think we have many well-informed people in this committee who have many unique life experiences and professional experiences that I think are very important as part of this conversation. And if we're talking about hyperscale AI data centers, in some cases, buildings that will consume more power than many of our communities combined, we have to have that conversation. And we simply haven't between, again, tailor-made tax credits that are still on the books and no environmental quality regulations. AI data centers can set up shop just by calling the DECD commissioner, just as you've articulated. But that's not happening. And it hasn't happened because there are unserious proposals coming forward. And I think one of those unserious proposals we certainly heard in Groton, where when I served on the Groton Town Council, you mentioned the host benefit agreement. We shot it down and the community was overwhelmingly opposed to it. Yes, certainly because of the noise pollution. Yes, because of some of the concerns we heard about environmental quality. But I think more than anything, there is just a lot of misnomers and a lot of a lack of understanding about the industry, right? And it's here, it's coming, but we cannot disregard the environmental concerns because they are real.
We do not want you to disregard any environmental concerns, and my comment was specifically about PUE formula, specifically about that, not others. Specifically, and by the way, the environmentals, everywhere we are, first thing we do is environmental reports and they're 100% clean.
Thank you for sharing that, Tom. And just one last comment. I represent Groton, right? The submarine capital of the world. In Groton, we build things. And so the notion too that our community is NIMBY or doesn't accept things in their backyard, well, we build some of the biggest and baddest machines that are deployed, God only knows where around our world. And so I think we should be having a conversation of building things, especially getting involved in a new industry. But I think it has to be done in a very open way. And we really have to understand, again, the impacts to the grid and just the entire ecosystem first. So Tom, I appreciate you coming to testify and speak with us, but still got a lot of questions. Thank you.
Great. Send me any questions you like.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Shinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I wanted to thank you for coming in and giving us your perspective on your proposal. But to understand our history here is that, and I also have a municipal utility town like my colleague from Groton. And so data centers keep knocking on our door and we're probably going to get one soon. But when we're considering that, you know, you look at the population density of Connecticut, it's 1 person per acre, which is very dense. It's like New Jersey. And people live next to everything. I have a manufacturing district and people live cheek to jowl next to manufacturing plants. I can walk down the street and there's manufacturers right down the end of my street. So when we're looking at placement of one of these facilities, and then a bill comes to the floor and the entire environment section of it has been deleted, which is what happened. The bill comes out of committee with the environment section in it, and then it hits the floor as in a ESERT bill, and all the environment stuff has been stripped out. And now we're looking at this bill that has no regulations in it of any kind. So we're inviting the industry in, but all the oversight has been removed. And that is a distressing situation if you're a town that might be going to get one of these and you have neighbors who want to know if it's going to impact them. In our case, there was a diesel generator in the first data center that came to town. They have since withdrawn. And yours, I understand, does not use that, but some of them do. And I think it's our job as legislators to make sure that our people are safe and that their neighborhood concerns are addressed. And if they are, you know, we're happy to have the data centers. But if people have questions in their mind and the regulations have been stripped from the bill, that makes people nervous. And that's our job, is to get this stuff answered.
Nothing's ever been stripped from a bill. It wasn't included. And if you remember, Rep.
No,
Machinsky,
it was stripped. I'm on the Environment Committee. I saw.
I didn't strip anything out of it.
No, I didn't say you did. I just said that we had the bill in committee. It had environmental requirements in it. And then when it came for the final vote, which I think was the last day of session in the House, the environment stuff was all missing. So that it was emergency certification and the economic development part was in there. The environmental regulation part was gone. And the requirements for the diesel backup generators were gone. And everything else that would have been protective of neighborhoods was gone. So, you know, we get nervous when we see that kind of thing.
So let me offer this, please. you have a municipal host fee agreement that must be signed. The towns that we executed municipal host fee agreement, Rep. Baumgartner was totally against it in Groton. They voted it down. But Waterford was 25 RTM members unanimous, plus the selectmen. And in Killingly, one person didn't show up. The rest were unanimous, where we have another host fee agreement. And you can ask when that data center comes to your town for anything that you want. For example, we have sound attenuation protocols in these. We have no diesels in these. The guarantees are there. We have to provide so many dollars per year to the town as part of the municipal host. It's all public record, and I'd be happy to, I think I still have it. Do you remember that you put something forward at the very beginning of this process in 2021, and you emailed that you didn't want to see peak shaving with diesels? By the way, peak shaving has to occur at that data center that's 2.7 million square feet in Massachusetts, or they won't get financing. It's a rule. No one hands out $3 billion unless you follow the rules. So in your town, you have all the control over every part of it. And if you would like to see what these host fee agreements look like, we've spent, a tremendous amount of time negotiating them, but you can maybe use some of that as a template, and you're welcome to it if you want to do that. But there is no peak shaving, for example, because we don't have any diesels anyway. But you did post that. You posted that, or you had your assistant post that on Google. It was posted the next day on Google to make sure that I held my promise, and I did.
No, that's great. But we write legislation because some people are not as careful, perhaps, with their projects.
Well, thank you.
We can't write legislation for assuming that all business propositions are going to be equally careful. Some people are fly by night and some people are careful. And so the law has to have regulations to protect the public. I mean, that's really what our concern is the public protected or not? And for me, when legislation suddenly has all the environmental sections removed at the last minute, for me, that's a red flag. And I get concerned about it. I actually made an effort to put them all back in, but it was the last day of session. I didn't make it.
The regulations that were put in, I don't remember those, but we still have to have every bit of the project permitted. Archaeological, you need to have, wetlands delineations, you need to have environmental surveys that all qualify. You have to have, you're not skipping any steps. You have to have everything. And then you have to go to the water company and get whatever water you're going to use. And I mean, you have to go through all of the standard permitting. The last thing you have to do is bring the stormwater plan to DEEP and get that approved to make sure that's set. But you still have to go through every level. Now, if you use diesels in your town, you're going to have to go through the EPA as well. So, I think it might be a good template to take a look at a municipal host fee agreement, because the town can ask for anything they want in a municipal host fee agreement per the legislation, which gives the towns all the flexibility. So these data centers will be most likely on industrial land. They won't be on residential converted land. They're going to be on industrial land that already exists. So, and I've been to most of the states. I would venture to say almost every industrial site in the state. That with sound attenuation protocols, I think would protect the town nicely. The question is, how do you handle the emergency backup? You don't need emergency backup for a data center, but you won't get financing for AI without it. It just won't happen. I hope I answered and over-answered your question.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for having me.
You certainly have provided a lot of answers, and that will definitely be part of our consideration.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, next up, we have Chris Herb, followed by Anthony Bonazio.
Out of respect for those who come after me, I promise not to go past 4 bells to cut me off. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association and then failed comedian. We represent 600 family-owned heating fuel retailers who serve over half the homes in Connecticut with bioheat. Our motor fuel members own, operate, and distribute fuel to over 1,000 convenience stores throughout the state. We're here submitting testimony in support of HB 1291 and that concerning grants for qualified renewable diesel producers and distributors. I'm going to tell you a little story. I've been here too long. In 2010, we worked with the legislature to pass Public Act 1064, which set our industry, those people who keep most of Connecticut warm in the winter, on a path to reduce emissions while creating a clean energy jobs in Connecticut. At that time, I don't think anyone would have ever have imagined that this law would have resulted in the creation of the largest biodiesel production facility on the East Coast, which is located in New Haven. SB 1291 would build on that success by adding biodiesel and allowing federal and state money to provide grants for producing, storing, and distributing that fuel in our state. Like biodiesel, renewable diesel significantly reduces emissions and is made from used waste products like used cooking oil, animal fats, and other plants, amongst many other feedstocks. Renewable diesel can be used as both a transportation fuel and a heating fuel. Renewable diesel can replace petroleum-based diesel without replacing existing diesel engines and may be used in traditional heating systems with little to no modification. In addition to renewable diesel, we would welcome expanding the language to renewable propane, which you heard testimony on prior. Opponents of this bill claim that you should not support it because we do not need a bridge fuel. I would argue that renewable liquid fuels are not a bridge fuel, especially because we've proven that they can reach net zero emissions. With Connecticut withdrawing recently from the proposed offshore wind energy projects that would have lowered emissions to the grid and the suspension of the California EV mandates, renewable diesel, biodiesel, and renewable propane are all options available to us right now to lower emissions in this state, not to have to wait for some unknown future date when all those other things will come together. Opponents also pointed out in their testimony that the transportation sector is the largest source of emissions in the state, yet they still oppose efforts to bring low carbon liquid fuels as a replacement for petroleum-based fuels. This does not seem reasonable. It does not seem reasonable to oppose carbon dioxide reduction strategies just because they don't align with their political agenda, but I will note it aligns perfectly with the Global Warming Solutions Act. Connecticut should follow past success and expand the Connecticut Qualified Biodiesel Producer Incentive Account eligibility to renewable diesel and renewable propane by your supporting 1291. I also want to throw in quickly on 6926. If this bill in any way reduces the federal LIHEAP block grant that goes currently to pay for the majority of the energy assistance program, we would oppose that. I know that we spoke briefly about this prior, and I would just say that we're opposed for the use of the money in that way. We're also opposed to 6925. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. As usual, you covered it all and you got it done in 3 minutes and about 3 seconds. And you should feel very much at home. There are many failed comedians in this room today. I don't have any specific questions, but thank you as
I do.
Your testimony. Oh, I thought he was just waving at me.
Oh, there's that. See that right there? What's that thing right there? Right there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Chris, thank you for taking the time to testify and, in dealing with this issue, biodiesel, renewable diesel going forward, I get pulled aside in the hallway and told, well, biodiesel and renewable diesel is corrosive, and it's going to affect the furnace. It's going to affect the vehicle that it's put into. And, what do you say?
There is no evidence whatsoever to support that. There are lots of experience with these fuels, especially in California, where I think that they're up to now nearly a 4 billion gallon market that they're putting into diesel vehicles that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Every diesel engine manufacturer in the country has allowed renewable diesel as a full replacement fuel to petroleum-based diesel. That's why California is consuming so much of it right now. And with that being said, no truck fleet owner is going to put those assets at risk by putting in a fuel that corrodes. They've been doing this for well over a decade now, and there's nothing to support that. I think that these are claims that are being made by people who do not want to see low carbon liquid fuels integrated into the marketplace.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, Chris, what is the fleet that the renewable diesel is being used in for the benefit of the other members of the Energy Committee that didn't get a chance to go down to New Haven and see this demo?
Well, I didn't get to this in my 3 minutes and 3 seconds, but the renewable diesel has come to Connecticut for the first time this year in a terminal position in the New Haven area. And it was prior to that, some fleet operators were asking our members to go as far away as Albany to pick the product up. The one that I believe you're referring to where that participated in a press conference when it was announced that this product is now available to be picked up locally was Tilcon. So I think we're all familiar with them. They're a responsible company and they would not risk their assets if this product was damaged them. And they're just one example. There are many others, but Tilcon is a very high profile one that participated in that press conference.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Chris, as always. And as I said, we'll take a good look at the testimony as we're trying to shape these bills. The language matters. We appreciate that.
Just want to make sure that lie heat bill, they don't reduce people's benefits. Thank you.
You want to leave with one more joke before you?
I don't have anything. I'm done. I'm done.
All right, up is Anthony Bonazio, followed by Nathan Froling. No, Anthony. How about Nathan? Are you there, Nathan? How about Nathan? I can see you. You're there. I can see you.
It helps if you turn on the video and the audio. Let's see.
We've noticed that too.
There we go.
Whenever you're ready.
Sorry about that. Well, good afternoon or good evening, Chairs Needleman and Steinberg and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. What a lot of good discussion about data centers. I'm going to just say some things that are fairly basic, but at least we'll get our position on the record. I am Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs at the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut, and appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 1219 regarding data centers. We support Connecticut's efforts to promote energy efficiency across all sectors and efforts for energy transparency, and we believe optimizing energy usage while also sharing data about energy consumption will help incentivize better energy practices in general. So data centers, of course, support our academic institutions, our business community, and everyday technological resources. However, growth of data centers has been largely unchecked, and as such, we support the two purposes of this bill: to require data centers to submit quarterly reports, and for DEEP to set standards for data center energy and water usage. Data centers are some of the most energy-intensive buildings, as we know and have heard today, consuming 10 to 50 times more energy per square foot or per floor space than a typical office building. The expected large growth in energy demand projected for the region is in no small part due to the unprecedented energy demand that we expect from new and growing data centers for this region and for Connecticut. Connecticut ratepayers will be impacted by these increased load demands. Regular reporting of data center usage will help set standards and practices in line with state energy and emission targets while promoting optimization of energy use. And as I'm sure you know, recently Massachusetts passed a bill that would give tax incentives for data centers that are efficient in energy and water usage and also utilize renewable energy. We believe that Connecticut could mirror similar language. We would also recommend, particularly remembering a comment you made, Representative Steinberg, about this, we would also recommend including renewable energy requirements in this bill. As regional energy load increases, there is a real need for increased renewable energy deployment. And given current trends in federal programs and tax incentives for renewable energy, we see data centers as a potential driver to support growth of clean energy. And with this in mind, we recommend utilizing the language, or intent anyway, of House Bill 5076, which mandates that 50% of data center energy be from renewable energy sources, or at least clean energy resources. With current barriers to renewable clean energy sources, data centers could help us keep us on our way toward a decarbonized energy future. So thanks for the opportunity to present our testimony in support of 1292.
Thank you, Nathan, as always. Yeah, I think we'd all prefer if we could assure that the energy that data centers would source would be all renewable. How realistic that is in the short term, I'm not sure, but I think your point's well taken in that just as the gentleman who is in support of data centers believe that we don't have a supply problem as of this date, it's our obligation also to look at the longer term, not to be caught up in a snapshot at ISO, but at the projected demand needs, particularly as we try to factor in data centers. So if it's going to take a while necessarily for data centers to become manifest, we should also be planning for renewable energy to meet those needs. So we'll take that into consideration. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for being patient today.
Thank you.
We have Diane Lauricella, followed by Ian McDonald. Anybody watching at home, we're in the home stretch here. Get you out of here before 6:30, I hope. Diane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Diane Lauricella. I live in Norwalk. I'm an environmental professional. And tonight I wanted to, throughout the day, on and off, I've been editing based upon the really great discussions that have occurred on several bills. So I will be brief, but I wanted to state for the record that I am the lead organizer for Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition and a member of the Connecticut Zero Waste Coalition, as well as a member of Build Green Connecticut and the Connecticut Energy Network. So I'm in support of all of the comments that you'll receive or have heard today. The first thing I wanted to do is split 4 bills into 2 categories. The first is expanding choices and innovation. I support House Bill 6928. I very much wanted to lift up Mr. Millman from PACE, your California guest, and the guest from NRG Marketing. I won't reiterate what they said because I do believe that the information they gave you is very crucial. I do feel that this state, it's time to actually look at the Massachusetts program, Cambridge, and the other states that you've been recommended. While Connecticut's very innovative, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. We can improve upon it. House Bill 6929, or the Thermal Energy Network grants and loans, for all the reasons you heard today, I support it. Then the last 2 bills for efficiency and comfort I want to focus on with the time I have remaining. House Bill 6925 is an act establishing home energy labels. I wanted to say that home energy efficiency inspections are not mandated currently, of course, in any particular home inspection, as you know, and you've been told. I do think there needs to be some establishment of the competition of marketing that can occur. I know over and over again the real estate lobbyists are against this bill, but Building Green Connecticut has great information on the website. I ask that you look at it and speak with people like Melissa Copps and others who can give you, and Cameron, who gave a very good discussion. Lastly, House Bill 6926. I wanted to end with the Fund for Residential Preparation Service Programs, or REPS. In my past life, I was an instructor to help people that remove those barriers that end home energy inspections, meaning lead and asbestos. It is more than even a moral reason to find funding and financing to keep this program going. It's not just for the poor, it's also for moderate income people as well. Because we have such an old housing stock, there is a need to move beyond these barriers that shut down an inspection. I took the BPI or classes, and we have to leave the premises if we run into gas leaks, lead, asbestos. I think the first iteration of money was terrific, but we need more to make sure it's great return on investment, it's health, it is safety, and it is the right thing to do for our state. I wanted to thank you for bringing up these and allowing these bills to come forward for this discussion. I wish you good luck in deliberating them because there's a lot on your plate. for this time. Thank you for your time tonight and have a good evening.
Diane, thank you for your testimony, for your patience, for being near the very end, and for appreciating the fact that we have taken on quite a bit and have a lot to work through to figure out what will actually result in legislation. But we will give careful consideration to your testimony. Thank you. Are there
Thank you.
others who'd like to question or not? You good? Thank you again, Diane. Have a good night. Next
Thank
up,
you.
McDonald, followed by Ann Manuski.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Steinberg and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Ian McDonald. I'm from Killingly, Connecticut. I guess I'll say a few words as the data center reference there came up. I think, I've kids that live not too far, they go to school not too far from the Lake Road generating facility. I certainly have some concerns as to whether that facility is operating significantly more. If we had a data center, I think that's something we need to look at. I share Representative Baumgartner's thoughts that, we're certainly not a NIMBY community, but that doesn't mean we don't have legitimate, environmental concerns around these facilities. Secondly, well, on that, I know there's also, we do give priority to heating facilities in the winter above electricity. And I think it's worth asking, given that a lot of the activity around data is around speculation and non-essential things, whether how this kind of affects whether some prioritization is relevant in this case. And then I think we also need to, and why are we talking about data? It's because it's an order of magnitude greater than many other activities. And I think we need to think about how this affects our Global Warming Solutions Act goals. And every time we kind of really stress that grid, that means we're using more expensive peaker plants. That means, we might be having to spend much more at the ISO level through the inventoried energy program or through RMR contracts. That all results in potentially much higher burden for ratepayers on the generation end of things. I was formerly a member of the ISO, New England Consumer Liaison Group Coordinating Committee. So I was part of a lot of these discussions. And I think coming off of what happened with Millstone, I think we need to look at that. And then I'll just say, I would second Peter Millman's endorsement of the municipal aggregation program. And I think we need to be careful about, there's concern about cost shifting. I think that has been overblown as it concerns DERs. So I hope that we look at the data on that and make an educated decision, but I certainly support that. Secondly, the act concerning funding for the residential energy the REPS program, sorry. That is critical. As Diane had said earlier, it's very difficult for some mom and pop landlords or for homeowners to deal with the cost of lead abatement, of asbestos. This is a real barrier to energy efficiency, and having non-energy efficiency homes is really really difficult for energy burdened people. And I think, as Chairman Dykes often says, it's the energy efficiency is the best dollar we can spend. And I think we need to go hard in support of that. Lastly, I also support HB 6929, establishing thermal energy networks. And I share, thanks Susan Johnson for her advocacy around this. I think, again, we pay a lot for our energy burden, particularly in the winter in Connecticut. I think this is an opportunity to really ease that a bit. And I think also this is more the direction we want our utilities going in, where, maybe they can still get a reasonable return on investment here, but we are moving away from just the continued build out of gas heating, which we know that we really need to do in terms of the climate and also in terms of our state goals. And I'll leave it with that, unless there's any questions. Thank you.
Ian, thank you. I guess one of the few advantages of going so late in the day is that you're in a great position to summarize and to focus us in on some of the key points from earlier. So we really appreciate that. And the fact that you covered a good number of bills. So again, thank you for your testimony and for your patience. And we have a lot of work to do. So thank you for that. Next up is Ann Minuski, followed by Andy Bauer. Is Ann with us? I don't think so. How about Andy Bauer?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Andy, you've got the last word, so go ahead.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Representative Steinberg, co-chairs, ranking members, and everybody on ENT. Thank you for hanging in there. I'm Andy Bauer, and I'm speaking in my role as the coordinator of the Connecticut Energy Network. On HB 6928, Municipal Energy Aggregation, I've submitted testimony that is over 3 dozen co-signers, which I will set aside to make comments on some points raised today. First one, to the suggestion that municipal energy aggregation would increase standard service cost to folks not participating, meaning people on the utility standard service. May I offer this thought? Since participation in municipal energy aggregation decreases demand for the standard supply, isn't that downward pressure on costs for non-municipal energy aggregation subscribers? Just a thought. The concept on that same bill of trust was raised in terms of getting stuck with a bad deal. Analogies to predatory alternative suppliers were made. I too remember those days, and not fondly. However, municipal energy aggregation occurs on a municipal level. Those in charge are people we know, people who live next door. And with my other hat as chair of the Portland Clean Energy Task Force, I would probably be that guy who would recommend this aggregation, but only if it looks like a winner for my town of Portland. I would predict the discussion, the local input about implementing this in any town would be robust. Residents would attend and speak up not to faceless call centers, but to their neighbors serving on boards, councils, commissions, who would be much more motivated to adjust to situations where things aren't going to plan. My opinion, of course, but just food for thought. And just to switch quickly to HB 6929 about the thermal networks, ground source heat pumps are the way to go. We switched our home from oil heat to a heat pump system in 2011. Our bill fell by 80%. Plus, we got cooling out of it. I will pause there before the ding. Any questions I'm happy to try to address.
Thank you. Again, you've covered a lot of ground, Andy. We know that heat pumps are not necessarily for everybody, but getting rid of one's fossil fuels can be very beneficial overall. Once again, you've given us food for thought, and we appreciate it. Any other questions or comments? Now, I have to acknowledge I made a mistake, that Andy was merely the penultimate testifier. We still have one write-in candidate at the end, David Jarvis, who really does get the last word.
Yeah, unfortunately, David Jarvis had to leave, so I'm taking his place real quickly, and I will be very short. My name is Jim Lohr. I work with the Deputy Director of the Carpenters Labor Management Program, and I work with the Carpenters Union and have for a number of years. I just want to make a couple of points about our concerns about the data center bill. Tom talked about the jobs. The 1,500 jobs for 4 years, will be life-changing for all the tradespeople. It's not just carpenters, it's laborers and electricians and other trades as well too. So, and what it'll also do is give us an opportunity to give apprentices, who are lined up and queued up, who are ready to go, a chance to work, on that project. So we're getting a little nervous now as we've seen some projects pulled back on the public side. About 60% of our work is private, but about 40% is public. And when you see, for instance, the NIH grants in New Haven being pulled back now, that's going to have an impact on capital expenditures. we're concerned on some of the conditions that are being put on the infrastructure money that they're talking about, that could throttle back some of the infrastructure, at least grants through the federal government as well too. So we're just a little concerned because we don't normally see $3.3 billion of private money coming into the state to do capital, expenditures like this. And as Tom talked about, these aren't just the jobs for the 4.5 years, but just as on the power plants, when the power plants shut down, it's our members that get to go in there to work, our millwrights who go in and get opportunities to work on those plants. And the same thing will happen as well when they're doing the rebooting every 3 years, on the plants here as well too. So it's not just a one-time shot in terms of building the jobs. So anyway, we appreciate your time. I enjoyed listening to the discussion because it was very thoughtful, and I appreciate all the questions that the committee asked. So thank you very much for your time, and we'll get off. So we tip off at 6:30 for UConn. So I know.
Thank you for appreciating the fact we've been here a while, but thank you also for subbing in and helping us understand that the jobs perspective is critically important, particularly as we have a lot of uncertainty going forward with the economy broadly and locally.
Yep.
So it's something we have to keep in mind. Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to piggyback on that, thank you for coming in and sharing and simplifying what you just stated, because I believe that this AI data center is a huge economic driver, not only for that region, but for all the cities, especially here in Hartford, where we have so many vacant commercial offices that can be filled.
Right.
So,
we were with Governor Lamont this morning. He spoke at the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. We asked him about the data center specifically, but he, along with the Economic Development Commissioner, talked about, hey, fintech down where I'm from, I'm down from Darien, that area, or, InsurTech, or, the biopharma piece in the New Haven area. So this really, the growth of AI affects so many, and it's about the future of the economy. And that's what we do. We build the future. We build the schools. We build the roads, the highways. We build, the power plants. All those kind of projects. And so this is really critical in terms of jobs going forward. And we're just not going to get this kind of private investment to this degree. So we really appreciate the time, and we appreciate everybody thoughtfully, putting all the effort and consideration in the questions today. So
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Go UConn.
And now I believe I can accurately state that this hearing is complete for today. And we will see you next for a hearing on the 27th at 10:30. And thank you all for your patience today. And I want everybody to go home and think about this stuff. Actually, no, have a good night. Thank you. We're adjourned.